because he was a candidate then allow Raila Odinga to have, his numbers from then. The gains that William Ruto has made in areas that were not traditionally Jubilee, which were, say, Western, for instance, and Eastern,
Coast and Lower Eastern.
And Lower Eastern. Would you say that Raila is making those gains back through Central?
They seem to be, from these figures, slightly more than compensating for what he's losing. I mean, the figures I was looking at earlier, but I didn't have my calculator, so I wasn't doing the combination. It seems like, except for Machakos town,
right,
where Raila, I think as of now, in 2022, I think I saw a figure of 80%. Yeah, I don't have time to make that calculation now, but it seems like without having Kalonzo Musyoka as a running mate, the deputy president has definitely made some gains. I think it was an average of about 10%,
yeah.
But I'm sure the people who had more time to do the calculation would see. But so far, based on those 65% of the 34 A's, we can explain the fact that Raila is about 6% better than he was at the end of the last election by looking at these increases.
And this is the most fascinating thing about the electoral map this time, because in the last two elections, it's almost like in 2013, there were a lot of, Raila took a lot of Eastern, Northeastern, and that sort of
very monolithic area.
Exactly.
That's right.
Right. And in 2017, there was sort of like a flip, and Jubilee sort of went in and, sort of clawed back on these gains, and went back in areas like, let's say, Kisii, where, say areas like Nyamira, where they sort of swung those areas. Do you think that's what's happening here?
It's definitely happening, and I'll add one other point. After the 92 election, I wrote an academic paper looking at the victimization, personal victimization, both physical and economic and social, in Kanu areas where there were opposition candidates, whether Ford or Ford Kenya, to split Ford Asili and so on, sometimes quite brutal victimization, and in opposition areas where there were Kanu candidates. And these were all examples. I think I had about 20 examples for the paper, all for district council elections. Now, because of the protection of government and the police, in the opposition areas where there were Kanu people brave enough to stand in some of these wards, it was mostly social being ostracized socially, not physical, like having their businesses burned down, which would happen to some opposition candidates in Kanu ruling party areas. What I think, and we're not over yet, but what I think it's fair to say at this point, that within particular ethnic communities, multi-party competition is being domesticated. It's becoming more legitimate and accepted. Whether this is a trend that continues in the next 2, 3, 4 elections, or whether, as you were suggesting, it might be just the particular circumstances of this one. But I'll just give one final example. I remember down in Taita in that election, we had a Kikuyu who was standing for the Taita Taveta Council. And he was either born there or grew up there. And he had taken on a Taita name. And even originally submitted that name to the ACK to run. And hate leaflets were put under his door of his house saying, if you are going to stand as a non-local in this election, you're going to run under your Kikuyu name. Don't pretend to be one of us. But we're not seeing any of that kind of stuff now. I'm not aware of any people being chased out because they're not locally ethnic. We got some people, non-ethnic minorities, who are standing and even getting elected in some places. So just a long way of saying, I think the country has come a long way since 1992 in terms of the acceptance of multi-party competition as a way of choosing leaders and then eventually running a government.
And we've seen this, Isabella, as we walk through away from the numbers to the question on just how this country does politics. It's sort of like a small United States of America, these small communities.
Or just United States.
Or this United States of America, that there has to be sort of like an agreement. And we're sort of making that progress that we can see in elections and acceptability of candidates who are not traditionally from there. And they're winning seats in different places in several elections.
Yeah. Even before I answer that question, interestingly enough, the academic paper that Daktari is alluding to may in one way or another have informed the formation of IMLU, because then IMLU at the time in 1992 was formed by a group of small medics who deemed it fit to give medical support and forensic pathology support to torture victims, given their work around the multi-party system at the time. So it's interesting to even hear him say that, because then you notice that we have walked the journey in terms of looking at the political sphere from then up until today. But now, just to answer your question, we are also seeing an advent of a space where you could do whatever it is that you want to do wherever you are, as long as the people have trust in you. And I'm thinking that with or without knowing, there's an appreciation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that you just have integrity and you're going to serve, and you're verified, or by the IBC or the Commission, and you would be whoever you are, and you are in a different region, and you'll get the votes. However, just to speak to what Dr. alluded to, we have also received verifiable reports of people being of different ethnic backgrounds in certain spaces, and they've had to move. As at today, 5 p.m., we had one of our human rights monitors who had to be evacuated together with his family of 2 kids and the wife from one place to another, specifically because he doesn't speak the language in that spot. So we have still those small instances where these things are happening. And before this particular, the 9th, 2 human rights monitors had already been violated, specifically by police officers, because they spoke a different language, yet they lived in another space. So there's still minimal, kind of happenings. Yes, they're there. But on the large scale, I think we are moving towards something that we can celebrate on, something that we can emphatically speak on. However, notable rights that may be sort of violated with or without knowing would be issues of access to information, because you notice that this particular person who had leaflets, put in his door or whatever, his specific, electorate or people who are supporting him would be denied some form of access in one way or another. And before these particular elections, we received reports where there are people who would go to a police station and not be given OB numbers or P3s because they were openly vocal about a certain person. So maybe after we are done with these elections, those are some of the things we'd also like to document in our final report, highlighting the beauty of having this particular transition, but noting the small challenges that we still have currently.
All right.
If I could add one small point, just for context, in terms of who's going to win this election, it's not simply how much any particular candidate has won or lost since last time. It's also, as we were discussing yesterday, what's the turnout behind those percentages?
Absolutely.
Because, of course, we could have seen so much support in the campaigns and from the polls as well, but then on the actual day, not as many people
definitely
could have
lower
turned
than
out.
last time.
Yeah, all right. We've got to close this block. Isabella and Tom, thanks so much for being with us tonight on Decision 2020. That's Isabella Obara, human rights lawyer with IMLU, and also Tom Wolf. He is a research analyst with TIFA. But before we say good night and our colleagues come and say good morning, let's take you to Homa Bay now and get a sense of what's happening there from NTV's Brian Obuya.
It is an anxious moment here in Homa Bay as residents wait for the big announcement on who is going to take over the county's leadership. We are coming to you from the County Tallying Center that is situated at the Tom Mboya University. A short while ago, police had to be deployed to quell the tension and the rising mild violence outside the university gate, where supporters of different candidates had milled there, making noise, sounding vuvuzelas and blowing whistles. It was chaotic, such that police had to be called in to disperse the crowds. But here is the thing. The County Tallying Center has been closed yet again. No staff is in here. They have suspended the tallying. The county returning officer, Mr. Frederick Apopa, saying that they are yet to receive the results that have been announced at the constituency level for those results to be collected here. Once the results are collected here at the Tom Mboya University, then the sum of that is going to be their big announcement for the county governor. It's important to remember at this hour that both Kidero and Wanga have already shown a lot of confidence in winning this particular election. And it's indeed a nail biter, a very consequential vote for the residents of Homa Bay. And here is the context. Both Kidero and Wanga have at one point been very important figures in the ODM party until they fell out during the ODM nominations when the ODM party chose to give a direct ticket to Gladys Wanga. It's at that point that Kidero has been fighting to sway a protest vote in his favor. And it has been tight, a very tight race between the duo. While the County Tallying Center is yet to receive results from the constituency level, we have been traversing quite a couple of those constituencies, which include Karachonyo, Suba North, Suba South, Kasipul, Kabondo, Kasipul, Ndhiwa, and we've been able to get results from two of them, given the distance between them again, and the results were being announced at different times. We see that indeed the race is showing that it's a very tight race between Kidero and Wanga. We saw in Ndhiwa, Evans Kidero garnering a total of 29,504 votes against Wanga's 40,533. UDA's Rabudi Mark also garnered 188 votes of the total votes cast. That's showing that Wanga was ahead of Kidero by some over 10,000 votes. In Kasipul constituency, Wanga is leading the race with 33,490 votes against Kidero's 14,694. Mark Rabudi of UDA garnered 111 of the total votes cast. And while Atit members of parliament have also been announced at the constituency level, and now we know that Suba North has retained Millie Odhiambo as its member of parliament, as Martin Owino retains his seat as Ndhiwa member of parliament. In Kasipul, Ongondo Were has also been re-elected to represent the electorate in that constituency for another 5 years. Now, we're waiting for the County Tallying Center to open. They tell us tomorrow by 8 a.m. they will have something to say, and we will be coming here yet again to see if there indeed will be any progress contrary to what we've seen during the day. The process itself has been very slow. The process has been very slow. Even the Homa Bay town constituency, which doesn't really have a lot of voters, is yet to submit its results. It's just very close to the County Tallying Center. Other places like Suba North and Ndhiwa, which are far away, Karachonyo also yet to submit their results. And we hope that throughout the night, or rather as the night progresses, those results will come in and we will have much more to report by tomorrow. These results are important. They are important to help quell the tension that is already rising in Homa Bay as the two leading contestants pronounce themselves to their electorate as the winners in this race. It's not until Mr. Frederick Apopa, the county returning officer, gives the final announcement that we will be able to know who really takes over the mantle to govern this county as Cyprian Awiti bows out after serving his second and final term.
All right, Brian Obuya there in Homa Bay. Very fascinating race between Gladys Wanga of ODM and independent Evans Kidero. 8 a.m. in the morning, if we understand. The IBC will be announcing the final results, and that's another important race to watch.
Most definitely. All right, our time is up here. I'm really ready to say good night.
Absolutely, but we're saying good night, and our colleagues especially Dan Mwangi, has the numbers. The numbers guy with the screen is about to say good morning and hand you over to the next punch.
That's right. Thanks so much for watching us. I'm Smriti Vidyarthi. We will be back again tomorrow.
And I'm James Smart. Have a lovely night and good morning.
Well, good morning and goodbye, guys. I'm not too far behind. I'll be catching up with you guys in not too long. Just after I hand over to Ben and Winnie, because I know they're already here. And just to get, again, a feel of the numbers for now, right quickly, as at this moment on our platform elections.nation.africa, Raila Odinga is at 50.67% at 4.78 million votes. William Ruto is at 48.65%, that's 4.59 million. George Ojakoya, 41,857 votes, 0.44%. And Agano Party's David Waihiga Mwaure at 0.23%, having garnered so far 21,865 votes. And these are provisional results coming from a total tally of 9,441,896 votes, which is also reporting from 30,219 polling stations out of the total 46,229. And again, because I like to ensure that we have the clarity of context, that is 9,441. My calculator and I will be doing this, 896 over the total, which is about, IBC talked about 14.4. So we're at about 66% of the results. So that's about 2/3 of the results so far are in. And as we said, it keeps updating real time. And so remember, the provisional data also includes not just the totals, but the distribution of the numbers when it comes to the party or coalition, or basically the political affiliations and inclinations. The blue zones are at the moment in regards to who is leading between Raila Odinga, William Ruto, George Ojakoya, and David Mwaure Waihiga. The blues represent the Azimio, which is Raila Odinga, and the yellow represents UDA stroke Kenya Kwanza, which is William Ruto. And the other two gentlemen, statistically, you would not be able to identify where they are here. So we are just looking at these two. And when we touch, for instance, we just see the details. Marsabit County so far, William Ruto is ahead with 50.16%. It's pretty a pretty tight one so far, as it seems. And these are this is against Raila Odinga's 49.45%. And excuse me, and then we have Wajakoya at 0.27 and Waihiga at 0.12. And something that we'll be keen to notice now, to look at one of the things that many are looking at to see, to get an idea of the context of the performance by some of these presidential candidates is, for instance, what did Raila Odinga get in the different counties in central Kenya compared to what he's getting now? What were some of the big areas for Jubilee? That is because Jubilee, which is what William Ruto was part of in regards to the presidency ticket, what he got. And so we are going to look at the comparison. Remember, or not, let me not say remember, that's assuming that you already knew. Just for to bring this up is that we can look at the data from 2013, 2017 as well. So let's sample some of these, and as you can see, we'll look at, that is Isiolo County. No, let me actually look for one of the Mount Kenya counties. Tharaka Nithi County. Tharaka Nithi had been known to be the game changer a number of years back. So far in Tharaka Nithi County, William Ruto is at 89.9%. Raila Odinga is at 9.22%. Okay, that's the current provisional result. So let's look at how it was in 2017. Let's look at 2017. That's Tharaka Nithi. Uhuru Kenyatta 93%. Raila Odinga had 5.93%. So we see he's still, as much as Raila right now is far below what William Ruto has, but comparative to the last election, he has had a bit of a rise, because we saw he's at about 7%. We could still sample another county from 2017 before we go to 2022. Kirinyaga County, for instance, Uhuru Kenyatta had 98.61, or the Jubilee, the Jubilee team had 98%. Raila Odinga had 1%. He had 1.03%. Let's see Kirinyaga County. Let's see how the numbers are looking currently with the provisional results. I'm really hoping I get the right county there. Yes, Kirinyaga County. William Ruto is at 84.87%. Raila Odinga is at 14.32%, showing that comparative to last time, Raila Odinga has gotten more votes in an area that has not been deemed to be his stronghold. And so these are some interesting nuggets of data to look at. Let's look at if there's any kind of change for the then Jubilee candidate or running mate, and today in what is perceived to be Raila Odinga's stronghold. So when we look at Homa Bay County, for instance, Raila Odinga currently has 98.9%, and William Ruto is at 0.87%. As far as the current results that have been keyed involved, so William Ruto is at 0.87%. That is the current provisional. And so we check Homa Bay in 2017. Is that Homa Bay? Yes, Homa Bay County. And Raila Odinga 99%, Uhuru Kenyatta 0.49%. So the gain for William Ruto is not as huge if you're to just get a sense of it from what he and Uhuru Kenyatta got in the last election. So there's a lot of interesting data to just help get context. Tom Wolf was here earlier on, raises a point that we're discussing earlier on, that it's interesting to see whether the areas that, for instance, William Ruto has eaten into what was Raila Odinga's share of voting block or a preferred candidate area, whether what Raila has lost there has been made up for and possibly superseded or exceeded in the areas that were not his strongholds, be it the mountain region, etc. Then we also look at the areas that were strong points for the Jubilee candidature, which is William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, whether then whatever William Ruto may have lost from there is being made up for in the areas that Raila Odinga is picking up. And so as more data comes in, it becomes much easier for us to get that kind of interesting data, as we get to also see things like what the voter turnout was in the different parts. So there's a lot to look at, and I don't want to finish the meal for my colleagues. So as Ben and Winnie come, guys, don't worry. There's a whole Kenya to deal with. I've just touched, I think, 3 or so counties. You have the whole of Kenya to deal with. You have the whole night as the rest of us sleep, hopefully. So again, let me not leave it on 2017, lest we look like we are. There we go. So 2022, as I leave studio, the current figures are 9.5 million total votes cast that have been keyed into the system. 4.8 million Raila Odinga, that's 50.71%. 4.6 million William Ruto, that's 48.62%. 42,149 for George Ojakoya, 0.44%. And we have 22,000 votes at 0.23% for David Waihiga Mwaure of the Agano Party. And earlier on, he spoke with our team at the Bomas of Kenya, where he said for him, he considers it a win. He said it's not a time for him to have the conversation about conceding. But he says that for him, he did not campaign for long. He's campaigned for a very short time. His budget has been just over $1 million shillings, yet his competitors have used billions of shillings and have been doing it for years. And so for him to even get more than 10,000 votes is quite a big deal. So that's what he said. And as I close, just to remind you and to reiterate the point about why you will see different figures on our platforms against those of other media houses or other institutions, for instance, but especially media houses, because those are the ones that have been seen very publicly. IBC is having its agents and its officials uploading the Forms 34A on their portal, and their portal is available for all. Even you can go to their portal and get the forms. And so this is the part of the portal that talks about how many of those forms have been submitted. Now, when you go to that portal, you can begin downloading those images of the Forms 34A. Then from there, you key in the data into your system. Now, there's no definite formula of saying, take this form first, then this one second. It depends on how you just pick them. So, and we are picking them randomly. And that's why you'll find some people may have started with, let's say hypothetically, Media House A begins by picking them alphabetically. So they begin with, is it Bomet alphabetically? Should be Baringo County, for instance. Some other media house may choose to start taking from County 001, which is Mombasa. So you find the numbers will not throughout the process be the same, But ultimately, once you get to the complete 47 counties, you should have the same figure for all media houses, for the observers as well, and for the campaign teams, that's the political parties, the different outfits, as well as the observers and everyone else, and the IEBC. So that is, that's the gist of why these numbers are different. So some people may choose to have started to pick their forms in alphabetic order, to pick their forms based on different criteria. But here we are doing it on a random, in terms of random sampling. So it's not a definite formula we're using, saying we're using first the counties that are strongholds of person A, B, C, D, or otherwise. No, it's random sampling. So that's why you find the numbers will keep changing. At a point, we've been having William Ruto leading on our numbers for a significant part of the day. Last night, Raila Odinga was leading most of it. Now, not too long ago, Raila Odinga is in the lead. So just to reiterate that this may keep changing. So far, based on the numbers that we have, based on this, we have already done about 67% of the total. So we wait to see as now the numbers start closing in and wait and see how it goes. That's it from me. That's your lesson for today. That's my class. The bell has rung. It's time for me to invite Ben and Winnie Lubembe to come. No, Ben Kitili and Winnie Lubembe to come and take over for the next number of hours as the rest of us take off. My name is Dan Mwangi. Have yourselves a great morning into tomorrow. It's already tomorrow. Today is tomorrow. Have yourselves a good night.
This is NTV.
Welcome to the NBA Finals.
Now this is a celebration.
The finals, when 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer.
It's more like 61 feet.
I mean, you gotta be great from game 1 and game 7. Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left?
Legendary status, my man.
Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing. Bum, bum.
Labor markets, economies, enterprises, supply chains, governments, workers, employers. We go deeper and beyond. Business Daily. Available off and online.
Hamjambo wa Kenya, mimi ni Eric Smith, na kupata wimbo huu kama sikiza tuni yako, bonyeza *811 *851#. Skiza na Nation, supporting local talents.
Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody, 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 everybody. Oh yeah! Everybody in the front, front, front. Everybody in the front, front, front. Everybody in the front, front, front.
The music right here on Nation FM is on another level. We're playing the best hits, the biggest hits right here on 90.3 Nation FM. My name is Antonio Soul. It's the Nation FM Drive every single weekday, Monday to Friday, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The best hits, the best conversation, the best guests. It's all about entertainment, business, politics, and everything in between. Call me Sugar, because I keep it sugar and spice and all things nice.
Everybody, everybody, round.
The moment is here.
We are ready as the people of Kenya to make appropriate choices.
Hii uchaguzi itakuwa baina ya wafisadi na baina ya Wakenya ambao wanataka mabadiliko.
After months of grueling campaigns, debates and manifestos,
It's my humble opportunity to exercise your right to vote.
Tunakuja kuleta huo ukweli.
it is decision time. NTV is on hand to bring you unrivaled coverage of Kenya's biggest election yet. Starting Sunday, all the way until Election Day. Welcome to Success Gardens, Gatanga Road. This gated community is the most ideal place to set up your dream home. The project already has a beautiful gate, maram compacted roads, and it's already beaconed. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Mama Stevo, where are the kids?
I think they're upstairs doing their revision.
Oh, you guys are here. Maria and Steve, which revision papers are you doing today?
Baba, mimi nashughulikia maswali ya marudio ya somo la Kiswahili kutoka kwa gazeti la Taifa leo.
Na wewe?
I am working on the mathematics revision paper from the Junior Sport magazine of the Daily Nation.
Wow, this is wonderful. Are the revision papers from Taifa leo and Daily Nation working for you guys?
Yes, Dad. Wanauliza maswali yao kwa njia nzuri na nyepesi sana.
And the questions are in tandem with our syllabus.
Dear parents, invest in Taifa leo and Junior Sport for KCPE and KCSE revision papers. Kwa maswali ya gazeti la Taifa leo, usiukose uhondo huo kila Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. In our Junior Sport, it's every Monday. Do not miss out.
The road to the 2022 general elections would be nothing without the electorate, hungry for change and banking on development.
Hao pia watusaidia wanasiasa kuuza ile mali tumetengeza hapa.
So what does this election mean to a mama mboga still harvesting the wound of the 2007 post-election violence?
Nyumba yangu ilichomwa nikipata mtoto.
The perennial drought has cast a dry spell in the lives of many livestock traders here in County.
Waache kusema tu kwa mdomo watatusaidia, lakini wakati wanapata serikali hakuna ile kitu wanatenga kupatia wafugaji.
Mtu yote akikwambia ule mtu ana support, haitakiwi ukasirike.
Decision Voices with me, Gena Kirori, on NTV at 9 p.m.
And our daily struggles.
I call upon Nobel Peace Prize laureate for 2004, Wangari Maathai.
Our greatest achievements are our sports personalities.
Is still in podium position, contention here, and it seems to be coming in for the second position. Oh my God!
And our national pride is the unity of our diverse cultures. Our land is blessed with exotic tourist destinations that we boast of globally. These are the deeply rooted principles of our national pride. Mimi Mkenya.
Good morning from the Nation Center here in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. It is the 11th day of August 2022. It is about 32 hours since polls closed on Tuesday, the 9th of August 2022, election day. Kenyans have been waiting to hear from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, on the numbers. The race to the highest office is a neck-and-neck affair. We have been scrolling those numbers for you from our data center, and our wall-to-wall coverage here on NTV. Decision 2022 continues. I am Ben Kitile.
And my name is Winnie Lubem. And of course, Ben is absolutely right. The race is getting tighter by the minute. And of course, we're here to make sure that you do not miss a thing. So you want to stick around again until 6 a.m. when we'll be saying goodbye, and of course, welcoming another team who will be coming in as well, just to make sure that, again, you are up to date in terms of what is happening across the country. I know all of us are waiting with bated breath. I was telling Ben, like, when you go to Twitter, you might actually anxiety.
There are so many numbers being thrown around. Everybody is declaring
their person. Yes, absolutely. But of course, we're saying you need to actually stick around, and especially right here at NTV, because we have the numbers, and of course, they are accurate numbers. Forget what you're seeing on Twitter, where everybody's declaring their person. The numbers are just all over the place. You need to, get these numbers from credible sources, and that is exactly what we have.
And of course, we have covering this on a 360 basis. We have our team of reporters, journalists, and video editors stroll around the country to just make sure they give us all the latest numbers from there. Remember, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, has been receiving the forms 34A on that portal of theirs. And I think they have received around 99-point-something%, around 46,020, if I'm not wrong. So about 200 polling stations only to go until the IEBC has received 100% of those. And remember, we have been sampling these randomly. Remember, some of our viewers have been wondering why the numbers are different on different platforms, on different media houses. It is because we are sampling them differently. Some are choosing to use alphabetic order. We are sampling them randomly. That's why you're seeing sometimes the two top candidates interchanging, switching positions in terms of who has the highest numbers. But here at the Nation Media Group, we have sampled around slightly more than 30,000 polling stations. So we're about halfway through this process.
Absolutely. And of course, everybody says, your fifth, how's your fifth doing? You will see them across the different media houses. But of course, again, like Ben says, everybody has their different way in terms of keying in the figures, so that, again, you see what you're seeing on your screens. And of course, we'll be keeping updating you on what is happening. And the numbers, of course, IEBC CEO, that is Wafula Chebukati, says we need to exercise patience, which I think is key, and especially right now where everybody is anxious in terms of how is my fifth doing. Let's just be patient until we get the final results. But of course, like Ben says, we have our reporters all across the country just to make sure that they bring us up to speed in terms of what is happening when it comes to the tallying at the different tallying centers.
And one of those places, Winnie, where we have our presence is the North Center that is the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya. That is where the IBC have been conducting or issuing their statements. The chairman of Wafula Chebukati going very slow. The commission going very slow in terms of how many times they are talking to the media. They did just once yesterday, saying that they have 7 days constitutionally to issue results. So there's no hurry. They're telling Kenyans the Forms 34A are in that portal in the IBC website, so you can go and see what is happening. It is transparent. The information is public. So to be able to telling Kenya to have to exercise patience in this process. It's only day three today, right?
Yeah, but it's not easy at the same time. I mean, I know he talked about the media being a bit slow, but really it is a very tedious process. But we try.
I thought he threw some shade, saying media, you guys are slow.
We need to catch up and all those things. But if you try, I tried at some point. I was like, let me see how this process goes. So you have to go through one by one. This is one county, and then you have to go to the constituency, and then you have to go. It's a tedious process. So really, we try.
And of course, apart from, we shall be taking a look at some of these places where we have our reporters. Some of them still burning the midnight oil. Others have gone to try and catch some beauty sleep before they wake up again tomorrow morning or this morning. But before we go to them, let's take a look. The other seats, Winnie, that have already been declared at the constituency and county levels. Let's take a look at some of those areas where we have winners.
Yes. And of course, we begin right here with this man who, again, of course, they're taking an early lead. The celebrations have started in different, parts. And of course, this is George Masharia Kariuki, again, and dear, who was vying actually on the UDA ticket, and of course, has won the member of National Assembly.
Indeed, so that is one MP. They will also have another winner here, is an MP-elect, Julius Melly. He will be, if all goes well, will be representing Tinderet constituency in the county of Nandi on a UDA ticket. He has won that seat, according to the numbers that have been announced by the returning officer there.
And of course, we also have Joshua Kandie again, Baringo Central, and the UDA ticket again. And of course, like Ben says, if all goes well, then again, they will be declared.
UDA versus Kanu battle there in Baringo. Remember, Baringo Central is that constituency that was represented for so many years by the late President Daniel Arap Moi.
Yes.
And Gideon Moi before he moved on to the Senate. It has gone to UDA. We also have in Odhaya the constituency of former late President Mwai Kibaki. Michael Wambogu Wainaina has won that seat according to the IBC on a UDA ticket.
It's very interesting to see how many seats the UDA is actually clinching.
Yes.
But again, someone else is Keitani Marianne, of course, will be representing Aldai under the UDA ticket as well. And of course, we're talking about this earlier on, where we're saying it's a matter of time before, again, we'll see whether it all turns yellow.
Yes, or orange.
Or orange.
Remember, Marianne Ketan was the chief of staff in the deputy president's office, I think around 4 years ago. She has clinched that seat in Aldai. She's an MP-elect there.
Yeah.
We can go to the next one. We also have Milio Diambo, MP-elect, retained her Suba North seat on an ODM ticket in the county of Homa Bay.
All right, let's see who else. Of course, is taking an early celebration. Susan Kiamba, and of course, representing Makueni under the Wiper ticket. Let's see who else is actually celebrating.
Susan Kiamba taking over from one former member of Makueni, that is Dan Mans, who represented Makueni constituency in the last parliament, in the 12th parliament. In the 13th parliament, Langat B and Kit Kirui is said to represent Aina Moi on a UDA ticket. Is the MP-elect for Aina Moi.
All right, let's see who else is actually celebrating. We have Joshua Oron, and of course, representing Kisumu Central under the ODM ticket. And of course, again, that's so many, when it comes to
so far is yellow and orange.
Yes, so far.
That's
we have a little wiper.
There's a little blue wiper.
Yes, a little blue. So let's see how this goes. All right, so let's see who else is celebrating.
From Kisumu Central, we also have in the neighboring county of Siaya, Ogunja, Opio Ondai has won his third term as MP for Ogunja on an ODM ticket. He is one of those very outspoken members of the ODM party. He has served as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. He will be representing Ogunja yet again.
And of course, we also have Wainaina Njoroge again representing Kieni under the UDA ticket. And of course, we're seeing how this is panning out. But again, we will not 100% say that this is what is happening until again we get to the final tally from the IBC.
Remember, this is a big one if it stays like this. Wainaina Njoroge is a giant killer, so to speak. He fell. Kanini Kega was a former member of parliament for Kieni. He was vying on a Jubilee ticket. He has been taken down by Wainaina Njoroge according to these results by the IBC. They declared Wainaina Njoroge the winner in Kieni.
All right. And of course, someone else, Richard Yegon, again, Bomet East, under the UDA ticket as well.
Yes, from that UDA stronghold in the Rift Valley. We also have Samuel Atandi, member of Parliament-elect for Alego Usonga in the county of Siaya on an ODM ticket.
All right, let's
retaining
see
his seats.
Yes. Again, David Bowen, Marakwet East, again under the UDA ticket. Let's see who else.
Right, from Marakwet, we also have Martin Peters Owino, member of Parliament-elect from Diwa in the county of Homa Bay on an ODM ticket. So those are some of the the results we are getting that have been declared by the constituency returning officers from across.
And again, like we said, we are fully awaiting for the final, again, announcement by, the IEBC. We've seen a number of candidates who are actually conceding. And someone was saying, it's interesting to see some of this, leaders who sort of like quote unquote veterans actually just taking a backseat and saying, you know what, it's fine. I fought the race. Congratulations to this person, which is a good thing, and especially when it comes to maintaining peace and order in the country.
Kabando, we have seen Amos Kimunya, the
Moses Kuria
majority,
well.
Moses Kuria and all that. So it is good to see.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing, right?
All right, let's take you to the South Coast now, where our Fatma Bogu is burning the midnight oil with us to try and tell us what is happening. Fatma, good morning from here in Nairobi. I hope you look a bit sleepy, but I can see you're holding on very well. How is it looking like there in the races that you've been able to hear from the IEBC?
As for now, we are unable to tell who is the winner because shughuli bado kama unavyoona imesitishwa kwa muda katika vituo vingi hapa Kwale ambavyo vinajumuisha kura hizo. Tuko na vituo 744 ambavyo vimeweza kuwasilisha maboksi ama masanduku ya kura katika vituo mbalimbali katika maeneo bunge manne katika kaunti hii ya Kwale, lakini kufikia sasa katika kituo cha Matuga ambapo ni eneo bunge la Matuga, shughuli hiyo nzima imeweza kusitishwa kwa muda baada ya baadhi ya wagombea viti mbalimbali kusema kwamba ama kudai kwamba kuna njama ya kuiba kura, hivyo shughuli hiyo iliweza kusitishwa na hadi sasa kuna shughuli yoyote inayoendelea katika kituo hicho, na tumekita kambi katika kituo hiki cha Msambweni ambapo ni Dr. Babla, na shughuli hii pia kama unavyoona imesitishwa kwa muda. Nadhani ni watu wameweza kuchoka na wanahitaji kupumzika, lakini kwa mujibu wa mhusika mkuu katika kituo hiki alisema kwamba majibu ya kura zote katika vituo 153 kumradhi, katika eneo bunge hili la Msambweni yataweza kutolewa hapo kesho baada ya kukamilisha zoezi hili zima la kuhesabu kura. Lakini hadi kufikia sasa hakuna chochote ambacho kinaendelea, lakini tunaendelea tu kukita kambi hapa nje ya jumba hili ambapo zoezi hili lilikuwa linaendelea. Kuna wafuasi wa wagombea viti mbalimbali wamekita kambi hapo, wamesema kwamba hawaendi nyumbani, watasubiria tu kuona ni shughuli hii itakavyokuwa inaendeshwa, na pia wanasema kwamba wamekita kambi hapa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna zoezi lolote ambalo litaweza kuleta tashwishi katika kuhesabu kura hizi. Lakini pia katika eneo bunge la Lungalunga na eneo bunge la Kinango zoezi hilo bado linaendelea. Maafisa wa tume ya IEBC pamoja na waangalizi wanaendelea kukita kambi katika maeneo hayo ya kujumuisha kura kuhakikisha kwamba ifikapo hapo kesho basi Wakenya wataweza kujua ni nani aliyeibuka mshindi katika viti mbalimbali. Lakini hadi kufikia sasa majibu ambayo tumeweza kuyapata kuhusiana na viti mbalimbali katika eneo bunge hili la Msambweni ni kwamba katika kiti cha ugavana ambaye anawania kiti hiki mwanamke peke yake alikuwa ni naibu gavana katika kaunti hii ya Kwale, na ni Fatma Achani akiwa na kura 10,222 na Boga akiwa na 13,933, na pia kuna mgombea ambaye anaitwa Lungazi Chai ambaye akona kura 1,789, na pia katika kiti cha wabunge kuna Faisal Badar ambaye anaongoza kwa kura 13,234 akifuatwa na Mwakulonda Ali ambaye anamfuata kwa kura 7,948. Na tuko na kiti cha wakilishi wanawake ambapo hapa katika kiti hiki kinyang'anyiro ni kikubwa, na ambaye anaongoza hadi kufikia sasa katika eneo bunge hili la Msambweni ni Masito Fatuma ambaye anaongoza na kura 9,794 akifuatwa na Masha Bibi ambaye anaongoza kwa kura 627 na ni takwimu ambazo tu zinaendelea kubadilika kila dakika kama nilivyokuwa nimeelezea hapo awali, kwa sababu shughuli hii bado ilikuwa inaendelea, lakini hadi kufikia sasa kusimamishwa kwa shughuli hii. Hizi ndizo takwimu ambazo zilikuwa zinaonyeshwa na tume hii ya IEBC katika kituo hiki cha Dr. Babla, lakini pia katika maeneo bunge mengine viongozi hawa ama wagombea viti hawa wameweza pia kupata takwimu ama matokeo mbalimbali katika eneo bunge la Matuga, tukiona kwamba Boga mgombea kiti cha ugavana kupitia chama cha ODM na Fatma Achani wakiwa wanaambatana sako kwa bako kulingana na takwimu hizo, lakini pia ni takwimu ambazo tutakuwa tunazifuatilia kwa kina, kwani hadi kufikia sasa kama nilivyosema na kama mtazamaji anavyoona kwamba ni shughuli imeweza kusitishwa kwa muda, nadhani itaweza kuanza upya hapo majira ya asubuhi, labda kuanzia saa 12 maafisa hawa wataweza kufika katika vituo hivi na kuendelesha shughuli hii nzima. Na tutaweza tu kufuatilia hizi takwimu na tutajua tu hapo kesho labda mshindi atakuwa nani, kwani tayari Wakenya washaweza kuwateua viongozi, wameendelea kukita kambi katika vituo hivi. Tumetoka kituo cha Matuga, pia Wakenya wamekita kambi hapo kuhakikisha kwamba wanataka kujua ni nani mgombea waliyemteua, iwapo ameweza kushinda ama ameweza kuangushwa, lakini tutakuwa tu tunakujuza zaidi kwa sababu hadi katika eneo bunge hili la Msambweni kuna vituo 154 ambavyo viliweza kuwasilisha maboksi haya ya kupiga kura, na kama unavyoona hadi kufikia sasa bado kuna masanduku nyuma yangu ambayo bado hayajahesabiwa, na katika eneo bunge la Matuga tuko na vituo 203 pamoja na magereza mawili ambayo yaliweza kuwasilisha masanduku yao pia, lakini pia vile vile kuna msongamano ama kuna laini ndefu ya masanduku hayo ambayo bado hayajaweza kuhesabiwa, lakini pia tutakuwa tu tunafuatilia katika maeneo bunge mbalimbali, eneo bunge la Lungalunga, eneo bunge la Kinango, na tutaweza kukuletea taarifa ambazo zitakuwa zinaibuka katika kaunti hii ya Kwale, hasa kuhusiana na takwimu na ambaye atakuwa anaibuka mshindi kufikia hapo kesho, wakati shughuli hii itakuwa inaendelezwa kwa kina na kwa kirefu. Lakini hivi sasa tutakuwa tuko hapa, hatulali, tunahakikisha kwamba pia sisi tunaweza kufuatilia zoezi hili zima na kukuletea taarifa hizi kwa wakati ufao. Kwako.
Asante sana Fatma, na labda niulize tu iwapo mmeweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wagombea viti and if so wanasemaje?
Tumeweza kuongea na mgombea kiti cha useneta katika eneo bunge la katika kaunti hii ya Kwale ambaye ni Salim. Amesema kwamba ni baadhi tu ya viongozi ambao walikuwa wanatoa mlalamishi kwamba kuna njama ya kuibwa kwa kura, na ni hali ambayo imepelekea kwa shughuli nzima katika kituo cha Matuga kusitishwa. Hadi kufikia sasa maafisa wa tume ya ABC wamekita kambi hapo, wagombea mbalimbali ikiwemo mgombea wa kiti cha ugavana Boga Hamadi Boga ako hapo, na pia Mwanyoa ambaye ni mgombea kiti cha ubunge, wote wamekita kambi hapo kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hiyo, swala hilo linaweza kusuluhishwa, na wamesema kwamba iwapo hawatoafikiana basi watalazimika kukataa matokeo ambayo yatakuwa yanatolewa katika kituo hicho, na pia watalazimika kufika kotini kuwasilisha kesi yao kuhusiana na majibu ambayo yatakuwa yanatolewa katika kituo hicho. Lakini hadi kufikia sasa wamesema kwamba tumewaacha wakiendelea na majadiliano kuhakikisha kwamba labda wataafikiana, lakini tutaweza kufuatilia taarifa hiyo kwa kina na kukujuza wakati labda kutakuwa na lolote ambalo linahitajika kuongelelewa, tutaweza kukujuza zaidi kuhusiana na swala hilo.
Asante sana Fatma, tutarudi kwako baadaye uweze kutupa takwimu zaidi, utuambie iwapo ni Fatma Achani au ni Boga Safi. Asante Fatma.
All right, so of course, allegations of voter bribery and of course rigging as well has been reported in different parts, again, including Kirinyaga, where again the exercise had to be halted for a while. Yeah. So it's interesting to see how tomorrow will actually pan out. Yeah. But right about now, we're crossing over to Starehe, where we have our very own Nina Shaban. So if Nina, you can hear us, let us know what happened.
So we are at Jamhuri High School, where this is the Tallying station, the Tallying center of Starehe constituency as a whole. There was some sort of unrest outside. We're now inside the room where the tallying is still ongoing. The returning officer has not disclosed how many tallying stations they've had so far, but the accusations out there and why there was an uproar is because there were cited 2 ballot boxes that had unmarked ballot papers. Now, due to the fact that they had unmarked ballot papers, that caused an uproar, and well, the police officers, or rather the men in blue, were able to notice the uproar, and the 2 ballot boxes that were being held by 4 random people, and I quote, random people, were actually taken out. The material, the fake material, has been taken into custody. Not sure, we have not confirmed what custody they have been taken under, but the 2 boxes that had unmarked ballot papers were taken into custody, and there are also 4 members of citizens who were also taken into custody. We'll be able to give you more information as the hours go by. Now we are in Starehe constituency and at Jamhuri High School, which is the tallying center of Starehe constituency.
All right, thank you very much, Nina Shaban, over there in Jamhuri, of course, Starehe constituency. Of course, just giving us an update on what exactly is happening. Remember, huge queues were actually witnessed throughout the day at the different tallying centers. And of course, like Fatma says, in some areas or in some constituencies, the exercise had to be halted pending, of course, a few issues here and there to be resolved. And like we promised, we have our reporters all across the country just to make sure that you do not miss a thing. But as at now, and of course, according to our platform, that is elections.nation.africa, the numbers are actually rising steadily, where up until now, Azimio's Raila Odinga is still maintaining the lead at 50.82% at exactly 4.9 million votes. And of course, followed by UDA's William Ruto at 48.51%, again representing 4.7 million votes. But of course, I'll be coming back very shortly with the numbers and of course what IEBC's figures also look like in just a moment. But for now, I'm going to throw you to Ben Kitili, of course, together with his panel. And Ben, I'm just curious because earlier on, of course, Tom Wolf was here, and one of the things that he said is that there's not going to be a runoff. So I'm really curious to find out how the panel feels about the same. Is there a possibility that we'll have a runoff or not?
Thank you, Winnie. We shall be getting to hear from the lady and gentleman in studio about what they think about the tallying process so far of the results, as we continue to keep an eye on what that portal by the IBC is saying. Remember, we are punching in those numbers from that from the Form 34A that have been downloaded from the IBC portal. We are at the Nation's Media Group. We are doing around slightly more than 31,155 polling stations out of the 46,229 polling stations. So we are slightly above halfway through this process. So we're not so far. We shall be knowing who the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya is in a few hours' time. How soon the IEBC will be taking to tabulate their numbers. Remember, they are the only entity that has been mandated by the Constitution to declare any results. We shall be also be taking a look at some of the other seats across the country, parliamentary, senatorial, and gubernatorial seats, where the IEBC officials have been able to announce the results. So I am joined in studio this morning by Professor Winnie Mitula, research professor, Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nairobi, and governance expert. Thank you, madam, for joining us again this morning.
Thank you.
We're also joined by Dismas Mokua, political risk analyst, to weigh in into some of those issues. Dismas, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the graveyard shifts. Prof told me not to call it the graveyard shifts.
Now we
This is
accept.
early morning shifts.
Building the nation.
Yes. So Dismas, let me begin with you. This process, where we are so far, Raila Odinga, like Winnie mentioned, according to our tally that has been scrolling here on NTV, Raila Odinga has polled 4,935,340. followed by, that is 50.80% of the total vote. We also have William Ruto on 4.7 million, 48.52%. We have Professor Jakoya on 43,169 votes. That is about 0.44% of the vote. And Waige Mwaure of Agano Party on 22,356. How would you describe the pace by which these Forms 34A have been tabulated by the various media houses, us included, and the pace at which Kenyans are getting to know who their next president will be?
Actually, in my view, I would say that Kenyans must learn to manage their expectations, because the only person or institution in Kenya with the capacity to do this tallying is IBC.
Right.
IBC has been created for this sole reason. They've been given huge budgets, up to 50 billion for this process, and they've got 5 years to prepare for this. So for some Kenyans, including the IBC chairman, to start casting aspersions on the ability of the media houses to tally these numbers, I find that one unacceptable, and it's probably an act of contempt, because that is the sole responsibility. The only reason why this portal is public is to manage Kenya's expectation and to cure the trust deficit. Because, in the past, Kenyans had no access to this data, they had no access to this form. So the reason why this is has not been made mandatory is for Kenyans to have access. So you cannot start comparing the pace of media houses in Kenya as well as IBC's capacity. I think that is unacceptable. And in any event, for IBC, who prepare for this process for 5 years, they've got 7 days to deliver on these assignments. How does he expect a media house whose core business is not telling numbers to do it in 50% of the time? So you should know that the sole responsibility is with IBC, and the only reason why media houses are doing this is for purposes of transparency, to ensure that there is no mischief. And also, Kenyans must manage the expectations and avoid going to funny social media handles, because what is happening right now, there is a very heavy fake news and alternative facts. There's a lot of propaganda. In fact, anybody with a smartphone today has become a source of news. You can just cook figures. You can pick figures from whatever, voodoo figures, and start forwarding it. And within a short space of time, people will take it to the bank. So in my view, people must learn to be patient, that the core business of IBC is going to be delivering this figure. However, I see a very high probability of this matter ending up in the Supreme Court. For instance, imagine that IBC gives a figure different from what Azimio is going to get, and Kenya Kwanza, as well as the media houses. Now there'll be the question, whose figures do we now believe? Is it IBC? Is it a Nation Media Group? Is it Azimio? Is it Kenya Kwanza? So there's a very high probability.
A little bird has been telling us that both two sides are already preparing for a court petition, an election petition.
Well, preparing for a court petition is a very good thing, because it's part of the healing process.
Right.
It gives you time to absorb the shock that you've lost or you've won before you go to the next level. And I think for me, it would be a very unwise presidential candidate who does not have lawyers or a team of experts looking at these figures. Because you see, there's too much information. IBC has given us too much information.
Right.
There's a lot of information on site that a majority of the people will not even see it. So it's important to have a dedicated team to start looking at, that these people, like Professor Mtula, are colleagues who are experts in statistics or numbers, who can look at the trends and tendencies and smell a rat. So I think those people, including ourselves, should be looking for these opportunities to smell a rat and present it to the campaign teams.
Yeah. All right. Prof, it is still a neck and neck affair since last night and in the morning. The numbers, it's still neck and neck between the two guys, even though the numbers are a bit advanced right now. We're talking about almost over 8 million votes that have been tallied so far. What sense are you getting from the latest numbers so far?
It's like it remained almost the same margin. I think it's varying 1 to 3, 1, 2 to 3, and it just been like it was. And I think the most confusing in all these is that, like when we left here in the morning with you, people, when they were seeing these scores, there are some people who had already given up that their candidates have lost. So you can imagine the level of ignorance around what's happening now. Yeah. Sometimes, based on what he's saying, I wonder why it didn't become reasonable for the media to attempt to do what they did with the presidential debate. I mean, imagine if a team was put together with a team of media that was doing this job, because I'm just looking at what it takes to do this crazy tallying that nobody seems to understand. Actually, instead of helping, is confusing the public, totally confusing the public. Now, when you combine it with Twitter, people are totally lost, where Twitter is already declaring people who have won, and there are several, and they win and lose.
Yeah.
And the channels are busy doing a real good job, but a very strenuous job. Is a job that a dedicated body that was given should do, but due to lack of trust, we do understand. We have decided to take it. I guess even observers are doing it. So there are so many sources. Actually, my worry right now is at the end of the day, let's take it that each will have a variance. They will all have variances. When IBC comes with its own and the nation has its own citizen, all of them have, what is going to happen next? Is each media house going to contest also to go to court? Or is the media going to work with?
So what IBC is saying is that in the portal at that IBC website, the forms 34A are all there.
They're all there,
all the 46,000 plus of them. So at the end of the day, whichever calculus, whichever
we
method you use,
expect all of you to have the same
figure.
But in the unlikely event,
and they are likely not to have the same figure.
That you don't have the same figure because it's the primary, it's the same source of primary information.
Yes.
Somebody may miss a comma or miss one form.
Or
when there's a variance, then it means that a special committee will be appointed, probably by the Supreme Court, to go through the entire process again. That's first. And then secondly, there's a very high chance of brand damage by the media houses. Because depending on how you are downloading these forms, unfortunately, there are some people who are beginning to say a particular media house is aligned, say, to Kenya Kwanza because Dr. Ruto is leading. One is aligned to Raila Odinga because Raila Odinga is leading. And, you know, this stems from what Professor is referring to as the ignorance of the voters, because for them, they don't understand the process. In any event, they don't have business understanding the process. They just want to get the numbers.
Who is winning? You know, who is winning is what they want.
Yeah, they just want to know the winner. So in my view, this gentleman by the name of Chebukati must stop treating Kenyans with contempt. And he must know that the primary responsibility is for him for 5 years to deliver on this job.
Do you know, Chebukati has not told these guys to tally. He didn't tell them to tally this thing. He's doing his job. He knows he has 1 week. He's made it very clear that now he thinks tomorrow or today or so tonight, he will start doing his job. And these others are also doing the job. So,
and according to him, it's still very early days because it's only day 3.
He has 7 days. And you people, you have how long?
Yes, but at the same time, you know, we're trying to make sure there's no vacuum. You know how Kenyans can be.
Sure.
Imagine if you were waiting for the IEBC to start streaming their Kenyans. I mean, for the last 32 hours or so, there will be so much tension and anxiety. So we just wanted to bridge that gap as much as we can before the IBC start releasing their results.
And I agree.
Which is why there in future the media houses must consider contracting a third person to do the tallying and supply all the media houses with the same information. Because it's now very clear that every media house wants to use these results as a competitive advantage. I'm sure right now there's competition that where the first one not going to hit the 100% mark.
That's where the business is, because like you can see, Nation Media Group, we are the fastest.
But now the question is, if you're competing, and you know that's a competitive advantage, it adds value to the brand, but will speed compromise accuracy? Because again, on the flip side, a certain media would be the first one to make a call, but what happens that it's the wrong call. You know, it will dilute the brand. People will no longer believe any news coming from that media house, which is where Kenyans must manage expectation. It's not for a bad reason that the chairman of IBC was given 7 days, because people understand the magnitude. And in my view, the people at Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, they must restrain and refrain from propaganda. Because now, if you go to social media, it's flooded by propaganda. I mean, it's as if these two campaign secretariats are competing on who is winning. You know, it's very interesting that a number of them were congratulating people for winning in a particular stream. You know, they're saying, congratulations, it's a wrap. And it's only in a stream. You know, when you get a giant from this campaign saying it's a wrap, then people begin to wonder, now, a wrap was, is it from a constituency? Is it from a county?
Yes.
Is it at a national level? And it's simply because, Ben, this explains to you the premium we place on winning an electoral office. I think it's just about the premium because everybody is worried. People have got an interest. They've anchored their future in particular candidates. So, for instance, if Mr. Raila Odinga doesn't win, there's a big number of people who are going to slide into depression. Some people have taken consumer loans. They've actually got an insurable interest in his win. So that if he doesn't win, then they'll be in a state of shock. And the same applies with Ruto. So I think people must learn to just manage the expectations. And such reducing this privilege is that MPs or elected leaders enjoy that make those positions very, 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 very attractive, which is why the decision by the Supreme Court on a CDF is very interesting. That members of the National Assembly will no longer control a CDF. Because you know that was part of the reason why most people ran for parliament, because they know there's a budget of about 137 million thereabouts that they can play around with.
Yeah. So, Prof, last night or this morning, early this morning, you predicted that we are going to a presidential runoff. Do you still maintain that?
I still see that runoff. There has been nothing to shift my mind about that because of this thing has been just, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. And this 1 to 3, dare get to 50.0 or 50, 51, a shock, back to 48. So I'm just thinking, and again, the way the media houses are now trying to explain it this afternoon up to this night, I like it a lot, trying to explain why there are those variances in media houses. Because the morning people were really concerned about this. And I kept telling my colleagues, the ones who ever asked me, that this is because it depends where one has begun, whether you are using alphabetical or whether you are just picking at random. And in any case, is how many have you also put there, because that is also not being told to us. There are how many, stations are already simulated. It's not being told. We are just being given the overall. So I still see a runoff. And I think if I was to have better time to look into the, strongholds and weak holds and whatever's and stimulate that, then maybe I might come up with no. So and so is still having a whole pool
but
waiting
so far,
somewhere.
The way you see it still.
It's I still see a runoff.
Yes, and our numbers, you're right. We have been throughout the day trying to explain.
It was very good. It's been very useful.
It is differing, and also we added to our tallies. If you see it at the bottom end of that string, we are showing this is numbers from 31,000 out of the 46,000. So it gives perspective. Improvement. It gives context to rather than just showing numbers.
Oh, numbers, those were terrible.
Dismas, what is your crystal ball telling you about how close this election is set to be? No,
I'd like to be conservative because I've not had a chance to socialize with these numbers from an objective perspective. And I don't have the guts of a professor here to say whether it's going to be a runoff. I'm a bit conservative. So it's important to wait maybe till we get up to around 75%. Then at that stage, you can start looking at the trends and, do scenario analysis and sensitivity analysis.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll let you be
it's only scholars who have guts to.
I think my guts is basically based on the margins that so far have been consistent. Usually we in elections we see quite good margin, but this one is almost getting to marginless sometimes.
Yes, it is a strange one. It is a new one.
It's a swing so. It keeps swing so.
It's like a pendulum.
All right. So let's focus on the election manager, the referee, IEBC. We have to keep them on the under focus all the time in this very important time. How have IEBC conducted themselves so far? In as far as they're not releasing anything, but of course they're telling us it's on the portal. They are issuing periodic statements. Are you satisfied?
I mean, let's start from 2017 elections, where the Supreme Court found that the presidential election, that the elections were marked by irregularities and illegalities. So based on that pronouncement, Mr. Chebukati was found to be an incompetent leader that he failed to deliver on his obligation. So it comes from a very poor setting, from a very poor law. And he's been trying to lift himself. And I think one of the key things was that there was no transparency in the entire process. So he's been able to address that transparency. So he's given Kenyans too much information that we are now even confused, that most of us have no capacity to even tally. And therein there could be mischief. If there's too much information that we are not able to pick the trends, as Professor suggested, there could be mischief. The number two, last time he had a challenge with the communications. He didn't have regular news conferences, but now he's having news conferences on a regular basis, which is a very good thing for managing stakeholders' expectations. So he's sort of creating those systems that people can actually understand what is happening. And then number three, what I found strange is that he's gotten some choirs from Tanzania to come and perform at Bomas. I don't know the rationale of that. I'm unable to understand. I don't know if he's following in the footsteps of Azimio La Umoja when they got another Tanzanian music. Or maybe, those are Christian choirs. So maybe he's preparing Kenyans for the healing process. And then, of course, finally, he's been very responsive. Wherever any party leader, a presidential candidate, or indeed anybody has requested for information, they've been forthcoming. And he's done it in a very professional manner. In the past, he would do it in a very casual manner, but he's done it in a very professional manner. So there's a very high probability that whoever Mr. Chebukati is going to declare as a president, Kenyans will take that word to the bank. Because now we can see all these systems, we see all the information. Probability of rigging this election is almost zero, anchored on the minor TI ruling. So I think he's inspired a lot of confidence. The only challenge is speed, which is 7 days. But Kenyans have become impatient. Now the world has come to, or rather, actually, Kenya has come to a standstill. Even some people from outside Kenya who want to have Zoom meetings with Kenyans, they're saying it's impossible. There is no traffic in the roads.
Nothing is going on until we have a new president.
Yeah. So which begs the question: how come elections in Kenya are so critical? Because in other parts of the world, when you're having an election, it's not even a public holiday. So you go work in the morning, in the middle of the day during your coffee break, you go cast your ballot. You don't see a policeman anywhere. You don't see a queue anywhere. I mean, it's a business as usual. But in Kenya, it's like a security process, which goes back to the earlier conversation that winning an electoral office is a factor of production. That's why people like Kenya Kwanza have been talking about state capture. That for a gentleman who can't afford a cup of coffee today, but at the moment he wins an electoral office, the following day he owns a 5-star hotel. I think that's the reason why there's a lot of interest in the outcome.
All right. Away from that, do you think it's a good or bad thing that elections are such huge affairs in this country for Kenyans, for the voters, that for the past 2 days nothing has been ongoing? People are, in fact, Kenyans were giving a public holiday. I tried to access the barber shop yesterday and I couldn't find one. The mall was completely closed. Is it a good or bad thing that Kenyans are switched on and in touch with their democratic process?
Actually, the same thing happened to me. I was looking for a barber shop. I went to 3 outlets and there was nobody. There was nobody inside. I think it's a very bad idea. Having an election should be a normal occurrence. It should be a public holiday, but a business shouldn't come to a standstill on the day you're having an election or even 2 days after. Okay, having a public holiday is okay. Because again, for some reason, majority of Kenyans who stay in Nairobi, say they come from Kisii, Murang'a, Mandera, they want to vote back in the village. So it's useful to have a public holiday so that people can go back to the villages. But now having the entire nation come to a standstill for a week, I think it's a bad practice that we must run away from.
Prof, why do people go to the village to vote, yet you live in the city?
But first of all, we don't have a week holiday. We have only 1 day holiday. And then institutions have decided to do it as they wish because they've taken the context, the existing context of this country, in that we are both rural and urban. We transit in between the two. They know that people may have been transferred. They may not be living where they are. And that's also attached to the electoral process and electoral management, in that our design is a design where you do it 1 day and you do it manual and all those. If we were to go totally electronic, We could do this voting anywhere in our offices, in our rooms. You just need your 5 minutes in your office at a corner, you are done. But so long as the structure remains what it is, that is 1 day and it is manual, then we will definitely have to take longer, but not a week. Not a week, not a week. The 2-3 days, I think, is acceptable for those who work away from their stations. If you work in Nairobi, 1 day is enough. But if you work out of Nairobi, then you need to travel and back. So maybe max 3 days. So to that extent, I think that's okay. But then when you ask about must people go rural, it's very problematic, that thinking. Because, you know, we know that if you invest in the rural and you invest in the urban, then you have interest in both. So if you have in both, because representation is all about taking care of your interest and your whatever, somebody who can represent your interest well. So it means you can be represented both. And in that case, I think you can only vote in one. So I think if you are urban, you should just vote in urban. But the most unfortunate thing is that most of us don't even know our local representatives. If I ask you about your assembly, member of assembly, his name, you may not know, or how many contested this time in where you live, you will not be able, but you will be able to talk about the senator, a governor, president, and all that. So we are even not very passionate about our local context, which is very problematic. So even when you hear in the whole all media houses are talking about participation, people are not involved, all this song about participation and people are not involved. You know, people being involved is really taking that interest. If we are not interested even in our member of county assembly, we don't even know who are the competing ones. And I had a lot of people yesterday, including my own daughter, telling me that list of MCA. How are we expected to read it? She was telling me. How are we expected to even know all those people? I said, those people we should know all of them because they are the ones competing. Because
they're the closest to you as a voter. The
exactly,
MCA,
exactly.
Yeah, but then again, part of the reason why we like to vote in our villages, it's some sort of social insurance. Because if you don't go to vote in the village, there's going to be a roll call taken. So the local villagers will want to establish as somebody's son or somebody's daughter come to the village. Now, if you don't engage in those social activities, if you have a wedding or a funeral or a social event, the girl was just won elections, may not even give you support. So you may be penalized for that. That's the reason why people have got an incentive to go to the village, and then they make noise about it. They go to the top of the mountain that I've arrived, I've cast my ballot, then they come back to Nairobi as a social insurance strategy.
All right. Interesting. We are keeping an eye on this. Of course, there has been the issue of the voter turnout that we did talk about early this morning. But when the IEBC chairperson of Fulton Bugatti addressed the nation this afternoon, he gave different numbers, and he said that according to the KIMS kits that have been so far tallied, 65.4%, saying this is likely to go higher depending on the people who voted manually. That is improving, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's where I was expecting it when we were at 54, 56, and we were still really getting it right. I thought it will get to about 60, 62. So
is that good enough?
It's not good enough, but it's a bit better. This 56 was quite disappointing yesterday. That was too low. It's not good compared to other previous elections. It's not good, but at least it's not 50.
All right.
Yeah, it passes some good threshold. 60, 65 is not as bad as 54. Yeah.
How do you rate the voter turnout so far? The number that we have from IEBC is 65.4% compared to the last election.
Well, I think it's deplorable. It's unacceptable when you compare to the last election. But now when you break it into various regions, like for instance, when you go to Mount Kenya, then it's much lower, which makes one raise fundamental questions. How come there is a voter apathy? And now when you start looking at many variables, the first one may come, maybe is the quality of candidates who've presented themselves for these offices. So there are a number of people who look at the presidential candidates, or the candidates for Senate, governor, all these positions. Then they say among all these none fits the bill. So they do not show up. Like for instance, for Mount Kenya, a number of my friends told me they didn't go to cast their ballots because whatever the outcome, they know their son or daughter is going to be the deputy president. So they don't even have an incentive to vote. And others from Mount Kenya even said that, wait a minute, last time we woke up early in the morning, Kumira, we voted for President Kenyatta, but we do not see tangible benefits coming to our hands. Then the second one would be the cost. If you still live in Nairobi and you come from Elwak, Mandera, or you come from Kuria, then you may need to travel to the village. It would cost you as much as 10,000 to go to the village and back if you're using public transport. Now, people would say, this cost is a bit too much. Do I really need to go back to the village because of this? Which begs a fundamental question. Every Kenyan with a smartphone can do money transactions using these apps.
Yes.
How come, as a nation, we have not put together an app that we can use to vote? So that we say we are going to vote on the 10th day of whichever month it is, and we are given, say, 6 hours. Because I think it's possible. If a bright Kenyan came up with these applications, I don't want to mention their name because you may accuse me of brand positioning, but came up with an application. Why can't we build an application for voting purposes and get some bright Kenyans, some bright chaps to ensure that it's secure so that we don't need to spend hours on end? You know, the way it happens in France, I mean, they don't use an app, but the way it happens in France is people vote the entire day, and around 7 o'clock, the local time, all the results are out. But now for us, we have to wait for 7 days on end because of trust issues, because of all these kind of things. Yeah,
some of those servers are housed in France.
We are doing it incrementally. So the Kim's kit is a first level of attracting us, and you can see how controversial it has been. So this is the first level. If we move through this one, we should really get an app, as you are saying. In fact, to hear that people have to vote manual in this current year and see those long, you know, they could hardly pluck them off.
But Professor, when you were coming up with these mobile money applications,
yes,
we leapfrogged. We didn't say, okay, let's go gradual process. They got debits.
You see, this is an investment. You know, electing political leaders is an investment. It seems to be an investment in Kenya, a big investment. So. With an investment, people are very cautious about whether this investment is going to be destroyed by a new application. So we will have to socialize people gradually. And I see this Kim's kit as one of the first steps. If in another for example, next election, it would be good if we have somebody who is brave enough, a champion, who can convince those two houses, Parliament and the Senate, that this is a good practice. Because these guys, they would never pass what they don't like. You know,
or
the Senate or what they don't understand.
All right, let's stay with the voting. Let's turn our attention to the voting process. From the incidents we have been able to hear of the voting process compared to other elections, Prof, what do you make of the voting process as conducted by IEBC and as we have seen in the past bad manners by both Kenyans and leaders? What is your overall
I think my
judgment?
overall assessment, I've said the voting process was good, but with hitches. It's not excellent, it's not very good, but it was good. In that there were less violence, there was order in most of the polling stations, and the staff of the IEBC were friendly. I have heard this from a number, and I also saw it. They were friendly, they were helpful. We've even seen them, some of them even holding babies for mothers to vote. They were very responsive, very friendly, and a different crop like we saw them years back. So to that extent, that was very good. But all these things, again, back to technology, my colleague, this technology thing was a big problem. You know, the Kim's kit was a big problem. It was either so slow or it either couldn't pick. And I hear in the rural, it was even worse. I have heard relatives saying the elderly, my grannies are to be just kept on the sideline to wait, to keep trying. And I had one of the best jokes this morning that one of them had to be told to go and stay a bit in the sun because whether that would pump up the blood, I don't know, but the fingers couldn't just be picked. Okay. So it was quite a challenge. And we know there are some people who just didn't manage to vote at all because they were neither in the manual or in the electronic. So I think those were really big hitches. And then the worst one is this issue of having, positions that just couldn't be effected, like the 2 governor positions and a few members
Kakamega
of
and
parliament.
Mombasa.
Yeah, those are really, really unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. A one-off incident might be count, but this is quite a number. And then even the other place where they were voting up to today, this morning.
Right.
And another one, I think, was voting when we were rolling here last night, still in the night voting. Now the question about those hitches is, for example, how many people waited to vote up to 1 or midnight? That is really disfranchising people. I'm sure there are people who couldn't wait to vote, or those who were told to wait on the side for this kit to work and waited like 2, 3, 4 hours. They did, because they were determined to vote. But how many can now, knowing the voter apathy that we've talked about, how many can offer to wait that long? So we really lost votes also. And we must say that because of these hitches, they have definitely contributed to the less voter, what we are seeing as a voter turnout. Some of it could have been a turnout that was turned back. So you have to see it in 2 ways.
So to speak.
Yeah.
All right, Dismas, you mentioned about the 2017 election in that Supreme Court ruling where it was said to have been marred by irregularities and illegalities, and some of those were in the voting process and the subsequent processes. What do you make of the process so far from what you've seen?
Well, like for instance, when you talk about the situation of cancelling the votes in Mombasa and Kakamega, that is unacceptable. Because when you look at absolute numbers, you'd say that we had elections in 95% of the counties. But the fellas in Mombasa and Kakamega did not vote for their governor. One would easily say that, I mean, if you go to the extreme side, one would easily say that is a voter suppression strategy. That there was a deliberate effort to ensure that these people do not cast ballots in favor of their governor. And we need to ask ourselves that who is the likely beneficiary of that? And did it happen by design, or it was just default? That is number one. Then number two, when you have IBC saying that we are not going to have elections on account of ballots, one would have expected that IBC would engage in very solid quality control. It was very disappointing for one of the commissioners to say that we're going to reschedule the elections, and in any event, it's not our mistake. It's the printer's mistake. How does the IBC shift responsibility of the ballots to the printers? And I recall a few days ago, they got a high-powered team to go to Greece to go to that factory. So one wonders, these guys from the political parties as well as IBC, what were they doing in that factory if they did not pick out? Was there any sampling to establish that this is the way the ballots are supposed to appear? And then the third question, who is going to compensate these candidates? Because they're going to incur extra costs. Because, you know, for them, I mean, doing a campaign is a very expensive affair. So you've done your campaign, your budgets are supposed to take you to a particular point, and then you're told you're going to begin all over. So for these encumbrances, I think IBC should have been more accommodative, even offer an apology. But you know, now I saw him, one of the commissioners waving his hand and saying, it's not our fault, it's IBC. So you see, there's nobody within IBC who wants to take liability or responsibility for their mischief. But outside those statistics, overall, I think IBC has done a very good job, because people are not in the streets complaining. The agents generally are happy. Candidates are generally happy, apart from the suspense of 7 days.
All right. So we are keeping an eye on some of these. Apart from the race to the highest office in the land, the presidential tally, we are also keeping an eye on the other seats across the country that have already been declared by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. They have been scrolling at the bottom end of your screen there. Some of them we've gone through, some of them that have already been given by the IBC. Let me just go through them very, very quickly. Of course, we have Opio Wandai has been re-elected for the third time, I believe, in Ugunja in the county of Siaya. We have in Moiben constituency, that is in the county of Uasin Gishu, Phyllis Barcho, Professor Philip Barcho from the academia world has come in and bundled out the two-time MP that was there, the incumbent, that is Silas Tiren. In Mukurweini, in the county of Nyeri, John Kagushia, the former Speaker of the County Assembly, has won that seat on a UDA ticket. That is, of course, in the county of Nyeri. We also have in Bomet East, in the county of Bomet, another of those William Ruto strongholds. Richard Yego has been elected, is an MP-elect for Bomet East on a UDA ticket. Going back to the county of Nyeri, in Kieni constituency, the constituency that have been represented in the National Assembly by the Honorable Kanini Kega, as Kanini Kega has lost that seat to Wainaina Njoroge, that is Kieni in the county of Nyeri. That is one of the big surprises so far from the numbers that have been tallied so far. Kanini Kega losing that seat. We also have Millie Odhiambo has won a re-election in Suba North in the county of Homa Bay. She has won that seat on an ODM ticket. Remember, Homa Bay County is one of those very closely contested, especially the gubernatorial race. And NTV's Brian Obuya has been keeping us abreast on what's happening there. By the daybreak, we believe we should be getting to know who may be the leaders, the various constituencies, and of course the gubernatorial race, where it is, which way it is going. We also have Marianne Keitan, a former chief of staff in the office of the deputy president, has won the Aldai parliamentary seat on a UDA ticket. She will be a first-time member of the National Assembly in the 13th Parliament. In Baringo Central, a constituency that was represented in the National Assembly by the late President Daniel Arap Moi, has been won by one Joshua Kandie. Remember, it has been a battle, pundit saying, between KANU and UDA. The UDA candidate, Joshua Kandie, has taken that seat that has been announced by the IBC. He is the MP-elect. He's a winner of Baringo Central. In the county of Kirinyaga, George Masharia Karaoke is the MP-elect. He has been elected on a UDA ticket, that is Ndia constituency. And of course, we have Julius Meli, MP-elect for Tinderet, again on a UDA ticket. And some that have just come in the last few minutes. Tom Odege has been elected as MP for Nyatike constituency in the county of Migori. And in the county of Kisumu, James Nyikal has been re-elected as the MP for Seme in the county of Kisumu. Those are just some of the, we are working to see, to get those results as soon as the county and the constituency returning officers announce those results. We are keeping an eye on those. And our team of journalists is still keeping an eye on this for us. Some of them still awake, trying to follow up what is happening, where they are. Many of these polling stations and tallying centers, rather, are right now not active. We have been able to take a look at some of them, and many of those IBC officials and the observers and the agents by the various political parties, and of course the media teams are, getting some rest for a few hours before they come up again at daybreak to be able to see if they will be able to get all the votes tallied. Let's take you quickly to the county of Uasin Gishu, where we have been pitching camp in several places. NTV's Lois Wangoi has been trying to move around and crisscross that county across those 6 constituencies to tell us what has been happening. Lois.
Good morning, Ben, and good morning, Winnie. Good to see all of you. We are still keeping with the after voting day here in the county of Uasin Gishu, and tonight we come to you live from Keses constituency. This is a constituency among 5 others that comprise Uasin Gishu County. Keses had slightly above 74,000 registered voters, and where we are is the constituency's main tallying center, and from here we can get some numbers that have been tallied. This is for the member of parliament seat, and I just want to give you the numbers. Remember, this is a an official communication because the returning officer here knows these tallying came into the night or into this morning, and they're hoping to do it later on in the day, perhaps anything between 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. But so far, we had two contenders. The sitting member of Parliament, Dr. Swarup Mishra, who made an attempt to defend his seat under an independent candidate, and UDA's Julius Ruto. As it is with many independent candidates here in the county of Uasin Gishu, Dr. Swarup Mishra did not manage to convince the electorate of Keses to continue having him sit in parliament as their member of parliament. And I just want to give you the numbers. At a racecourse polling station, Julius Ruto gathered 4,445 votes. Mishra would get 7,538. At Cheptiret Kipchama Ward, Julius Ruto of the UDA party gathered 7,022 votes, while Dr. Swarup Mishra gathered 3,386 votes. At Tuluet Chuyat, Julius Ruto gathered 10,884 votes, while Mishra managed 3,809 votes. At Tarakwa, Julius Ruto got 7,119 votes at Tarakwa Ward, while Mishra managed 4,004 votes. In total, Julius Ruto has managed 29,470 votes against Dr. Swarup Mishra's 19,087. That goes to show Julius Ruto of the UDA party has beat Dr. Swarup Mishra for the Keses parliamentary seat by around 10,383 votes. I want to repeat, Ben and Winnie, this is still an official communication, and we will be here later in the day when the returning officer makes these declarations and pronounces Julius Ruto as the winner of that parliamentary seat. Elsewhere in the constituencies of Tarbo, we understand tallying also continued late into the night and into this morning, and so we are not able to come to you with the official result, but we understand that UDA's nominee for that particular seat, Madam Janet Sitiene, who is the current member of parliament and who came into office under an independent ticket, has gathered impressive numbers. And that is the lady to look out for. And I think she's the only other lady, if everything goes as has been tallied tonight, to clinch a member of parliament seat in the county of Uasin Gishu. In Kapsaret constituency, rather. Yes, in Kapsaret constituency, the sitting member of parliament, Oscar Sudi, has successfully, I would say, but not yet officially, been named as the member of parliament elect for the Kapsaret constituency. Also, the returning officer there said they had reconciled most of the matters, but asked for more time for them to release those results, and we expect them later in the day. But that goes to say that Oscar Sudi has sort of cleared a great difference between him and second incoming, an independent candidate, Franklin Morgor. So in many of the polling stations that we visited tonight and into this morning, we did establish that most of the Form 34As were duly filled by the presiding officers at different polling stations, and later those documents are moved to the constituency tallying center, like where we are now. This is the tallying center, the constituency tallying center of Keses constituency, and the returning officer did announce the results from different polling stations. From there, a sum of all the votes from the polling station is being done, and the figure realized is filled in Form 34B, 35B, 36 to 39. That is pretty much the activity that is happening in many constituency tallying centers here in Uasin Gishu County, but in Moiben constituency, as we talk, we understand that the county returning officer there is making attempts to release the results for the member of parliament seat and for the members of the county assembly. Later on, we'll be leaving you with those pictures and sounds of how that went down at Chebisa Secondary School, which is the constituency's main tallying center. So from there, I would say that there's a lot of reconciliation to do, and most of the party agents, election observers, and also journalists are now following with the needed forms from the county, from the constituency returning officers, and all the way to the county returning officers. The constituency returning officers, the arrows here can only declare the member of parliament seat and also for the MCA seat. But later, for the gubernatorial seat, senatorial, and women representative, these can only be confirmed in tallying yet again, and then announced, or the winners made public or announced by the constituency returning officer. And of course, for the presidential vote, all the tallied Form 34Bs are taken to Nairobi by the different returning officers, and they get to the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center, and then they are in the safe hands of IBC Chair Wafula Chebukati for him to reconcile and give an update on the same. So that is pretty much what we are expecting from the county of Uasin Gishu. It has been calm and quiet on this day where the voting and tallying of voter material has been going on, but just to say, it is a yellow affair in the county of Uasin Gishu. What we have seen from the presidential seat down to the members of county assemblies is that everyone, almost everyone, who's clinched themselves the seats, of course, unofficially, as we expect the official results tomorrow, is won under a UDA ticket. On the presidential ballot, of course, most of the support going towards a Deputy President William Ruto, the son of the soil from the North Rift, and this is something that we'll also be keeping in tabs. Members of the county of Uasin Gishu are keenly following this one. It is a battle between him and Azimio la Umoja's Raila Odinga, and here at NTV we continue to stream the numbers as they come in, and the residents continue to follow. So I think we'll catch up later in the course of the day when we come with the announcements of the winners and losers at the members of parliament seat and the members of the county assemblies. This will be done at the county tallying centers, and later on we will be coming to you with the gubernatorial, senatorial, and women representative results. This will be done at the top tallying center here in Uasin Gishu County, which is placed at Kapsaret constituency at the Eldoret National Polytechnic. So we want to take it back to you now in Nairobi, and we'll be coming back to you much later in the day, perhaps with the winners and the losers, but from an official point of view from the IEBC officials' announcements here in the county of Uasin Gishu.
Thank you, Lois. Lois Wangoi there, coming to us from the county of Uasin Gishu. Go and get some rest. We shall be coming to you at daybreak, see if we can get some of those county tallies, especially the county seats, the woman rep, the senatorial seat, as well as the gubernatorial race from the county of Uasin Gishu. If you can touch on that real quick, Dismas. We have seen some results from a few parliamentary units there. And a trend that we have seen is that there's a number of MPs, incumbent MPs, who were referred to as the Rift Rebels, that they were going against the UDA grain in the deputy president's home turf, including Swarup Mishra, Kiprop Mishra, the MP for the outgoing MP for Keses. He has been defeated. He vied on as an independent candidate. We have Silas Tiren of Moiben. He has been a rebel against the DP's politics for quite a while. He was a two-term member of parliament. We have also Nandi Hills MP, outgoing Alfred Keter. All of these have lost their seats to UDA candidates. What do you make of that trend?
Well, you know, one gets very disappointed that you've got high quality members of the National Assembly. Actually, indeed, high quality leaders in all the elective seats who have suffered because of 6-place voting. Because Mr. William Ruto went back to his village and he said that I need numbers in the Council of Governors, in the county assemblies, in the National Assembly and Senate. Please elect UDA members, give them power.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing which Raila Odinga did, that I need more Azimio troops. So if there's somebody who is running as an independent, please do not entertain their interests. And as a result, a high quality leader like Dr. Mishra has lost that position. And if you look at what Dr. Mishra has been able to do for the constituency, he's among the few people actually who gave a report card of what they've done during the last 5 years. And his leadership trajectory, the project he has implemented is very, very impressive. Actually, one would easily venture and say that he's a model member of the National Assembly. But because he decided to run as an independent, he has suffered as a result of the wave. Now, you would understand where Dr. Mishra is coming from, that I want to run as an independent. I don't want to align myself with any political group, Kenya Kwanza, nor Azimio, because I want to serve my people. But the dominant player in the region, he wants troops in the National Assembly, Senate, and Council of Governors to assist him execute his political agenda and his legislative agenda. So as a result, he has suffered. But in my view now, the bigger picture is we need to ask ourselves, why do we have people looking at that route of running as an independent? It's for several reasons. There are, number one, the political parties. In good part, they are special purpose vehicles. There is no democracy. In most of these political parties, there's no democracy. So that the word of the party leader is as good as law. I know many people wanted to run, say, on ODM in Nairobi, including in Langata, that they were not given the opportunity to participate in that process. So as a result, people would say, because I want my name to be on the ballot, I'm not even going to participate in the party primaries. I'll go straight and run as an independent.
There are those who say that sometimes it is the party looks at the more popular candidate, that some of those candidates who run away from the political parties and run as independents are not, not very popular on the ground. That's why.
Not true.
Because then why are they?
Professor is very quick to say it's not true.
Yeah.
Not true.
All right.
It's not true. I think they are popular. It's more of who the party has felt close enough to and gotten used to. And I think parties are also failing to broaden their scope, because they may think Winnie is very competent and they would like to have me around. But at one point, they may not know how useful you can be to them, even better than me.
Yeah.
So they're really not getting out of that jacket to try out others. So once they bring this kitchen cabinet around them of fiefdom, so that fiefdom is protected. And even those that are being protected protect themselves. It's self-serving. And then they block others from penetrating this. So if they were to be one, objective and transparent and democratic, they would just say, okay, a pool of you want. And then it's made very competitive. But even the losers in that pool of 5 or 3 who are competitive, you don't lose them. You negotiate after you've given them a fair trial.
Right.
But what we saw is people being persuaded not to try to compete, which beats the purpose of democracy. So they ought to have been given a chance to try, but they're equally all good. Then you find 4 have not made it, but have not made it fairly. So you still look for where they can fit within the party. Whether you are promising them some other task, they could be a section in the party or so.
So all these are part of a party's processes.
It's a party process, yeah. It's a party process, but being independent is not necessarily a choice. This is what we know. It's not a choice. Most of those people who get to be independent is because of their seeing that they'll not be given equal opportunity. So they opt to be independent. Nobody likes to be independent. But the unfortunate thing is we are almost going to have a party called independent in this country.
Right.
They are coming up many. They are going to come up very.
But then again, once they get into parliament, they lean
they gel.
one side
They
or
will
the
gel.
other.
And in any case, this parliament we are going to have this time, whoever wins, it doesn't matter. They have to just form other new alliances, like I told you last time, coalition. I don't know whether they'll call it coalition, but they will have to make friends somehow to make things work.
All right.
You see, part of the reason why a number of people given direct nominations is if you've been financing this political party, you are known to be a donor. On account of your bank balance, you'll be given a direct ticket. On account of your sycophancy, you'll be given a direct ticket. On account of your relationship with the party leader, because we understand that, and you know this is in the public space, there are some party leaders give their girlfriends or boyfriends those direct nominations. So that has got nothing to do with meritocracy and competence. One would have expected that these party leaders, if they're saying that they need special talent, and for instance, if you want to address the issue of public debt, then you'd give direct tickets to experts in public debt, so that you flood the National Assembly and Senate with experts in public debt. If you want to improve on, say, corruption, maybe you give direct tickets to people who've got special skills on corruption. But here what happens is that names just drop from nowhere and they get those direct tickets. And also these people who run as independents, they must be given their due protection and recognition, because you know the constitution allows it creates that position. So they must not be, people shouldn't look at them as outcasts. It's simply because they do not trust these political party leaders.
It is the politicians who look at them like that, who feel don't like if you've been an independent. In fact, the campaigns down have been very bad about independent candidates. But as citizens, we feel very good that they went independent. I do, because I mean, what am I expected to do when I'm competent and you can't give me a chance? I have to look for a way, and that was the rationale and the, you know, of the constitution and the provision for being an independent candidate.
On the flip side,
yes, just a quick one. Invariably, if you're an independent from an ODM region, when you go to the National Assembly, most of them actually attend ODM parliamentary group meetings. If you come from an UDA stronghold, they join those groups, they become members of their parliamentary group meetings. So sometimes these people run away from these political parties, not on their own choice, but because they don't trust the leadership and they do not trust the party primaries. But as soon as they go to the National Assembly or Senate, they find home. They want to align with those political parties and their leaders.
All right. To a certain degree, do you, Prof, get where some of these party leaders are coming from in terms of they're looking for numbers? Politics is a game of numbers.
Yeah.
If you go to parliament, whether you win, if you win the presidency and you don't have numbers in parliament, you're going to struggle to make any legislation or move anything. Do you understand sometimes where they're coming from to make sure they have a strong contingent?
Yeah, I get that, and that is not negated by this confusion they bring in primaries. The two are totally different, because you can still get the people who give you the numbers by making the process a bit open.
Okay.
So I think the two are separate, but when we look at why they must have people that they can trust, is that if they go there, they can just be lame ducks, you know? Like if you're a president and you have very few people, or few people who can vote even for your policies, and policies is all that we do. That is a critical thing. And the policy is passed by consensus, by people discussing, by having the vote at the end of the day. So if you don't have a good team behind you, or if you don't go and form alliances after you split up, like this is likely to split up, that whoever wins this particular election is not going to have any, is not going to be dominant. They'll have to work it out now if they have to really pursue. And you see, if you look at the manifestos, these are very strong manifestos. You know, a very strong manifesto from the Kenya Kwanza and a strong one from Azimio. So such strong manifestos, and each side has dismissed each other of not having it right. So you go and find that those are the crops that now you have. You have the other crop and you have your crop. So for you to really get anything meaningful in that parliament or Senate, you have to play a new game. After next week. They will begin playing new games.
This was?
When I had an interaction with a friend from Tanzania, and he gave me a powerful Swahili saying.
Yes.
He said, siasa haina msimamo, fuata upepo. So I think now this is the challenge of people who decide to run as independents, because you know they have a position on issues, and that's the reason why they suffer. So if they follow this saying from Tanzania, that siasa haina msimamo, fuata upepo, then they would have no problem. They would align with their party leaders' interests, and they will not even participate in the party primaries. They'll be given a direct ticket. So maybe they need to consider siasa ina msimamo, fuata upepo.
All right.
I like that.
All right. So as we continue to keep that's interesting from Tanzania.
That one.
As we continue to keep an eye on some of these results that are coming in and that we're able to analyze them, away from the North Rift, from the Rift area, we have seen some results from the Nyanza region. We have seen a couple of them from the county of Siaya, Piondai winning in Ogunja. We've seen Atandi winning in Songa, and James Nikal winning in Seme, Tomodege and Nyatike. So all these are ODM. They are ODM members of parliament elects, Prof. And we, like Dismas was saying the other time, we did see some kind of issues coming from that part of the country where Raila Odinga wanted troops, and he was telling the people that, look, vote for ODM, 6-piece. And it brought some issues, especially in Siaya and Homa Bay, where some of those people, we have quite a number of smaller parties and independent candidates, like we're having in Homa Bay between Evans Kidero and Gladys Wanga. How would you, Prof, I can begin with you. How would you assess that dicey situation between a very dominant political party for some years and smaller parties and independent candidates? Is this democracy on trial?
It is not democracy on trial. It's democracy. It's democracy because if you think that the party you belong to does not articulate what you think should be the vision, you can articulate yours. But these particular ones that we have in Kenya is not arising from that issue of articulation of interest or vision. Is more of failure to be brought in, because this, if you look at the ones that we are reading, like the Wandai one, I think those are the people who could have been likely been independent or been left out at one point or the other. So you can find that a lot of people that don't qualify in the primaries tend now to join these smaller parties. It's always their fallback to join those parties so that they have a frame of reference. And if you're on the ground during the campaigns, you can hear people saying that the big vote is there. I'm not touching on the big vote, which again tells you that already they are agreeing that they belong to the mother party, but they've come as independent now because they need to secure their space. But they believe in the bigger, either regional or if they have a patron, they believe in the patron's way of things. But to secure themselves, they've shifted to being independent or have gone to the smaller parties that have quite now, people are always ready with them. So if you are going to be struggling, you can always go to a smaller party. Even when you want to be a president, you can go and pick another party and frame it up.
All right, and I don't know if we can take a look at some of those county numbers. If my director can just patch some of them as we talk about this month. Such altercations between the bigger political parties like ODM and the smaller political parties. We have a party called MDG, which already has a member of parliament that has been declared by the IBC, and independent candidates. What is that? What are those struggles likely to mean for the presidential candidate that is Raila Odinga for the national tally?
Yeah, for Azimio, the dynamics were that there were three major shareholders: ODM, Wiper, and Jubilee, and then there were smaller ones. On the last count, there were about 26 parties under Azimio. Now, President Kenyatta declared that he wanted Jubilee to have a lion's share of elected leaders under the Azimio framework. Obviously, that one now has been, the people in Mount Kenya have rejected that proposal because I think Mount Kenya is largely UDA. But he wanted to have a large number of elected leaders so that he can have his influence within the political party. I think it's for that reason also Raila Odinga indicated that I'd like a 6-piece voting. Now, for him, 6-piece voting was not Azimio. He actually wanted ODM members so that when he goes back to negotiate, even for the political party's fund, he can get a lion's share. Now, that made all these other members of Azimio very nervous because outside having ODM members running in predominantly ODM strongholds, you had DAP, you had MDG, you had Wiper, you had all these other political parties. And now people were running for those parties. They're the ones who became nervous, who said that we are part of Azimio. For you as a presidential candidate, stay focused on the presidency. leave us to fight our battles down here. Which was a very good idea, because when you have many of these people from multiple parties campaigning, they will get their voters to turn out to come and vote for themselves, but also at the presidential level, so you will benefit. There was nothing wrong in having all these people campaign for the presidency, but you'd understand where Raila Odinga is coming from. That he also wants to have many troops in the National Assembly and the Senate, so that they can even assist him get a position, maybe Speaker in the National Assembly or Senate. Because as it stands right now, it seems the case that UDA will have the single biggest block of elected members, both in the National Assembly and the Senate. And I'm actually seeing some reports that Kenya Kwanza is likely to have a majority in the Senate. So they'll have a head start in determining the legislative agenda of the Senate.
All right, so that is the Nyanza region. Let's take a look at the Western Kenya region, which has been a very important stronghold in terms of votes for the ODM presidential, the ODM leader, the Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga. And we have seen over the last 4 or 5 years the DP William Ruto making a lot of visits to that county. Let's take a look at the county of Bungoma, for example, where in the last election, in the last parliament, we saw a number of MPs on the Jubilee party. All right, so so for example, Bungoma, from the polling station that have so far been tallied, we are seeing the deputy president, tallying 30-40%. How is that likely to affect this national tally? From what you can tell, even as we wait for the other, this is just from like 50-60% of the polling stations.
I see it has an effect, because I think Bungoma has always been a strong Raila place. And now I think he has, is it 40-something to 50-something? That split.
Yes.
He is the number 2 running. Definitely, there are a number of such. They are going to have an effect on tallying, definitely, because otherwise, for example, if you were to imagine that the Mudavadis, the Wetangulas were in Azimio, the equation would be very different right now. Totally different. Yeah, we can't take it for granted. Of course, we see other places good for Azimio, like Vihiga, looks pretty good. It's like all positions were taken up by Azimio, ODM, which is really lucky for Azimio. But the others, it's Kakamega is also good. Kakamega, I think, also got, but
yeah, Kakamega.
Yeah. I think Bungoma is really the worst,
Yes.
and Bungoma is a very elitist zone, isn't it?
Yes, because
normally, it's a very elitist zone. You better talk about it.
I think, when you go back to 2017, how President Kenyatta and Ruto secured the presidency was having a firm grip on Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. They considered those to be their core bases, and then they wanted to penetrate other areas, which were firmly in the Raila Odinga matrix. But as William Ruto started his campaign, he knew that he may not get 100% of the Mount Kenya votes, and converted the Raila Odinga strongholds to the battlegrounds. And I think one of the biggest mistakes Raila Odinga did was to let Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula bolt out of his stable. Because a place like Bungoma, which was rightly in his matrix, all of a sudden becomes a battleground. If Ruto can get just 30% from Western Kenya, that is a big boost, because ordinarily it's supposed to be 100% for Raila Odinga. The same happens for the eastern part of Kenya, the Ukambani. If Ruto gets even 30%, that is a big boost, because ordinarily it's supposed to be 100% for Raila Odinga, and even in the coast. So I suspect that there was a lapse in judgment when the leadership of Azimio did not work hard to retain Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula in their mix. Because, this election, as we have said, is going to be 50% plus 1. So when you allow two powerful leaders to move out and they move with their masses, then it becomes a tragedy.
I like that. So you don't allow them. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. They would have loved, I think, Azimio or ODM or Raila would have loved to keep them. You see how the Kalonzo was a struggle. Eventually, he was looped. But
if you had capacity to retain Kalonzo, you should have deployed the same capacity to retain Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula.
Maybe he lost out.
All right, and also when you still look at Western Kenya, there was that promise or something that has been doing the rounds on social media that the two leaders in Kenya Kwanza, Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi, were given a target of, is it 30%? Is it 30 or 70?
70% to get 30%.
To deliver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that they can get
30%.
How do you see that going so far? Even as we wait to see more of these polling stations,
You know,
are they getting anywhere near?
You know, we haven't seen the full numbers, but at least in Bungoma, you see there is considerable effort. I mean, the people are going towards Ruto's side, even from Vihiga, even from Musalia's polling station. I think he secured 76. Yeah, it's 76%. Yeah, but the same cannot be said of Martha Karua. The same cannot be said of President Kenyatta. I mean, in President Kenyatta's polling station, I think it's called Mutomo. The delivery was not as good, and even Martha Karua. And you know, when you're given these targets, it's not necessarily the case that you must hit the target, but you know, you must work hard towards attaining that objective. So I think there would be a bit of variances, but you see, it's very disappointing that Martha Karua did not deliver.
No, Martha was not given a target. Because the Wetangula and Mudavadi thing was very clear. It was an open target. But Martha was not given a target. Martha was welcomed into the team and to join the team to, campaign as a team member.
If we can maybe focus on Central Kenya because of that reason.
But you see, then look at these two running mates. There's one called Rigathi Gachagua. There's one called Martha Karua. Rigathi Gachagua, I don't know whether Rigathi Gachagua was given a target, but he has turned his village yellow. And on the other hand, the other running mate has not turned the village yellow. In fact, I don't know whether
Rigathi had the yellow before.
I don't know whether.
Look at the time period people started.
You're saying it was to.
Yeah.
So there was a feeling that the naming of Martha Karua as the presidential running mate would help boost.
Well, so there was going to be a Martha effect
to the mountain.
What was the Martha effect all about?
No, that's politics. That's politics. The reality is now.
I mean, Professor, just look at this scenario. You are Raila Odinga's running mate.
Yes.
But there's not a single elected member of your political party.
No, it's very problematic. I quite agree. It's very problematic, and I'm still to get those figures right and to look at who is this here that their own daughter is going to contest and does not see the need to support the daughter.
Now,
what kind of thinking?
Now, Professor,
politics.
Politics.
I can't understand the thinking behind not getting all the votes in her polling station. That's why I still want to see this. Once I see it, I'll come back to the station to talk about it.
Politics is all about numbers. Rigathi has proved that it can bring the numbers, whether it's by design or default.
He didn't prove. He had proved before.
But people
they had been campaigning for 4 years.
But who stopped any other person from campaigning for 4 years?
It was not a campaign time. It wasn't.
What about the president? Because the president was also, has picked his side, has picked his candidates, and he has been campaigning for him. Do you see, when you look at these numbers, even though they're trickling in ever so slowly, do you see the president's impact in Raila Odinga's numbers?
If there is very minimal. If there
actually the president's generals, all of them are fallen by the wayside. They've not achieved the objectives. Even the desire by Jubilee to have many members of the National Assembly, or rather elected positions, has come to a note. In fact, if Raila Odinga wins, he can easily look at the people who gave him support from Mount Kenya, and he says that I'm unable to quantify your contribution in my presidency. That could be a point of conversation, because you can say that, Mr. President, you supported my candidature, but when I look at the scoreboard, I don't see your numbers. Look at Martha Karua. I named you as a running mate. I have not given you any targets, but there was a valid expectation that you would bring some numbers. The way you've indicated, even in our own village, at our own polling station, there are these people did not find it necessary, or they did not find any wisdom in supporting their daughter or their mother or their grandmother. Those are the questions that if Raila wins when they are in a round table like this and they're discussing cabinet positions, even on a roll, people will start saying, wait a minute, numbers do not lie. Can we see your numbers? But for Rigathi Gachagua, if he goes to any meeting with Ruto, he can walk into the room tall with his head raised high. But for Martha Karua, I think she'll come in with a bit of
I wish she
fear.
convinced them to also vote, all of them to vote, because my thinking, and I may be wrong, is that those that didn't like Ruto and didn't like Raila just stayed home.
That's a
They
possibility.
just stayed home.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, but again, because of the poor voter turnout, again, one would easily, because now we're trying to look at the variables. It could be a good reason that because they did not have a presidential candidate of their own, they decided not to show up. You remember a gentleman by the name Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi wanted to run for presidency, but he was stopped. So maybe they said, if we can't get the presidency, if there's maybe Jimmy Wanjigi is not in the ballot, there's no incentive to vote for the deputy, because whether or not we cast our ballots, our daughter or our son will become the deputy. Maybe there was no strong incentive. And this is the first time you're having a very low turnout from Central Kenya.
All right.
And these are the people who understand politics who understand power.
We may also be asking, and we will keep asking, because this is still really an investigative research kind of thing, is it that Central or the Mountain can only vote for their own? And what does that tell us about what we are trying to, because in this election is where we are saying that we are lucky that we didn't go so region, so ethnic, we are trying to crack out that. But if we are seeing that the place where we are always sure of a good percentage of voter turnout, so we gain one and we lose another?
All right. That's a good question. And it brings me to something that I want to get your views on real quick. The UDA phenomenon that has been said on the campaign trail, and we are seeing some of it on the results from the IEBC. We are seeing a lot of parliamentary seats being won by UDA in the Mount Kenya region, and also of course in the Rift Valley, which is the DP's home turf. There has been this dream by the UDA people to have a national political party, a party that is not specific to certain regions. And there are pundits who feel that UDA, if they are able to deliver on the ballot, that they will change the politics of this country to an effect that some parties are not restricted to certain areas and certain regions, that some parties can be popular across the board, and that is likely to have a kind of a big impact on the politics of this nation. Do you think that is a possibility from what you're seeing already on the results?
Absolutely, because when you look at this campaign, and they deserve credit, Mr. Raila Odinga and Mr. William Ruto, they've actually tried to de-ethnicize our political parties and even the voting patterns. Because the fact that a political party started by William Samoei Ruto can get this kind of attraction within Central Kenya is a very strong testament that it's got a global acceptance. Because even in Kisii, UD has got 4 MPs. In Coast, they're going to get MPs from the entire region. But now the question would be, will Mr. Ruto have that glue to make sure that the party runs for more than 5 years? Because more often than not, parties in Kenya don't last for more than 5 years, apart from ODM. And Raila has been able to put it very strong. And on the same note, the fact that Raila's ODM also presented candidates countrywide, even in Central Province, even in Northeastern Kenya, parts of Wajir and Garissa, also that gives him credit that the party is gaining, global acceptance. But the question remains, ODM can survive without Raila Odinga. If, say, he doesn't win this election and he opts to resign, can the party survive without him? And even UDA, can UDA survive without Mr. Ruto? Because in other words, like for ODM and Raila Odinga is the same thing, two sides of a coin. And there's a very high chance that for UDA and William Samoei Ruto, two sides of a coin. So that if you remove Ruto, the party collapses. I think now that's maybe what Mr. Ruto must do and Mr. Raila Odinga must do, put up systems that the parties can survive without them. The way we have a CCM, the way we have an ANC. Actually, it was very interesting that about 3 weeks back, the African National Congress in South Africa, for a full week, they had a policy meeting where the various organs meet and discuss policies in the absence of their party leader, President Ramaphosa. So when he comes, he's merely given a brief. But when the situation you have in Kenya, you can't have members discussing anything in the absence of the party leader. Because when the party leader comes and is unhappy with the outcome, everything will be overturned. But for ANC in South Africa and for CCM, the party members, rank and file, almost have got an equal say in the management of the political party.
All right. Prof, what do you think about, is it possible to have a political party system that is based on not personalities, but some kind of ideology?
I think it's stepwise. I think we are achieving it. We are almost there in that these two, for sure, UDA and ODM are quite global. You can no longer say in this election that they are just cocoons of their own regions. They are all over. We are seeing it. But the question you are asking of whether they can,
whether we can get past that personality, whether UDA can
leadership is good
William
for
Ruto,
political
whether ODM
parties.
can survive without Raila Odinga.
I think they should be able to survive, but then we would look at their structures, the structures they put in place. A structure is really the critical thing. If they put structures and they also nurture others, when you nurture others is what you see, what the explanation is giving of South Africa, where people can discuss, or the ANC can discuss without Ramaphosa. Those are very good examples. And those are about institutions. Structures exist where people can meet, where people can discuss, committees exist. You have sections, like I think ODM, I think the Secretary Sifuna has been really good. Really, he's done well. Assessing his period, he did very well. No wonder he can also vie and get ahead. We need that kind of thing where there is somebody who knows their jurisdiction. Even Zani was very good. She knew her job, she was doing her job, and it was a job of a party.
Yes.
So that you don't look so much, of course you must respect your boss, but you don't look so much like you are, you are an employee of the party leader, but of the institution that takes care of every other thing.
We'll come back to discuss the promises that some of these political parties make. Remember, UDA and ODM, the two biggest political parties, have never been in power, per se. And they've made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. Will they be able to deliver if they are given the mandate? Remember, you've mentioned ANC, the African National Congress. There are those who say that immediately after it got power in 1994, they lost it. They never delivered on their promises. But that we'll come back to that. Let's go to Winnie, who has some numbers on our magic wall there to just give us a feel of some of those regions. Winnie.
All right, and of course, it's very interesting looking at this map, which actually keeps, changing by the minute, because like we said, at the end of the day, these numbers are real time. And of course, what we're seeing now is a bit of blue and of course, a bit of yellow again, distributed across the map. But I just want us to start up north, and this is in Mandera, where of course the Azimio is actually taking lead, and of course the official results reads this is at 77,300 rather and 25 votes. But of course, again, we're seeing that Azimio is actually taking lead by around 76, if I'm not wrong. Over there, that is 76.32%, and of course that is again closely followed by UDA at around 23%. That is in Mandera, and of course coming down to Wajir, where again we're seeing the Azimio taking lead, and this is at again the total number of votes cast is around 74,000. But of course, again, the Azimio is actually taking part with Raila Odinga actually garnering 44,130 votes, representing 58.99%, and of course closely followed by William Ruto's UDA at around 30,000 votes, representing 40% of the same. But all the way to again Marsabit, where again it's a bit of a shift here, where we're seeing the official results is at 100,345 votes, but William Ruto is taking lead at 52,117 votes, representing 52%, and closely followed by Raila Odinga at 47,000, representing again 47%. Of course, like we said, this is real time, so it keeps changing every single minute. But of course, let's come down again to Isiolo, where UDA is actually taking lead on the same. The official results are at, the total votes cast is around 38,000. But of course, William Ruto's UDA is taking lead at 57.42%, and of course, closely followed by Raila Odinga at around 42.22%. But let's come down to Samburu, where of course it's sort of like half-half, of the same. But of course, Raila Odinga is taking lead on the same at around 29, or is it 39,000 votes, representing 58%. And followed by, again, UDA's William Ruto, or Kenya Kwanza, that is at 27,000 votes, representing 4.75. And of course, these are the top two, again, contenders from the same. But we cannot forget Professor George Wajakoya garnering 0.33%. That is 218 votes. And then we have Wahiga Maure at 0.09%, representing 57 votes. But let's come down to Baringo County. You can see a little bit of blue and a little bit of yellow, going on. But of course, Kenya Kwanza's William Ruto is taking lead on the same at 110,000 votes, representing 88%. And of course, followed by Raila Odinga, big margin over there at only 11.0% of the total vote. So like we said, this is real time. It keeps changing. At some point, you might see a lot of blue, going around, and then a little bit will go, again, you will see a lot of yellow going on. So it's again, it keeps changing. And of course, like we said, this is real time. The numbers keep changing by the minute. So of course, and we're here to monitor the same. But roughly, Ben, as you can see right over here, there is a bit, of an interesting pattern, if I can say, where, of course, Azimio la Umoja is sort of like taking on one side, of the map, and then UDA sort of, concentrated on the central part. And then, of course, up north again, we're seeing more of Azimio la Umoja. But of course, we're keeping tabs on the same, seeing how the numbers and the patterns again change. And of course, we'll be, giving you more updates on the same. Back to you, Ben.
Thanks, Winnie, there on the magical with that race to the highest office, the race to the magic number, 50% plus one, which it's very close as we speak, neck and neck. We have been saying the lead switching from one of the two main presidential candidates to the other after every few hours, just depending on which forms 34A have been tallied and tabulated. People are making this joke that if you want, you have to choose whichever TV station to watch to see whether your candidate.
The ones that make you constant.
Which of your fifth thing. Kenyans, very creative. Yeah, but when you look at that, let's switch gears, because the Winnie has given us some numbers there from the northeastern part of the country, Mandera, Garissa, Wajir, and Marsabit. They have been so-called battleground areas where Ruto has been popular. Remember from his days with the URP party and the Aden Duales of this office, of this world, but also ODM and Jubilee. The President Uhuru Kenyatta has also some following there. So, what do you make of what you've been seeing from the northern frontier?
Well, I think Mr. Raila Odinga is doing very well. And for the longest time, he's been seen as the champion of the weak people. He's an architect of one of the key architects of the 2010 Constitution. Actually, the 2010 Constitution is said to have his fingerprints. And there are some people who have got a very strong emotional connection with him. And for some reason, he's got this magical attraction to especially the livestock farmers in Kenya, because he speaks the language. So I think his performance is nothing shocking. And then on the same note, also Kanu historically has got a very good relationship with the people from that part of the world. So you're able to see President Kenyatta's fingerprints in that win as well. And maybe that's one of the things that President Kenyatta would actually say that I brought to the table, that I may have not delivered Mount Kenya, but I've got influence outside Mount Kenya. These are some of my numbers. So in my view, it's done very well on that part.
All right, Prof. Northern Kenya.
I think the North has been, for sure, you could call it swing or a mixed band of everybody's in there, but it's not like you can say this is somebody's block. But I think the history of it, again, KANU having been very Kanu, and even seeing the role Gideon has played, with due respect, he's been going also quite north there during this process. So it's more of quite a joint effort, and I think, as he says, Raila has done well. I think he's done well. Even where he's losing, he gets it, and Ruto has also done pretty well. There are some that he's gotten, and with Raila coming a little but close by, and the same. Where Raila has also is not like a landslide. It's like almost half the votes are taken by his opponent. So they might end up balancing themselves off there with a minus or a plus as an edge.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of these political parties, we were speaking about making the examples of ANC and CCM in Tanzania. From where you sit, Dismas, do these two main political parties, single political parties, ODM and UDA, do they have the necessary experience and know-how, generally speaking, collectively speaking, to form government if given the mandate? Because it looks like one of them will be given the mandate. One of them, of course, is part of the 23-party Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. Do they have the know-how collectively to run government and deliver on the promises they made to Kenyans?
Because when you look at these political parties, as we've said, times above number, they're merely special purpose vehicles. So if you start with, say, UDA, the head of UDA, the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, he's been in government his entire life. From the time he joined Youth for Kanu, he's been an MP, he's been a cabinet minister, then he served as a deputy president. So he really understands how government works, or probably understands how government doesn't work. And the same thing works for his deputy, Gachagua. We are told that he started off as a DO, then he rose, he became a DC, then at some stage he was a personal assistant to President Kenyatta. So he also understands how the government works. And the way they've fashioned the unique selling proposition is similar to South Africa, the African National Congress, that they want to dismantle state capture. So it seems that they know the problem and they have the solution. But now the question in most people's mind is that all of you have been in the middle of government your entire life, and you're saying you are going to dismantle state capture. So in fact, they have to convince Kenyans that in fact they're not part of the state capture.
And capture themselves.
Yeah, so they need to do that. So, but the William Ruto has spoken very well about state capture, that if you give him power, he can dismantle state capture, and he blames state capture for the food insecurity we have in Kenya, fertilizer insecurity, all the ills in Kenya. And the party even goes and gives examples that you may not repeat on air because of libel and slander. And on the other part, you have Mr. Raila Odinga, who has served as a prime minister, also served as a minister for, I think, energy for a while, and also Martha Karua has served as a cabinet minister for water, justice, and constitutional affairs. So also Martha Karua and Raila Odinga understand the running of the government like the back of the hand, or probably they don't understand how the government works, but they have an idea of how the government is supposed to work. And then for them, they have promised us that they're going to dismantle corruption and the architects. And for Martha Karua, when she speaks that I'm going to suffocate her corruption, you can easily take a word to the bank. And also Raila Odinga, because Raila Odinga has not been accused of corruption, although there were a few conversations about Kazi kwa Vijana and the molasses, but nobody has taken him to court. He's not been found guilty on anything. So in my mind, both Ruto and Raila have got capacity to hit the ground running. But the question would be, how soon can they deliver to Kenyans? Are we going to wait for 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years? And do they have the political goodwill? Like, for instance, if Raila becomes the president, does he have capacity to take on the little matter of KEMSA head-on, or he'll tiptoe around that issue? If it's Ruto, will he take on state capture head-on, or he'll take some time to establish, will he be stepping on the toes of his political friends? I think those are some of the issues. But in part, I think the question when people went to the ballots, the question they were asking themselves that between Raila and Ruto, who can you trust? Can you trust Ruto to dismantle state capture? can you trust Raila to break corruption? And we are seeing the numbers reflecting the voters' view of their proposals.
All right. Prof, what do you see of the promises by the two
let me
main
just
parties?
say something about this then, very briefly, then you can go ahead.
Yes.
This question you are asking of, do they know how to run government? I think Africa, not just Kenya, has failed to run governments. So even the question itself, do they know how to run government? Because we almost need, thinking out of the box. Because if you go to look at the frame that is there, the cocoons that have been created, the so-called state capture, which is basically ineffective governance, State capture is where you do more of patriarchal, patron-client relationships and the entrepreneurs and all that. You don't use the resources allocated for effective governance and service delivery to the people. So you are short of that. So when we are looking for people who know how to govern, if we look at what Africa is and what Kenya has been, all these people have been in government. And what we would be asking of them is really to change the game, the game, not to just rule the way we've ruled throughout, because it's not working for us.
Yes.
So both of them are talking like they're able to crack out this jinx that is making things not work for us.
All right, so as we continue to do this, to talk about this, of course, we are keeping an eye on what's happening across the county and constituency tallying centers across the country, keeping an eye on different races, parliamentary races, gubernatorial races, and senatorial races, and we're getting information from the county of Bungoma that John Waluke, the incoming member of parliament, has retained his Sirisia parliamentary seats. John Waluke has retained his Sirisia parliamentary seat in the county of Bungoma. Remember, that has been that is a former constituency of the senator right now, Moses Wetangula. NTV's Sydney Chazima is traversing that county to tell us what's happening even in the dead of the night. We hope to hear from him in a short while, but that is some news just informed the county of Bungoma. John Waluke has won re-election for the Sirisia parliamentary seat. Remember, he was vying on a Jubilee party ticket. What are your reactions to this? Dismas, let me begin with you.
It's the Kenyan voter is peculiar. The Kenyan voter is supposed to punish impunity, mediocrity, and corruption. So this gentleman has got serious allegations hanging on his shoulders, boulders, very heavy boulders on his shoulders. But the voters, in their wisdom or lack of it, have decided to give him a mandate.
In their wisdom.
Yeah, or lack of it, they've decided to give him a mandate. And you recall the Cabinet Secretary for Interior had indicated that about 40% of the people had presented themselves for elective positions are members of this thing called Wash Wash. So a number of them will find their way to the National Assembly. So now you're beginning to wonder, this Kenyan voter, what do they look for when they go to the ballot box? Because if you have been implicated in corruption and you've been found guilty, is there a chance that when you go back to the National Assembly, you'll come up with any legislation which will make a crime or corruption a nightmare? Probability of that happening is zero. So really, Ben, the way they say that the Kenyan is peculiar, that is a confirmation. That some of these things we've been discussing them times above number, the Stockholm syndrome, that the average Kenyan voter is emotional and irrational and has fallen in love with his captor. Yeah, I think that is a very strong demonstration.
Prof, the Honorable Waluke, like this was saying, has very serious charges hanging around his neck, and Kenyans wagged their tongues when he was cleared, when he was actually cleared to vie. But now he has won the seat. What are your thoughts on this?
I think this is, for me, where I go back to integrity as embedded in our constitution and the individual. some of these things need not even go to court and to arguments over whether you should contest or not. You should just stay aside. Just stay aside until things.
Just from your conscience.
Just conscience. So it tells us that we are basically a country where most of us don't have self-conscience, and that goes to the vote as well. So the voter does not see a reason why he should not. They voted him, and then we talk about democracy. So it's like when you now follow him, even now it will be like you are haunting him. It's witch hunting. It's witch hunting my brother, my sister, my person, my community. So I think there is a problem with our society, and that's why I was saying there is none of these two teams going to lead Kenya that knows how to govern. We need to just recreate ourselves, even our constitution. Everybody, this constitution is loved so much. There are many media houses where you go, it is on table. So sometimes I wonder why it is on table, because in any case, we now know it, and when we need it, we can pull it. But it's on table. In other words, we regard it, it's our pillar, we respect it. But that theory, totally theory, we don't respect our constitution in terms of our governance. And this is not to the governors only or the leaders that are going to lead us from next week. It is us citizens. We've fallen short of the glory. The people we should go and block from entering offices are the people we are glorifying. So at the end of the day, a Kenyan is not able to say white is white and black is black. They'll insist white is black. And this is a problem of a nation that we have to slowly get out of it. And we are not going to get out of it because we have good leadership. They have given up. We are going to get out of it because we have citizens who have become responsive, who can question, who can demand, and exercise their rights in a positive manner.
Ben is interesting.
Yes.
There are every community they know in the villages. There are this gentleman or this lady. You can't have them as the chair of the local funeral committee or the cattle dip. They cannot be chair or treasurer, or even in a wedding committee.
Yes.
But these are the same people
that are
we elect to very serious
and
leadership position. And then we expect miracles. So this confirms that really there is a mismatch, that probably the average Kenyan voter is not able to join the dots between his or her vote and leadership. Or maybe this issue of corruption is very abstract, that when a leader is charged with corruption, of playing around with the Mora's resources, they don't see the Mora in themselves, because they imagine that this is not my money. Or on the other flip side is that they'll say, we've sent you to Nairobi, go and steal, provided you give give us a portion of what you've stolen. So you steal $1 million, you give them 100,000, they're very happy. Because again, we don't seek to question these people's source of wealth. As we indicated earlier on, you elect an MCA today who can't afford a cup of tea, but after 2 years, he owns a 5-star hotel. And then, we give him a pat on the back. Actually, I remember there's a gentleman called Dr. Protas Kebati Momani.
Yeah.
He was a minister. I know you're sounding shocked because of your age, but he was a minister for tourism at some stage. And he was very honest with his office. And one day he was driving his Volvo, a beat-up Volvo, in the villages in Kisii. And for some reason, because it had seen better days, it collapsed. And then people started laughing at him, saying, what's wrong with this man? He was a minister for all this time, but see the kind of car he's driving. So sometimes Kenyans expect that when you are in a position of leadership, you must go grab, you must go and steal. When you try to live on the straight and narrow, they start casting aspersions on you. They say that you have no ability to steal, and in fact, you are a waste of time.
Some of those people have been branded names called thieves, and during the campaigns, and their supporters say, "This is our thief." Where does the buck stop, Prof, in terms of enforcing Chapter 6 of the Constitution, leadership and integrity?
I think it stops with good leadership. People, champions, people who are able to lead by example. But in this country, we are being led many times with people who have no example. So if you don't have an example of leadership, you are not a symbol of integrity, you cannot effect anything required of integrity. So that's why it's a dilemma, as he's saying, it's a dilemma for us because we are picking the very ones who do not have the integrity and will not be able to take us to the next step. So that is where sometimes we might say that we need a radical approach, but where will the radical approach come from? We have to have it from within. So our only hope can be that we really need to keep resensitizing ourselves, and the few ones that are able to keep that integrity and to be proactive in terms of ensuring that things go right should not fall prey to the majority who are saying that it doesn't matter anymore.
Or again, there could be two issues to that.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a very high chance that the voter has no choice. The rest of the number of candidates who presented themselves, all of them have got stains, so the voter must pick on
Why
one of
can't
them.
the voter not be the candidate?
No, if the voter, you need to have a little bit of insanity for you to run for political office to be prepared for these laws. However, again,
I like that.
There's a saving grace from the Supreme Court.
Yes.
When they pronounced themselves on the matter of impeachment of
Yes.
Movie Sonko,
Yeah.
they said Chapter 6 and Article 10 are not for cosmetic purposes.
Yes.
So it seems that where members of the National Assembly and Senate have failed, eventually when these matters get to the Supreme Court, then the Supreme Court will offer Kenyans a direction.
Yeah.
So anybody who's becoming a governor today knows that if you engage in mischief and you're impeached, that will be the end of your political career.
Yeah.
And I think the drafters of the Constitution, probably there was an oversight when they said that the National Assembly shall enact legislations to give life to the provisions of Chapter 6 and Article 10. And they came up with the Leadership and the Integrity Act, which really assaulted Chapter 6 and Article 10. So maybe moving forward, the judges will keep on pronouncing themselves on these matters, and we'll have very good presidents, and we can easily celebrate a new beginning, maybe the next 5 or 10 years.
Is the legislation right? Because IBC we always ask IBC, why are you clearing this? And IBC always says our hands are tied. The legislation is there, but it's very weak. So is it a case of politicians making very weak legislation to protect or to make it impossible almost to enforce leadership and integrity issues?
I think legislation is not static, and that's why I was very upset when we were trying to change the constitution and people were only seeing it in a linear manner. We need to look at the provisions we have, whether they are strategies, plans, or legislation, and recast them. Because this one, IEBC could hide on the fact that until you exhaust all. Why should we wait until we exhaust all? I don't know, because sometimes it is so long and protracted and it is just spinning us around so that you have no integrity and you go in there, we'll elect you next week, you are in office, we'll conclude your case after 5 years. It doesn't make sense.
I think Professor does a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Because if you take the case of Honorable Gladys Boshole, she was accused of, there were a number of allegations.
Yes.
But eventually she won and she was acquitted. She was found innocent.
Yes.
So I do stop now right from the word go that we can't run for office because you've got these charges. You would have denied our fundamental rights and you step on our toes.
Let me clarify. I thought you'd go my way, but you are going your way, which I respect.
No, I was putting on the human rights defender.
I respect
jacket.
yours. We defend human rights on the basis that people have principles and integrity. If Shole had stayed aside, and then she's still found to be that, she would be still very respected. You lose, I know. You lose a bit in that the gains you would have made by being there, you didn't get. But people will really respect you. When they hear you've been out there, we've had people who have been gotten off jobs,
like
but they've been paid.
At some stage.
They've been paid off. And that's the only way we can arrest the situation. Because if we just say, unless we make the court processes pretty faster, then we can do what we are trying to do. We can make them fast, make it law that if you must get to the Supreme Court, it must be within the year or within 6 months. Then we don't disadvantage, we don't make the non-culprit, because it's still an allegation, become a culprit.
Because I think the fear is that in the Kenyan political system, if the system does not like you, a few days to the election, they'll press charges upon charges upon charges, and then you do not run for political office. Then after the 9th of August, you are cleared the following day.
And
so
you know that,
meaning that your
yeah,
interests have been suffocated.
You are right, but that's also not given. That's a portion of Kenya, just a portion. Because also, you know, there is a time that we end up feeling that Kenya is all boggled, is all wrong, is all the state wanting to get Winnie out of space. It's not that. There is a part of mischievousness, but there is also the goodies embedded. So I think it's every other time we try and just sieve them and see how do we act on this. And if we put legislations and procedures that will protect, first and foremost, protect the rights, so that even when we are going through the process, the rights of the individual are protected. That should be our pillar. But that pillar should not get lost into us being compromised into doing the things where we should go.
Right, then comes Mike Movie Sonko, and with all his Nairobi troubles, and he wants to run for governor of Mombasa, and he had all these problems and court case after court case, injunction, petition, and in the end, he was not able to be, you know, to vie for the Mombasa gubernatorial seat this month. Is that a step in the right direction? What do you say?
Yes, it's a step in the right direction, because I think for him, he was saying that till I exhaust all my mechanisms.
And he went all the way to the Supreme Court.
He went to the
Now he's
Supreme
at the
Court.
East African.
Yeah, even after the Supreme Court had rendered its judgment, because he's a very clever man, he said, I want the Supreme Court to review its own decision, hoping he would go to IBC and tell them, wait a minute,
They're still
I haven't
reviewing.
exhausted the appeal mechanism. Then he also wanted to go to the East African Court of Justice, and he forgot that in these issues, when the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya has
can't
pronounced
go.
itself, these other courts cannot come in. I mean, did he actually think that the Supreme Court of Kenya is subordinate to the East African Court of Justice? Maybe it's a case of
He
his
didn't
lawyers.
know, ignorance.
Yeah, but again, no, I suspect he knew, because he's a very bright man with he keeps the company of good lawyers. But I think he was trying to just look for every single loophole
hold the system,
to be
to hold the
in
system.
the ballot.
Yeah.
Because had it been in the ballot, it would have caused an earthquake or a tremor in Mombasa. Because I think for him, he really wanted to be in the ballot. And then you start now prosecuting him as a governor. At that stage, he's got a political capital, and managing his situation could be complicated.
All right. And remember, we are keeping tabs on the numbers for you, even as we talk through some of these issues that are coming to the fore, and the numbers at the bottom end of your screen. We are tabulating the Forms 34A as soon as they come to our data center here at the Nation Center. And we have the most advanced numbers in terms of the provisional results for the national tally, the presidential race, the race to the highest office in the land. The latest is that Raila Odinga, according to the Form 34A we've been able to tabulate here, the Nation Media Group has 5,063,146 votes. That is 51.16% of the vote. William Ruto is close second on 4,767,130 votes. That is about 48.17% of the vote. We have Professor George Ojakoya of the Roots Party with 44,119 now votes. That is about 0.45% of the votes that has been tallied. We also have Waiga Maure of the Agano Party on 22,732, about 0.23% of the vote. We are receiving this from Forms 34A, and of course we are indicating there these are numbers from at least 31,478 out of the 46,229 polling stations across the country. It is a tedious process. It is a very, it can be a very slow process, as the IBC can testify, but we have been crunching the numbers. So far, if you look at these numbers, we are about slightly more than halfway through this. Sometimes they are coming thick and fast, and then we have a lull, and so on and so forth. So we are crunching them numbers, and you can check out these numbers in real time at elections.nation.africa. You can check out all numbers for 2022. You can make your comparisons, the 2017 election and the 2013 election, and so on and so forth. Remember, our reporters are dotted across the country. We will be waking them up very shortly to give us their tallies from where they are, whether it's gubernatorial races. There are a couple of them that we are calling key races, and we are keeping a very close eye on them to see what is going to be happening there. One of them is the county of Homa Bay, where we have ODM's Gladys Wanga seeking to become the first woman governor from that region, going against independent candidate, the former governor of Nairobi, Dr. Evans Kidero. It's a very close one there. In the county of Siaya, we have a race pitting James Agri Orengo versus Nicholas Gumbo for that gubernatorial seat. We are keeping a close eye on that as well. From that region, also we have in Migori, Ochilo Ayako going against the likes of Dalmas Otieno and Boaz Okoth. We also have in Kisumu, the incumbent Professor Peter Nyang' Nyong'o going against his predecessor, Jack Ranguma and Ken Obura. We're also keeping an eye. We have several teams in that particular county to keep an eye on those for us. Of course, Kirinyaga as well. Anwar Goro going against Wangoi Ngirishi for the gubernatorial seat. In Nairobi also, remember UDS Johnson Sakaja versus Jubilee's or Azimio's Polycarp Igade, and there are all sorts of things doing rounds on social media, but keep it here on NTV Decision 2022 as we give you the correct picture of the numbers as tallied by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So some of these races have been predicted to be taking shape as the day breaks. So our teams will be waking up to give us some of those numbers. Remember, in the last few minutes, we have reported that John Waluke has been re-elected as Member of Parliament for Sirisia in the county of Bungoma on a Jubilee Party ticket. All right, let's take a look at some of what has been happening. And the IBC constituency returning officer for Isiolo North constituency, that is one Jackson Mariach Limaris, has explained the delay currently being experienced in the tabulation and announcement of results for the various elective positions in the county of Isiolo. Addressing journalists at the Isiolo Girls High School, which is the constituency tallying center, Limaris noted that due to insecurity challenges, results from some of the polling stations in far-flung areas of the vast county could not get to the tallying center quick enough, as the IBC officials manning the various polling stations, had to wait for daybreak so that they could start their journey. Take a look.
So far, we are progressing very well, though we have some delays in terms of our presiding officers coming from the polling stations. We received the first polling station last night at around 11. The delay is due to the distances of these polling stations. The farthest is over 300 kilometers. And again, because of insecurity, the vehicles cannot travel at night. So at least they have to wait until morning. But those who are near, the nearest stations, we received them around 11 p.m. last night. But today now in the morning, we are receiving majority of the vehicles. I mean of the ballot boxes from our stations, which is more than 100 polling stations now that we have received, but we have not yet processed the counting. Yeah, so the counting will be going on today, and I think by tomorrow we'll be concluding. Yeah, we hope to actually maybe conclude the exercise tonight, because we still have most of our polling stations have not reported. They are on the way, and those are the farthest polling stations, which are over 300 kilometers. So that means we might go up to the night. And also in some areas where the polling stations are just on the fields and there was no lights, so we had to, so that caused some of the delays. So counting took place very late because some polling stations had no lighting system. Yeah, so that is what made the counting to take long time. So far, the one we have processed are around 11 polling stations, but the rest are still on the queue. Yeah, what I can tell them is that all is well, although because of the distance and the small challenges that we have experienced, all the ballot boxes now, majority of the polling stations, the POs have reported, and we are going on with the tallying of the results. So they should be patient with us until we tally and count all the results. Yeah. Otherwise, we have not had any major problem so far or challenge.
Less talking. He doesn't want to really communicate.
All right, so let's cross to the county of Kisii, where police are investigating an incident in which 26 ballot boxes were found in a bus in Iterio Tallying Center, Bonchari constituency, is what the Kisii South OCPD Charles Machinji had to say about that incident.
Tulianza exercise jana ya kubeba masanduku na kuleta hapa Tallying, main Tallying Center hapa Itirio High School. Exercise imekuwa mzuri tangu jana mpaka leo. Kufika jioni masaa kama saa 10, shida imetokea kidogo, ikasemekana iko masanduku imeonekana hapa, imekuja na bus na si ya hii constituency na hata si ya hii ward. Tumeenda tukachukua masanduku ambayo ni 26 in number. Tumechukua yote 26 kwa sababu tatu ndio imesemekana si ya hapa, lakini sasa kwa sababu ya uchunguzi tumechukua sote. Tumepeleka police station Kesonzo, hii uchunguzi ikiendelea. Already tuko na suspect wawili, kwa hiyo tunachunguza, wako kwa seli ya polisi, tunachunguza ili tuone ni kitu gani ilifanyika ndio sikapatikana hapa. Hata tuko na commotion, yes. Wananchi walikuwa a lot of curiosity. Sasa shida ikatokea, wakaanza kufurukana, hata wenyewe wanaanza kupigana. In that process, askari amekuwa injured kidogo.
All right, and of course, let's take a look a bit of the numbers and as far as the submitted Form 34 is. And of course, as you can see right over here, according to the IEBC, the figure stands at 46,071 out of 46,229, representing 99.66% of the submitted Form 34A. And of course, the number of counties, again, majority of the counties have actually submitted their Form 34. Again, look at a case of Bungoma, which again, they have submitted, as well as Bomet, 100%. That is, especially for Bomet, 855 out of 855. Same as Bungoma, 1,374, again, out of 1,374. But of course, there's some who have yet to actually completely submit the same. And of course, one of them again is Kajiado at 891 out of 893, again, representing 99.78%. Of the same, but of course going all the way down, but majority, like I said, have actually fully submitted their Form 34As. But of course we have Wajir that's somewhat lagging behind at 531 out of 610 submitted Form 34A. That means that, again, that represents 87.05% of the submitted Form 34As. And of course, West Pokot, 99.77%, representing 856 out of 858 submitted Form 34As. So that is what the figures look like according to the IEBC. And remember, like we keep insisting and of course keep reminding you, because again, we've had a lot of confusion as far as why do the numbers seem different for different platforms. And of course, we explained very well how we know that process is. All the forms have to actually be keyed in. They have to be submitted, first of all, to the IEBC, and then of course different platforms actually download them from the IEBC. It's quite a process. Again, like we have kept insisting, and of course different people or different platforms have their different ways of keying in or tallying or collating, the figures that is from the IEBC. That's why you're seeing a bit of variables, especially when it comes to the numbers. But at the end of the day, the numbers are correct, and especially again right here, the numbers are correct. The figures are actually, credible. You can trust that. But of course, it's just that the fact that, the process is a little bit slower because it is a lot, when it comes to actually, tallying in the numbers. For example, in Baringo, you need to consider the fact that we have Baringo North, Baringo Central, Baringo South, Eldam Ravine, Mogocho, and Tiati. So what you need to do is actually go to each constituency and then, of course, go to each of the polling station. For example, at here, and then you have to download the same, and then, look at the figure and then key that in. So this is what the form looks like. So what you need to do is just then key in, the numbers. For example, what we're seeing here is that Raila Odinga garnered 4 votes, and then we have William Samoei Ruto, who has 171, again translating to 175 of the total votes. So you have to key that in, and remember, you have to do that for all, the polling stations. That's why we said, again, the process can be a little bit tedious, but it doesn't mean it is impossible. It is possible. You just have to be patient, like the IEBC chair, that is Wafula Chebukati, who said earlier on, let's exercise patience. We will get the numbers, as soon as all the process is done. But right about now, how about we cross all the way to Mombasa, where we have our very own Kevin Mutai. It's good to see you this morning, Kevin. How are the figures looking like this morning? What's happening wherever you are? Have you, finished with the whole, tallying process? What's going on?
Good morning to you, Winnie. Indeed, it's a tedious process, and what I can see right now here at Nita Tallying Center in Nyali constituency, some of the agents have even retreated to take a rest, and of course also some of the IEBC officials. This is a process that has been happening for more than 10 hours, and still there are a lot of ballot boxes that are yet to be verified at this particular tallying center. This is a constituency tallying center that has 195 polling stations spread across 5 wards of Kongowea, Freetown, Ziwalangombe, Mkomani, and Kadzandani. But according to preliminary results that we were that the IEBC officers availed to us, it displays that the UDA parliamentary candidate Mohammed Ali is on the lead in terms of the votes that have so far been tallied, followed closely by ODM's Said Abdallah. But of course also this is a contest that had attracted 9 candidates. Remember, Nyali is one of the areas that of course also has attracted the focus of the big political bigwigs in the country. And before we delve into that, just to go by what we are seeing right now, earlier before we got here, I mean, when we were here, Winnie, all these chairs, just as you can see on your screen, they were full of agents representing different political parties, election observers. We saw the European Union observers, we saw the African Union observers, and of course also others from the human rights organizations, among others representing different entities. But right now, what you can see, people are tired. They have just decided to take a rest because it's a process that perhaps they never expected it to take this long. And even what I can see from the announcements that are happening right over there is that even the returning officer who is in charge of this particular station, identified as John Ole Taiswa, has taken a break because he's been here since the the first ballot boxes were brought here from the polling stations within the Nyali constituency, and I understand that they're taking shifts now to ensure that the remaining ballot boxes are verified, because I can see there's still plenty more, probably more than 100, 200 maybe. And this is a process that has to be done as quick as possible, because Kenyans are really waiting, specifically the residents of Nyali constituency. They're waiting to know who will represent them in the next house, that is the National Assembly. And it's indeed something that perhaps they wish it could be done, but it's not that simple as they think, because here the people who've left what they used to do, the agents, the security officers. We must appreciate really what they're doing, because for us, we were here early in the morning, we came back here in the afternoon, and now we are back at this time of the hours, and the people that we left are still here manning the ballot boxes. So this is something that perhaps they really up to the task to ensure that the electoral process is really, the integrity of the process is maintained. And of course, also not to forget to mention other areas within the county of Mombasa. Mombasa has 6 constituencies of Kisauni, Nyali, Jomvu, Mvita, Likoni, and Changamwe. So I understand that this tallying exercise is also happening across the other constituency tallying centers, and it's an exercise that perhaps we're expecting to conclude probably from 10 a.m. tomorrow. What we understand is that the first constituency tallying center to call in the first candidate to win the 2022 parliamentary contest should be happening in Kisauni, because I understand the leading contender in that particular race is Rashid Juma, commonly known as Bedzimba of the ODM party, but of course also there were other contenders like Lukshan Ngala of Wiper Party, Beatrice Mbodze, an independent candidate, Willis Odhiambo, also an independent candidate, Mbarak Hamid of the United Democratic Alliance Party. There's also Hagenson Mwandawiro, an independent candidate, Henry Chiguba of Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, and lastly David Audo of Audo is an independent candidate, yes. So that particular area, we are being informed that tabulation of the ballot papers is likely to be done before the other 5 constituencies. And according to the information that we got from the IEBC officials, is that the announcement of the winner is likely to take place between 9 and 10 a.m. And as I said, the leading contender in that race is Rashid Benzimba of the ODM party. But it's an interesting battleground for, the politics of this country. What we understand is Nyali is the only place that we predict as at now, as of the preliminary Forms 35A that we were privy to from the availed to us by the IEBC officials. This is the only constituency that perhaps the United Democratic Alliance and their candidate Mohammed Ali, the former journalist, they're likely to clinch this, but the rest might be taken by the Orange Democratic Party. We are not yet, we don't have the information yet to ascertain their win, but the indication, according to the people that were speaking to, the IBC officials that were talking to, the returning officers and the agents, this is something, it's a clear indication that perhaps it could culminate into the ODM, taking the lead in those respective constituencies, that is of Likoni, Jomvu, Nyali, Changamwe, and Vita. Vita was also one of the areas that really had a lot of contenders. It had attracted 16 candidates who were vying to succeed the incumbent, that is Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, who is now the gubernatorial candidate for Mombasa County, and according to what we have, is that Mohamed Machele of the ODM party is currently on the lead, being trailed closely by Omar Shallow of the United Democratic Alliance Party. There's also Said Twaha of the Pamoja African Alliance Party, that is PA, and Hadija Abdallah of Jubilee Party, among other contenders. There are 16 in total, and we will be able to get all that information as soon as we get to speak to the IEBC officials. But tallying exercise is currently going on across all the constituencies, the six constituencies in Mombasa. But let me just bring you back to where we are right now. This is Nyali constituency. Nyali constituency has a total number of 124,253 registered voters, and as I said, spread across the 5 wards, Kongowea being the largest ward with the number of registered voters, that's 28,846. The last ward with the least number of voters is Ziwalangombe with 23,296. So it's an exercise that perhaps might take longer than we thought, but we are still here burning the midnight oil to ensure that we bring you up to speed on what is happening regarding the decision 2022 in Mombasa. But we are spread across the coast region. Fatma Bugu is stationed in Kwale County. We have Elijah in Kilifi. We have Kenga in Lamu. Stephen is in Tana River. And of course, also we are keeping tabs to ensure that we bring you up to speed regarding the decision 2022 in the coast region. And as I said, there's a battle. It's a battleground between two political parties, that is UDA and ODM. So we're here tasked to ensure that we let you know whatever will happen regarding the decision 2022 from the county of Mombasa.
Kevin, of course, before I let you go very quickly, in different parts of the country, we've seen the tallying exercise halted because, of rigging allegations here and there. But of course, across Mombasa, has the process been all smooth? Everywhere you visited, and have you talked to any of, the persons involved?
Well, there was a little bit of sorry, I forgot to mention that. But earlier today, the police officers arrested 2 IEBC officials from Utange Section 3 on grounds that they declined to count the votes, and they were arraigned before the principal magistrate, that is Yusuf Shikanda, at the Shanzu Law Court. The 2 denied the charges but were released on a cash bail of 300,000 shillings or an alternative of 500,000 shillings bond. But what we understand is that investigations have already been launched, and we will be able to get verification from the authorities conducting the investigation. But this is an exercise that perhaps has had a lot of hiccups, starting from the suspension of the gubernatorial race that the IEBC had to postpone because of the mix-up in the ballot papers. But what Mombasa residents have to know is that they will have to go back to the ballot on the 23rd of this August to elect their governor, not only in Mombasa, but of course also in the county of Kakamega. Despite, apart from what I've mentioned, also, there was just a little bit of push and push earlier before here after one of the vehicles that came here with allegations that it had brought some unverified ballot materials from a known location, but the OCPD Nyali, that is Mombasaba, intervened with the IEBC officials, and I understand that particular issue was resolved and calm returned. And as you can see, the situation is the tabulation of results is currently going on. So far everything is okay, and we will be keeping tabs and traversing all other constituencies to ensure that we bring you up to speed regarding the 2022 decision 2022 here in Mombasa.
And very quickly, what happened then to the officials? Because, like you said, they were released on a cash bail. Did they find replacements for the same? Are they still taking part in the tabulation? What happened?
Definitely, now the police have taken over. We really don't expect to see them again. being part of this process, because what we understand is that IEBC returning officer in charge of Mombasa County had to find an alternative mechanism to ensure that counting and verification of those ballot boxes from Utange had to be done, because this is a process that was started. It has to be finished. So they're no longer part of this exercise, because whatever they did is an offense. And of course, also, Kenyans woke up very early in the morning to participate in exercising their democratic right. So by virtue of one just deciding not to count the ballot, of course, I believe that is an issue that did not, lie well with the officials, top officials within the electoral agency. So they're no longer part of this exercise. Somebody else had to be found to ensure that there was a seamless transfer of those ballot materials to this particular constituency tallying center, where I understand that those ballot materials are being currently being verified. So they're no longer part of the exercise, Winnie.
Thank you very much, Kevin, holding fort for us in Mombasa. Of course, I would let you go for now, but of course, we'll come back to you for more updates, and especially, at what point, again, they are expected to finish the tabulation of the same. So thank you so much, Kevin Mutai over there in Mombasa. But let's take a bit of stories here, and of course, we'll come back with an update as far as persons who, again, are continuing to celebrate their wins. But before that, elsewhere, CIA police are actually investigating a case. If we could have that story, where the police in CIA again are investigating an incident where a parliamentary candidate in Rarieda constituency drew a gun and fired in the air. CIA County Police Commander Michael Mushiri says the candidate, Agustin Neto Adola, discharged one bullet in the air during a scuffle at the Aram Trading Center. He also said that the gun has been recalled and will be taken for ballistic examination. And of course, this is not the only case that has been reported. We also had another case where, again, Kimilili, Member of Parliament, who actually has been re-elected, gathering 26,000 votes against Brian Kaimba of DAPK, gathering 9,000 votes. But of course, the DPP, that is Nurdin Haji, has actually ordered the arrest of the same, and that is Didmas Baraza, who has not been arrested at the moment, on the run. But of course, we will bring you updates on the same. But again, to other persons who are celebrating their wins, if we can have them just to see who else is actually celebrating. We have Charles Kamuren, who is, again, will be representing Baringo South under the UDA ticket. Of course, a member of National Assembly is among the persons who are celebrating their wins this morning. We also have Francis Kuria Kimani, who again will be representing Molo constituencies on the ODM ticket. Very interesting over there. And then let's see who else will actually be, who else is actually celebrating their wins this morning. If Chair is who will be representing Narok East and the UDA ticket. Of course, again, these are just members of the National Assembly. Remember, the votes again still being tabulated, and of course, we'll bring you more on the same as we continue. But do we have someone else who is also celebrating their win? This morning, Wilberforce Oundo, who will be representing Narok East constituency under the UDA ticket as well. Again, like we said, it's interesting. We need to see how this is actually turning up. That is the numbers. But of course, we also talked about Joseph Cherorot, who will be representing Narok East under the UDA ticket, together with Ken Aramat, who again will be representing Narok East constituency under the UDA ticket. And of course, most of these people are actually sort of like newbies who are coming in. We also have Rafael Wanjala again, will be representing Budalangi constituency under the ODM ticket, as well as Joses Lelmengit, who again will be representing Mgwen under the UDA ticket. And of course, we'll be bringing you more on the same. Remember, they're not only winners, but we also have losers. And of course, majority of them or most of the name is actually, some of these big names. And something that we said, which is very interesting to see, is that most of them have actually conceded, and they've actually took to their Twitter platforms to just, social platforms rather, to just say they congratulate, some of this, members of, again, of parliament, or different contenders on differences. To just say congratulations, make sure that you serve the people well. So of course, we'll bring you, the list or some of these big names, but of course, amongst them, again, like we said, National Assembly leader, that is Amos Akimunya, again, who actually conceded defeat, among other persons, including former Langata Member of Parliament, Nixon Korir, again, who lost to Jalango. We also have Naomi Shaban, four-term Taveta Member of Parliament, who actually also conceded defeat, as well as Moses Kuria, again, who lost the Kiambu governor race, who, again, the party leader, that is Chama Cha Kazi Party. All right. So of course we'll bring you more details as and when we get them. But of course, Ben, I'm just gonna throw back to you. But of course, a question to the panel, and that is, interpreting, because earlier on we used to, look at the mammoth of crowds who are actually participating during the campaigns. But the question is comparing the crowd versus poll versus what we're seeing right now, as far as the numbers are concerned. Again, to make of the same.
Thanks, Winnie. Winnie there with the latest numbers as we keep vigil to find out what numbers are coming out of the counties and the constituencies across the republic for the parliamentary and the county seats. Even as we keep an eye on the presidential race, the race to the highest office in the land, the race, the magic number 50% plus one. The race, of course, we are giving you the latest numbers as Nation Media Group. We have our data center where our data analysts are working on the latest numbers, punching in those downloaded Forms 34A as soon as we get them and as fast as possible to be able to give you a tally. And of course, we are giving you context for it right now. Of course, the latest numbers are scrolling at the bottom end of your screen there. Numbers from at least 31,486 polling stations. That is out of the 46,229 polling stations across the country. We are keeping an eye on what's happening. We shall be going very shortly to Sirisia in the county of Bungoma to see what the latest there is after the announcement of John Waluke as a MP-elect, winner of that parliamentary seat on a Jubilee ticket, that is Sirisia in the county of Bungoma. We shall also be checking out what's happening at the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, the nerve center of the IABC, the election referee. In the meantime, let's take you to the coast, to the county of Taita Taveta, where NTV's Bill Otieno is also burning the midnight oil with us. Bill, good morning. What is the latest where you are? How are the numbers looking like, the races in that county so far?
Well, I'll just give you the updates as they are. For now, we have more than, like in Matate sub-county, we have 105 out of 105 polling stations who have submitted their ballot boxes in their tallying center. And for now, in Voi, we also have in Taveta sub-county, we have 98 out of 98 who have already turned out. They submitted their ballot boxes. The Taveta Tallying Center constituency. In Undanyi, we also have 79 out of 79 polling stations who have already submitted their ballot boxes to the Wundanyi constituency's tallying center. Currently in Voi sub-county tallying center, and at the moment there's activity going on now here. We still have ballot boxes being submitted, and on the other hand, we also have Danson Mwashako in Undanyi sub-county, who is already on the lead. In Voi sub-county, we have Hamisi Chome, who is also on the lead. In Taveta, we have Victor Bwire, who is also on the lead, and in gubernatorial position we have in gubernatorial position we have Andrew Mwadime, who was Mwatate sub-county, Mwatate constituency MP, who is now leading of all the 13 contestants or candidates. He is leading now, and at the moment we have a number of gubernatorial candidates who have already conceded defeat, including the first governor of this county, John Mtuta Murutu, who wrote on his social media wall saying that he agrees with the decision that the residents or the locals here in Taita Taveta have made by, overwhelmingly choosing or voting for Andrew Mwadime. That's all that is going on for now, but nothing has been officially been released. Maybe, for instance, IBC have not yet released official details of the winners, but this is the polling station this is the tallying center that has so many polling stations compared to the 3 tallying centers across the county. We expected to be here this time because they're still submitting these ballot boxes, and it's a very careful exercise. It's very sensitive that they're taking their time. So I'll be keeping you on tabs on as this development, or we'll be getting more updates on all that is happening. From here, we'll be moving to Taita Taveta University, where we'll be doing the final tallying, where all the 4 sub-counties submissions, tallying center will be submitting their numbers there that will be projected, and also official announcements of winners will be done at that particular university or a particular point. So for now, I'll just have to hand it over back to you at the studio, and I'll be keeping you on tabs as things unfold. Back to you, the studio.
Thanks, Bill Otieno. They're coming to us live from Taita Taveta County, where some numbers are trickling in. A total of 13 candidates for the gubernatorial race. Bill tells us that's the longest list the county has ever witnessed. Thank you, Bill. And of course, eyes on key contenders like the incoming governor, Granton Samboja, the former governor, John Rutu. Bill reports that he has conceded defeats on social media. Also eyes on the former Senator Danson Mwazo, as well as current member for Mwatate, Andrew Mwadime, who Bill says is at race currently. We shall go back to Taita Taveta to find out how things are. Let's now cross live to Western Kenya, to the county of Bungoma now, where Sydney Chazima has been crisscrossing to check out what's happening there. Sydney, good morning. I understand you've been keeping an eye on a couple of parliamentary races. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Ben. It's been quite a long time here in Bungoma County, just following up on the results, and some of them have been trickling in. And so far, we can confirm that 2 of them are confirmed, and that is John Waluke of Jubilee has just been re-elected as the MP for Sirisia. We understand that he garnered 16,461 votes. Followed by an assumer who is of Fort Kenya with 8,811 votes. Nandalwe, who had conceded earlier, had garnered 3,521 votes. It was an interesting race in that the Sirisia Member of Parliament was beg your pardon, was earlier in UDA, then he defected back to Jubilee. And another race that we have been following through was the race for Kimilili MP, Didmas Barasa, who was up against DAPK's Brian Haimba. and we are getting results that Didmas Barasa has retained his seat, garnering a total of 26,000 votes, while Brian Haimba followed with 9,000 votes. Earlier during the during the day yesterday, Brian Haimba was protesting after the incident that happened there, whereby his aide was shot allegedly by Didmas Barasa, and he was going to an extent of saying that should the IEBC declare the results for the Kimilili MP constituency, he will be going to court to contest. But we saw Chebukati answering, saying that IEBC does not deal with police matters and that they will go ahead and announce the results in that constituency. And that is what exactly we have seen them doing. And right here at Bungoma High School, where it is the Tallying Center for Kondui constituency, we are still following on the results. And remember, for the parliamentary seat, we are seeing DAPK's party leader, who is Wafula Munyinyi, and Ford Kenya's John Makali are in a neck-to-neck race, and the numbers keep on trickling in. So we are just awaiting. We are being told that in a few hours or so, we shall be having the result for MP of Kandui. And we're also keeping tabs on the numbers for the gubernatorial race, and that is pitting Kenneth Lusaka, who is the current Speaker of the Senate, and Wycliffe Wangamati. So we shall be keeping tabs on that, and then we shall be heading to the County Tallying Center, which is at Mabanga, just to get a view and the numbers that are going to trickle in there. Ben?
Sydney Chazima, thanks to our team in Bungoma of Sydney Chazima and Jane Gatwiri. They are burning the midnight oil for us to give us the latest pictures and numbers from that part of the world, reporting, of course, on what we did about the Sirisia parliamentary seat, and also news of Kimilili, which Kenyans will be having their interest on. Thank you, Sydney. We shall be coming back to you later for more. I am still with the political risk analyst Dismas Mokua and Professor Winnie Mitula, research professor at the Institute for Development Studies, University of Nairobi, and governance expert. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking with us. We have around an hour and a half to go until we finish this graveyard shift, which is much fun. So we need some coffee here. But earlier on, we were speaking about what the issue of we have seen several people conceding defeat during the day yesterday on Wednesday. Those include majorly leaders, Jubilee leaders from the central Kenya region, including the leader of majority, outgoing leader of majority in the National Assembly, Amos Kimunya, a key ally of the president. We also saw the Kieni member of parliament, Karini Kega, and also the Kabando was vying for the Mukurweni parliamentary seats, also conceding defeat, saying, we tried, which was not what we expected. Those are some of the words that we were using. We respect the people, people's choice. Dismas, what do you make of these kind of announcements? And also, you understand, like, keep your government on, and it also coming a pressure in that race also. What do you make of this, whereby Jubilee is suffering quite a lot in this election?
Well, you know, the fact that Jubilee is suffering is a strong statement on the leadership of President Kenyatta, because that is his political party, and these are the people that he's been marketing. And he wanted Jubilee to have the single biggest majority within the Azimio infrastructure. So the fact that his candidates are being rejected, that is a vote of no confidence in his political party, and also a vote of no confidence on his interest to be the chair of Azimio even after election, and a vote of no confidence in his leadership. Because there are a few Kenyans who connect the dots between their votes and the promises the leaders made. So a number of them may be unhappy to vote for Jubilee because they are not exactly excited with President Kenyatta's leadership. And in fact, they're excited with what Dr. Ruto has been promising them. That would be a very good interpretation. And then secondly, we must give them a pat on the back for accepting that actually they've been beaten. or rather they've been beaten and giving those concession speeches. I think now that's the culture we need to encourage in Kenya, that if you've been beaten and the process has been transparent as it is, then you don't need to go to the courts for a petition, or you don't need to start cooking some excuses. Because, in the past, majority of the guys, when they lose an election, they'll blame everything, including global warming. They blame flooding and everything is the reason why they lost. But this one, I think, is a very good thing. But the most important speeches is not the one made by President Kenyatta's general. It's the one which is going to be made by either Raila Odinga or William Ruto. That would be the most important one. Like, in the UK, or rather in the US, when after a presidential election, they expect the president who has lost to immediately make a call so that that chapter comes to an end. And one expects that if Mr. Raila Odinga loses, he will make that call. If Ruto loses, he will make that call. And because now they've got a massive following on social media, they would actually go the extra mile and record that call and then post it on their social media accounts. That would be a very good step in our democracy, so that people realize that when you go for this is a position, you must not win. That even actually losing is an alternative. And when you lose with grace, you accept defeat and go back home and prepare for the next race.
All right. Jubilee, the Jubilee Party, the leader is President Uhuru Kenyatta, Prof, and he was defiant when Ruto and his troops, walked out or were kicked out, that he was going to revive the party. It looks like it's not working, as judging from the numbers we have so far that are involving Jubilee Party candidates. I think John Waluke is the first parliamentarian to get elected on a Jubilee Party ticket.
Sure.
Did the president gamble too much supporting a successor actively and saying that he will continue to be part of the political party, political dispensation? Should he have just let it go and retired peacefully?
You see, the gambling or retiring peacefully comes later. But let's look at it from where it began. From where it began, I think he was a very brave man to push it the way he did. Jubilee, knowing that Jubilee is exiting, the party is like killing itself. It was exiting. So you are remaining almost with a shell, but you're still holding on with a shell. And I think I should tie this also to how these losers are accepting defeat. They must have worked in a very difficult context. It was so difficult, it was so glaring that they were losing. They were just pushing against the wave. So when eventually they lose, it's like, so be it, we pushed enough. So it's a real demonstration of this happened, but it just didn't work. The program didn't work. So we can then now get back to all those careless statements we heard from UDA troops, the ones who are talking about which Jubilee. There is no Jubilee. We are Jubilee, but we are UDA. There were a lot of reckless talking for those that exited. So we had the split that became UDA and the ones that were retained. So we saw that tension and it just never ended. So when the president comes to try to recoup and try to save it towards the end and even start supporting, getting into Azimio, getting a stronger, Azimio with Jubilee and ODM strong in it, thinking it will sail. Yes, this sails, but the ones that go into the real terrain where UDA is dominant, the wave is just too much.
Right.
And hence the easy acceptance that we've lost. There is even nothing to fight, because even if you go back, you are not going to win.
Right.
And with that kind of turnout that we've seen, you can't dare.
Right. Remember, there are still a lot of seats that votes or results are still trickling in.
Yeah.
We will wait to see the final tallies to see how Jubilee performs. But Dismas, what will be going through the mind of the president as he sees some of these things, some of his big lieutenants losing in a big way and conceding defeats? In your imagination?
There would be two scenarios. Number one, is there a chance that William Ruto is in fact President Kenyatta's candidate? If William Ruto is President Kenyatta's candidate, right now President Kenyatta is a very happy man. He's having his coffee and nuts and saying that he's achieved his objective. Because, you know, there's a chance when you look at President Kenyatta and you look at Dr. William Samoei Ruto, then you immediately go to Nigeria, you look at Obasanjo, President Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. When Obasanjo did not want Atiku Abubakar to take over, he proclaimed it on top of a mountain and said, "You will never ever become the head of state while I'm around." Because, you know, Atiku Abubakar behaved in a manner similar to the behavior of Dr. Ruto. And he unleashed all his resources, and Atiku Abubakar has had a bit of a nightmare. But when you look at the deputy president, the biggest cost in a campaign is logistics. But when the deputy president has been moving from point A to point B campaigning, that bill is being taken care by Moran. The bill comes from, it's approved by State House. So there's a very high probability that Ruto could be President Kenyatta's candidate. In which case, he's a very happy man that if IBC declares Ruto a winner, then he'll go to retirement, a very happy man. And then obviously, Ruto will appoint him to this. We will ask maybe the Secretary General, UN or Africa Union to give him those special envoy status. And in my view, if that happens, President Kenyatta will be like a fish in water, because I've seen him is under international respect, international recognition. At the global level, he's highly respected. So he can step in now, join President Obasanjo and Thabo Mbeki, and, you know, keep on jumping to wherever there are hotspots in Africa, or even special envoys for causes like maybe global warming, all these kind of things. Now, if Raila is President Kenyatta's candidate, he must be biting his nails at State House and watching events unfold, because you cannot afford, if say now Ruto wins and you're President Kenyatta, you cannot afford to have a bad relationship with the current president. In as much as nothing will ever happen to President Kenyatta, because you've got a very good president. But if Ruto is not your preferred candidate and he has won, even the handover ceremony will be a bit mechanical. There'll be no, the way they used to dress in similar matching ties and everything else, it will not happen. But if Raila loses, then President Kenyatta will be in a very bad space, because now his preferred candidate has lost. But if he wins, again, he'll be a very happy man, and maybe it serves his selfish interest for Raila to win. Having given him all this support and he loses, then people will start looking at him in a very fun manner. But all said and done, President Mwai Kibaki sets the gold standard on how retiring presidents must behave. That you are not supposed to take a side. You are supposed to create an environment, a free, fair, you know, a level playing field where the candidates come and, you know, square it out. And on the worst case scenario, is to support a candidate from your political party, not a candidate from, you know, not an opposition candidate. Right. Because even the international media has had a field day. The way they've been reporting about the Kenyan scenario, they're not able to understand how the president is not supporting his deputy and is supporting the opposition leader. So they find it very confusing. But again, you know, Kenya is a land of firsts.
It's like a democratic president like Obama supporting a Republican as his successor. That's a kind of comparisons I'm making.
Yeah, although you remember at some stage, a respected Republican, General Colin Powell, endorsed a Democrat. It's not unusual. Even what President Kenyatta has done, really, we must not sacrifice him. It's not as if it's unusual or unacceptable, because he has a constitutional right to support whoever he deems fit. And, you know, he has indicated during his last rallies, he has indicated that there's so many things about Ruto that he doesn't like. And he does not believe that if Ruto becomes the president, Kenya will be in good hands. So he's got that moral obligation, even a constitutional obligation, not to hand over power to somebody that he doesn't deem fit.
Not to support.
Yeah, not to support. I think it's the lack of coffee. So it's got that obligation. But at the end of the day, the person who takes the decision is the voter. And from these numbers from Mount Kenya, which was supposed to be a Jubilee stronghold, the numbers are coming clearly and indicating that the voter in Mount Kenya has rejected President Kenyatta's proposal, and that they are going with Dr. William Ruto.
Yeah, but I think also we are trying to think how he's thinking or how he feels or how he'll feel, whichever is the case.
Yeah.
We have to contextualize it. Where did it begin? What were the driving factors? Because I think if they were just working good relationships, then this happened, it would be a very unique case. But this is like a long haul of about 4 years.
Right.
4 years of strained relations. So I think that context has to be understood. And within that context is when you can see then where is his thinking. If you take the context, the first hypothesis or theory might not work much. That is like, I don't know, I don't even have the word to use for that first theory because...
But you remember what Lee Njiru said,
Yeah.
and Lee Njiru has had the opportunity of working with closely with all these presidents.
Yeah, sure.
And they said these people, they are political cousins. And it's very easy for them, those are not his words, but he said they're political cousins. So there's some possibilities that you cannot rule out. Maybe President Kenyatta did not want Raila Odinga to become president of Kenya. And the best strategy to ensure that he doesn't become president of Kenya is to bring him very close and give Ruto the opportunity to shine.
Yeah, Lee is becoming very controversial for those who have read his book. So let's leave it.
Is this part of Prof? Is this part of the democratic process, or is it what?
This is part of the democratic
what
process.
some people have called political conmanship.
No, there is no. This is real good political. This is good political democratic practice. In that, even when you decide to come together, whether as an alliance or whether it's a party, you can cease to be one, but there has to be protocol around it.
Okay.
Processes that is to me the most important. How you agree to move on. But in our case, especially we take our deputy who is also contesting presidential post, there were never protocols in these strained relationships. And a lot of things we do assume. Many times we think for them because they never showed it to us. It's all who is saying who, what. So I think that lack of clarity makes it very difficult to place them. But this is part of politics. In politics, as they say, there is never a permanent enemy. Even tomorrow, we never know. We might find that these are the best pals in the next government after whoever wins.
In fact, to support your position, to support a position, Raila Odinga, while he was making his final submissions, he said he'll have a handshake whether or not he wins. And also Ruto indicated that if I win, I will have a cup of tea with Raila Odinga.
Exactly.
Yeah, so in as much as Lee Njiru is becoming controversial with his book, but these are political cousins. They've known each other for a very long time. And it could be a strategy to keep the masses happy while they occupy leadership positions.
You should tell us why he asked us that hard question. What somebody's thinking about.
Yes, it's good to try and
twist the brains.
Yes. Of course, we are continuing to stream those numbers for you from our Nation Center. Our data analysts have been crunching them here at the Nation Center. You can check them out in real time on elections.nation.africa. Of course, they have been scrolling from the bottom end of the screen. That band is not living there, and the latest is that Raila Odinga still leading according to the Forms 34A, Form 31,504 polling stations out of the 46,229, around 15,000 polling stations to go. So we are approaching the 2/3 stage of this process. Raila Odinga on 5,089,664, according to here. Of course, this is real time. These are updating every few seconds. That is 51.26% by Raila Odinga. Ruto with 48.07% of the vote, according to the data we have tabulated so far. 4,772,968. Professor George Ojakoya of the Roots Party on 0.45%, 44,267. Agano Party's Waihige Mwaure on 0.23% of the votes, with 222,793. Some pundits have been saying that if these two could garner more, close to 1% of the vote, then it could be taking us closer to a runoff That is something a lot of Kenyans do not want to hear. Many people want to. Are Kenyans, from what you've been able to feel this much, do Kenyans want this to end, or do we go to a runoff and Bishop? Of course, we will follow the numbers, but what do you think?
There are two categories of Kenyans as far as the equation is concerned. The people who play in the active political space, the suppliers, and the people who get paid by politicians. They'd like us to go for a runoff, and then
more business.
Yeah, there's more business. Then after the runoff, they want the party that loses to go to the Supreme Court, so that there is an nullification. Because for them that is a revenue stream. That is a business opportunity. So actually, they want this thing to drag till middle of next year. They'll keep on making the dollar. But for people who are interested in political stability and economic stability, they'd like this thing to come to a quick end. Because then for majority of businesses, in as much as we said earlier on that there was a public holiday, and in the course of this week, most of the businesses are not operating at a maximum level. So there's a bit of a loss in the economy. Now, if we don't finalize the match of the presidential election in good time, you will create suspense for another 30 days, which is not necessary for this economy. You remember part of the reason why President Kenyatta and Raila Odinga were pushing for BBI. They wanted to avoid tensions 1 year after an election and 1 year before the election. So the earlier we finalize with this situation, then we know who is the president, then we go back to our normal business. Because the next few hours business is going to open in this town, I can predict there'll be minimal traffic, and most businesses will not be open outside banks. Now your barber shop will be open, but it will not be operating at full capacity because people are still at home. They're glued to their TV sets. They're waiting. They just want to know. And then when they see a movement, if they see a policeman heavily armed or they see a truck, they become nervous. So the earlier we conclude this conversation, we know who is president, when he's going to be sworn in, he takes office, so that the next thing we are looking at is who is going to be elected Speaker of the National Assembly and Senate, who is joining the cabinet, but at least we know who is the president. For people, the ones who've lost, to start their healing process. For the ones who've won, they do a victory lap, and then they settle down, because whoever becomes president today has got the entry full. There's a little matter of the public debt, which he must address. Then there is the UNGA economics that he must address, the cost of living, and the entry is full. He's got a huge boulder on his shoulder, so there is no time to waste.
Right.
So the earlier we conclude, the better it is for everybody.
Talking about who wins or who loses election, as far as the presidential vote is concerned, the issue of political, the issue of winner take all in our electioneering process has been talked about quite a lot over the last few years. From the numbers we have so far, it is very close. It is neck and neck, we have been saying. From what we already have from around 31,000 polling stations, if any of these two guys was to lose, we would be having on our hands a loser who has around 5 million people behind him. Do you believe the democratic space in Kenya is fair in as far as that is concerned? Is there political inclusivity?
The yes and no.
If you lose, you go home. You win, you have the state.
That is the principle, kind of. But the practice, we wouldn't encourage that. We really want to see a situation where, because this election, whoever wins should not have it all. The winner takes all will not work well if you want to move this nation. And even there is even a third angle. Those who just decided not to vote, look at those numbers. Huge number. That is a whole constituency in itself. So whoever has it, when the person feels that they have their team that won, and so they can have it all and flog us all around them, that is like a death nail on them, on that whole system of governance. There has to be a way of looking at how we bring this country together. If we walk through this, whoever takes it must bring the country together, because it will be a split in a way that you've won with something like 100,000, 200,000. That's no winning. It's not the type of winning that you should stamp chest. It should worry you and concern you. So the issue of inclusion, the issue of what I was saying earlier about how you have to think of the how now, or after you've won, how you are going to work out a system which is going to look a little bit inclusive. And even if it's not inclusive, then don't thumb chest, because the way I've seen the campaigns, we are likely to see a lot of thumb chesting, you know, whichever side wins will be saying, you said this about us, you're what. That's not what we want. We just want somebody who will come up with a program that has these three categories of Kenyans. The direct losers, whether it will be UDA or Azimio, and then our many millions. There are how many millions? We are about at 14, the ones who voted. So we have almost another 8 million people who did not vote. So I think really there is need to think, and I'm sure their teams are thinking. If their teams are thinking about going to filing cases, they should also be thinking about how they will govern with a half a group that is equally very strong.
But
you agree,
I totally disagree. I totally disagree, because in a presidential democracy, you know you're running. If you lose, you go home. Let's use the UK.
And look after cows.
Yeah, let's UK actually. Yeah, if you've got a ranch.
Let's correct one thing.
Let's look at the.
No, I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about the few that will be in Senate or in Parliament. I'm not talking about the one who didn't make it. Is that when you eventually lose as UDA or as Azimio, you have some of you who have gone through.
Of course.
Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Okay.
The one.
What about the president? Before I come to back to this,
which president?
The four of them, only one is going to emerge victorious. So among the
those
top
ones actually, they are the soft landing. If I was to be in either camps, those are my soft landing. I need to have them also around. Yeah, in some way, even if I'm giving them something.
Right.
Yeah,
that gives me more ammunition.
Yes.
So in a presidential system like the US, when you run and lose,
which is what our constitutional position takes.
Yeah.
Right?
So when you lose, go home. Actually, when you lose, you resign as the head of that political party.
Yes.
Then you go home. You know the way Clinton lost, she went home.
You were thinking of the
Trump
top person. Let's think of the winners.
No, but the win, anybody who wins, I mean, it's 1,000.
The winners are.
No, it's going to be 130. Yes. So if you win, office, parliamentary democracy, that's where the winner doesn't take all. Then you become the head of, I mean, you go to the opposition.
Yeah.
So maybe what we need to decide as a nation is, are we going to be a pure parliamentary democracy, or we are going to be a presidential democracy? If it's a presidential democracy, when you lose, you go home. We shouldn't reward people for running to lose, because if we go with the Winnie's model, it means that if Ruto wins, you'll be required to accommodate Raila, Wajakoya, and Mwaure.
Then I didn't have the right concept. I have the concept of I have one with 51, 50 plus, one only. My opponent has 40. Yeah, my opponent has 48.5, with people coming in as opposition. So I'm trying to figure out how I'll govern, because they are in Senate, they are in Parliament. So the working out that make my policies work, and even out there in the entire system, you never know. We've seen systems where people are into parliamentary system, and you who may not have made it, you can even end up being in one of the, even a commission also, if you have the strength. It's possible.
Actually, for me, I would imagine that whoever who loses, give the head of your party at the National Assembly and the Senate, whether they're in the minority or in the majority, give them power to be very effective. Because again, in the Kenyan constitution, as it were, we really don't have an opposition. It's a minority or a majority. Yeah, so whoever is, whether they're minority or majority, give them powers to run around town and take a break. Yeah, take a break. Because you see, in mature democracies, you lose by having 49% and the winner by 51%. The margins are not supposed to be so huge.
Wide,
So we shouldn't encourage people.
No, but we are looking at our context. We are looking at our competitive context, that we are looking, coming from 207, we are looking at something of how you will hold this together. Because we are asking, why is the current regime in that kind of state? Why does it find itself with the same parliamentary system in the state we find ourselves, without a DP who claims to still be a DP?
Shouldn't you have a clean break from the past?
These
are the best practices
so that will
in a presidential
be one
democracy.
Of the policies, that will be one of the policies that team should put. I would buy that from you.
Yeah, yeah, we can break from the past by creating a good practice. That would be great. I would buy that.
So do you support this idea of us going, or Kenya going back to and revisiting the issue of the BBI to try and unhook some of those concepts?
Definitely, I would support that, and for one reason. And I supported BBI for one reason. I do not believe that you cannot touch a constitution. There has been this theory here that our constitution is so good that you can't touch it. No, the constitution even provides for looking at it after some time. You have to look at it again. If there is something that doesn't work for us, if we think all these commissions and you know, that we've set, the many offices and organs, if we think we can merge some, even if we think they've not worked for us the last 10 years, we should restructure. A constitution cannot hold you and enslave you. It's a living document which you look at and enables your work.
All right. This must do agree. Before we want us to move on, talk about opinion polls that we saw in the run-up to the election and what the numbers are looking, if there's any kind of semblance.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the BBI had some very good proposals, beautiful proposals. And you know, the Supreme Court in the majority judgment, they said the only challenge was the process. Does the president have capacity to initiate this process?
Sure.
But the contents, in my view, were very solid. And if you come across people who are saying that this constitution is perfect, it cannot be amended, then there's got a selfish motive. As professors indicated, you have this document which is supposed to guide taxpayers, citizens. So anytime in the course of the day, if you want to change the constitution, you want to amend the constitution, do it, provided you follow the process. I think that was the overriding theme, that we must follow the process.
All right. All right, I want us to focus on, as we continue to receive numbers, we did see some, and pollsters at this time, whether it's TIFA, Infotrack, Ipsos, they have been helping us as Fourth Estate to crunch the numbers that we're seeing come through ever so slowly. And a lot of comparisons are being made between what the numbers we're seeing and what the pollsters, predicted. Dismas, if I can begin with you. Many people don't believe, especially the political parties, whenever the opinion polls do not favor them, and they rubbish them. When they are ahead in those opinion polls, they say, yeah, these guys know what they're doing. What is the correlation? What correlation do you see between the numbers that the pollsters gave us in the run-up to the election and what we're seeing from the ballot?
In my view, the numbers given by the pollsters, especially TIFA, are largely accurate because they gave the numbers, but they gave several provisos. The first one was turnout, that those numbers would be valid depending on the turnout. So in some parts of Kenya, turnout has been very high. In some parts, the turnout has been very low. And then number two, sometimes when they're conducting the opinion polls, they miss out very critical information, because some pollsters don't ask the respondents whether in fact they've got a national ID, whether they are registered voters, and whether they are going to vote. Some of that information does not come out. And then sometimes if you're doing polling, say for a Nairobi MP or a Nairobi governor, you may find a registered voter you may find somebody who stays in Nairobi, but they're not registered voters in Nairobi giving an opinion. So the information can become inaccurate. And then majority of Kenyans are giving out information over the phone. So there's a very probability that the information they give is not accurate. They can easily lie to you. And finally, it could be that case in the US, the one of the Bradley effect, that people really do not want to identify their positions, maybe because they're embarrassed or they don't want to talk about it. But when they go to the ballot box in the privacy of that room, then they express their opinion. So for me, I wouldn't go out looking for a sling and start beating up the pollsters. Because in any event, they ask the question, if elections were held today, who would you vote for? They don't ask those people, who are you going to vote for on the 9th of August? And then, of course, plus all those variables. So for me, I think they're largely reflective of the mood of the nation, apart from a few who give misleading information, a few respondents who give misleading information.
All right. Prof, the pollsters versus the numbers from the ballot. Any resemblance?
I think they're very close. They've been very close generally. That's what I would say. One thing, I coordinate a public opinion thing for the entire Eastern African region. So I respect opinion polls, and they can always have, so long as we can look at their methodology and it's clear and how that process was conducted, because they guide us. They're really not like 100% right, but once they give you, whether it's a minus or a plus 2 or 5% error, we work within that error. And that is what I think one of the media houses this evening was trying to analyze that. And I think when we look at what we are seeing, especially for the presidential vote, is very close, because as you saw, they were varying a little. In one, maybe Ruto would lead, and that's what we are seeing up and down with this, even the votes that are scrolling since yesterday.
Although again, Ben, it's not unusual for political parties or party leaders or candidates to use opinion polls to shape narratives.
Yes.
I've attended some meetings when I was in a presidential campaign where a number of posters would actually ask that, how do you want us to be part of this campaign team? So they can actually release numbers to drive a certain agenda as part of propaganda, so that they can create the bandwagon effect that everybody is joining us because we are the winning team. But in general, the people, especially Tifa, they've done a very good job, because almost always they're on point, and when they're not sure, they give those qualifications, especially around the turnout.
Yeah.
But there was a bit of a difference of about 6 percentage points, or is that within the margin of error? Because we're seeing this is
that's a little bit
quite
higher.
tighter.
Yeah,
that's a little bit higher.
And also, you know, they also gave a disclaimer about the undecideds.
Right.
Yeah, who kept on over, and depending on which opinion we're looking,
things will change, and they've moved quite. Yeah, we've ended up at 4 and decided almost 4.
Yes.
4%.
What are the pros and cons, Prof, of such a closely contested, neck and neck, too close to call contests? Because it's the closest we've had.
I think yeah, too close to call polls is that they can trigger disturbance. They can trigger that easily, because you know every side is expecting to win. So when that win is not there, the depression that comes with it, actually, sometimes we joke that there are cases where if you are the point person, you need counseling. Yeah, those that will lose, and even if you are the advisor, you almost need counseling first to be able to take it and walk through it and accept it. And that's why I've been very happy to see both the candidates, especially the two front runners, each saying that I'll accept. And that's very good for the for the supporters. When supporters hear you will accept, and if you go ahead to accept, and of course you've heard all of them have caveats. If it's fair and all of them, I think all of them have had the if it's fair, yeah, they will accept. And of course, that fairness is how you determine fairness. Sometimes is very complex in a closely contested election. What is fair to you may not be fair to the other opponent. So I expect the contest. We hope that it will be a 50+1. With due respect, as much as I say, what I foresee is a runoff, as you had raised it before. It's better to have a one-off, because it's very costly to go for this rerun. Rerun is very costly. Nobody ever wants it. It tires the candidates, and we would want a one-off. But the way you see it, we move on. But that is our wish.
Right.
But the practice.
But so far, it suggests that it's 0.7. So, I mean, if we settle with this conversation using the current numbers, then there's no runoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were to retain what we have now.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's 0.7.
Yeah, it's all hoping for now.
Does such a close contest move us closer, Dismas, to almost unassured election at the Supreme Court?
Yes,
because you're seeing, when you look at media, and of course it's full of those bloggers and the party functionaries of both sides of the political divide, all of them calling, saying, we have won this. We're winning this with 54%. All of them. So we wonder which one. So does it move us closer to almost an election petition immediately after
Does
this?
it put us to a brink?
Yeah.
Yes.
You remember when President Kibaki won with a huge majority?
Yeah.
Nobody would even bother going to the court or Supreme Court because the margin is so huge.
Yes.
I mean, even a pedestrian, somebody with no understanding of statistics, will see this is it. It's a big gap.
Yeah.
But when it's very close, then the candidates want to clutch on straws. So they'll start groping in the dark. They'll start shooting in the dark, trying to look for the slightest reason to convince the Supreme Court judges to annul it. So when it's very tight, probability of parties going to court is almost 100%.
Yeah.
But when the margin is very wide, it's almost probability is almost zero, nil. However, at this stage, there's a lot of transparency. So even if lawyers would be wanting to go around, trying to look to fish out for mistakes done here and there, the probability of a nullification as we have this conversation.
Yes.
I mean, if what IBC is giving us today is anything to go by, it's going to be very slim.
All right. Prof, what do you think?
What I think is that people might count these votes endlessly. But the issue is, if a loophole is ever created, people, because at least this availability that they are on the portal, that level of transparency has really helped. That they are there and people are tallying them, the media is tallying them. So it's not just a blind, reliance on IEBC. Now that Kenyans don't trust as usual, their trust is limited. If it's at one source, suspicion is much higher. To hopefully, and that's why I think the media should really be very keen. I know that your media is objective. Media wants to show that it's also able to contribute to this process, but it will soon turn into a very political process, maybe by tomorrow or Saturday, where even the media might just be part of that process. Now that you have become some part of an IEBC, kind of,
tallying the results.
Yes, you have been tallying when IEBC is not tallying at all. So that's my concern as we head towards Friday.
Yes.
That should there be a mismatch of these tallies, because I expect all these media houses to have an equal number, not even a 0.1 difference, because it's mathematics. So
yes, 1 + 1 = 2,
yes.
Right? It's addition mathematics.
Yes.
Basic maths.
Yes.
So that variance will be the contention in this country. That's one variance.
Speaking of which, the work or duty of the media is to entertain, inform, and educate. And of course, that is part of our mandate. We have been on hand to make sure there is no vacuum, even as we wait for this new form of election management by the election managers, the referee, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. We have been tallying those Forms 34A. It is a three-way transmission, kind of transmission. We have to, those Forms 34A have to be sent to the Constituency Tallying Center, to the County Tallying Center, and they have to be sent to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. They have been going to that portal, and I think we are almost at 100% in terms of transmission of the 46,229 Forms 34A. They have to be brought physically for them to be verified and for the IBC to tabulate. Now, what's not clear is how long that process is going to take, because that is what is going to determine the pace at which Kenyans will be receiving the official results. Remember, what we're showing you can be termed as provisional results, but of course, remember the ruling by the court is that the presidential results that have been announced at the polling station are the final results. But of course, the IBC has the sole mandate of declaring any kind of results. So we are keeping an eye on that, but the numbers are still trickling in ever so slowly, but the IBC is confident that it will beat that transmission deadline of 7 days. Remember, they have 7 days constitutionally to be able to announce to the nation who has won this election. It is very close, too close to call, some may say. It is a neck-and-neck affair. 2 percentage points difference between the both sides of the political divide. The two sides have also been doing their own tallying, the political parties, and I think most of them are done because they are using agents. Unlike us in the fourth estate and IBC, we have to use the Form 34. We have to download it. It's quite a tedious process. The political parties just need to call their agents with the numbers and do simple addition mathematics. All sides are confident of winning this, but we're here to just give Kenyans blow-by-blow account of how those numbers are trickling in that race to the highest office in the land. And that is not the only thing we're keeping an eye on. We're also keeping an eye on the other elective positions, the gubernatorial races, quite a number of key races, important ones that we are seeing, senatorial, parliamentary seats, and we are keeping an eye on those ones as well. We have seen some big wigs fall by the wayside, some of them conceding defeat. We shall be waking our journalists and video journalists across the country to just give us the latest as we head into the third day since Kenyans went to the polls. We are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we shall be going around and seeing what is happening in those tallying centers, as well as the nerve center of this, the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. We shall also be taking a look quickly at what the newspapers are saying. Of course, it is what we have been doing all night. We shall be able to take a look at that quickly. So don't go too far. Our wall-to-wall coverage of Decision 2022 continues. Stay with us.
Jik cleans and kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs and COVID-19 in your home. Jik, your family's guardian against germs and COVID-19.
Do you need access to verified numbers of previous general elections and minute-by-minute updates on who is winning and who is losing? Nation Media got you. Simply log into elections.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa, the most preferred elections data website you deserve. Everybody's finna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's finna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's finna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody. Oh yeah! Everybody in the block. Everybody in the block. Everybody in the block.
The music right here on Nation FM is on another level. We're playing the best hits, the biggest hits right here on 90.3 Nation FM. My name is Antonio So. It's the Nation FM Drive every single weekday, Monday to Friday, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Kutoka kwa gazeti la Taifa Leo.
Na wewe? I am working on the mathematics revision paper from the junior sport magazine of the Daily Nation.
Wow, this is wonderful. Are the revision papers from Taifa Leo and Daily Nation working for you guys?
Yes, Dad. Wanauliza maswali yao kwa njia nzuri na nyepesi sana.
and the questions are in tandem with our syllabus.
Dear parents, invest in Taifa Leo and Junior Sport for KCPE and KCSE revision papers kwa maswali ya gazeti la Taifa Leo. Usiukose uhondo huo kila Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. In our Junior Sport, it's every Monday. Do not miss out.
This is NTV.
All right, glad you're still with us. Decision 2022 continues. It's exactly 5 or 9, and we're still here giving you wall-to-wall coverage as far as the Decision 2022 is concerned. And of course, right about now, almost all tallying centers are actually tabulating their figures, of course, before submitting all of them to the IEBC. The Form 34As have again been submitted. A number of counties, actually majority of counties, have completed their submission as far as Form 34A is concerned. And remember, the IEBC chair, that is Wafula Chebukati, says as at yesterday in the evening, of course, they were yet to receive physically, actually, receive the Form 34 is so that they can, start making some of these announcements. We saw a large, number as far as queues in different tallying centers as well, just to show you how intense this whole exercise is. But above all are the numbers that you're seeing on your screen. And of course, like we said, there's a lot is happening that on social media, almost everyone is actually quote unquote announcing their fifth. Okay, but of course, like we said, you need to actually get your numbers from trusted sources. And of course, NTV is giving you the trusted numbers, the accurate figures as far as what is happening. And that is on our elections.nation.africa platform, where of course the numbers are real time. You can see them real time. But right about now, how about you take a look at the IEBC? Have we managed to get to the 100% mark as far as the tabulations are concerned? Remember, just a few minutes ago, we were at around 98, 99, percent of the same. So let's get to wait to see if we've hit 100%, or again, we are yet to see what some of this, counties that have not submitted, their Form 34 is. So let me just quickly refresh this so that we can get the accurate figures. So 99.67% is what we are dealing with at the moment. And like we said, 46,078 out of 46,229 counties have submitted their Form 34As. So that leaves about 157 thereabout counties to submit their Form 34As. And of course, like we said, majority of these counties have finished submitting their Form 34As. Others are at 99%, others are exactly at 100%. But like we pointed out earlier on, we have one of those counties that is still lagging behind at around 80 something percent. There we go, at 87.7%. That is 535 out of 610 from 38, and this is in Wajir. And of course, what is happening in Wajir, of course, the number of constituencies, we have Eldas, we have Tarbaj, we have Wajir East, Wajir North, South, as well as Wajir West. And of course, amongst some of these constituencies, it's only Tarbaj that has managed to submit their Form 34A to the IEBC at 78 out of 78 Form 34. Form 34A. All right. And of course, we have Eldas, which is at 41.67. Remember, they went to the ballots yesterday. And of course, we also have Wajir East at 91 out of 95, not too far off, representing 95%. We have Wajir North at 86 out of 101. And of course, not forgetting Wajir South at 149 out of 165, as well as Wajir East at 101 1 out of 102, representing 99.02%. But of course, looking at the figures as well, the map there on your screen. Interesting how, again, the figures are, or the colors, the patterns are actually, distributed across the country, where of course we see Azimio taking majority, taking part, the better part of the map as far as the northern part, the eastern, as well as the coastal region, some bit of the western as well, and of course, UDA mostly. And yes, like we said, that's real time. Of course, it keeps updating itself. Of course, the UDA is taking majority a bit on the north. Over here, that is at Marsabit. Of course, the UDA again, UDA's William Ruto is leading at 52%. That is garnering 52,107 votes over there. Of course, followed by Raila Odinga at 47.59%, representing 47, slightly over 47,000. But of course, very quickly, let's come back to the western part, of the same, where let's see what part exactly, the UD, and of course a little bit on the north, on the western, side, West Pokot, a little bit on the north, where again in West Pokot County, William Ruto actually led with 63%, and that is 107,000, and of course 132 votes. That is followed by Raila Odinga at 42,150 votes, again representing around 36% over there. Of course, in Bungoma, we saw Deputy President, that is Dr. William Ruto, leading by over 229 votes, followed by Raila Odinga at 130. And in Siaya, very big margin over there, where ODM's Raila Odinga is leading by 313,000 votes, representing 93%. This is compared to William Ruto, who only garnered 3,952, representing 1.2 votes. And of course, a little bit down, we have Homa Bay, where again Raila Odinga is dominating at 93.9%, and of course, to be exact, garnering over 235,000 votes, while UDA's William Ruto again is at 2,015 votes, representing 0.85, or is it 35? But a little bit, down here in Nakuru County, again, we saw Dr. William Ruto gathering 378,000 votes, representing 68%, while Raila Odinga follows second at 170,000 votes, representing 30.83% of the total votes. So it's interesting how, again, this is distributed. The numbers are distributed in different parts of the county. In Embu, again, Dr. William Ruto leading, by around 87%. That is at 76,000 votes, while Raila Odinga again follows with 11.60%. So it's very interesting to see how these figures are actually panning out. But with the numbers, Raila Odinga is still leading, according to our figures, at 5.094. That is million votes. So 5,094,517 votes, representing 51.27%, while William Ruto follows second at 48.05%. And of course, to be exact, the number of votes that Deputy President has garnered so far is at 4.7 million, and of course, followed by Professor George Bajakoya at 0.45%, again 44,300 votes, and of course, Wahiga More again at 0.23%. And remember, this is at 22,812 votes. He says he's not going to concede yet up until the last minute. Of course, just a few hours ago, we also saw again Raila Odinga's running mate, that is Martha Karua, saying we're holding on until the end. So we will wait to see how the numbers will turn out. Remember, at some point, Raila Odinga is leading, and then at some point, William Ruto is leading. So it's interesting how these numbers keep changing. But up until now, according to our numbers over here, just so that you can see clearly, the total number of votes that, again, we have counted so far is at 9,935,000 46,734 total number of votes cast. And of course, out of the 46,229 polling stations, 31,527 is the number of polling stations that we have managed to actually tabulate from. So that is what the figures look like at the moment this morning. But of course, like we said, we'll be keeping you updated with the figures as soon as they keep changing. But again, like we said, this is a real time. Again, our platform, that is elections.nation.africa, is real time. So it keeps changing, every single second, every single minute. So you want to actually stay tuned. You want to keep it right here. That is at NTV on our platform, just to see how this maps and the colors keep changing. But like right about now, let me get it back to you, Ben, together with the panel.
Thank you, Winnie, for those numbers there. We will continue paying attention to that magic wall there to just make sure Kenyans are kept abreast of the numbers on our tallying platform there, elections.nation.africa. It is real time. You can check it out on our website. The numbers you can compare with 2013 and 2017. You can do all sorts of things, and of course the numbers are coming in real time. Let's now take a look at very quickly the daily newspapers this morning. Let's start with we'll come to the newspapers shortly to take a look at what is happening there. Of course, the big stories are the results of the last few hours, where some big names have been sent packing, and of course the neck and neck tally between the two leading presidential candidates. Before we do that, let's take you to the nerve center of this election, the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, where NTV editor Fred Mutiri is for us to just tell us what to expect from there. Fred, if you can hear me, habari asubuhi. Kuna nini kule leo Bomas? Tutarajie nini kutoka kwa Chebukati na timu yake?
Asante sana. Thank you so very much, Ben. I promised you the other day that I'll try to speak the Queen's language. Today, I'm going to try exactly do that. Of course, like you have said and mentioned, that we are at the National Tallying Center. This is the Bomas of Kenya. This is where the real action is happening from beginning today. This is where the IBC chairperson is expected to start giving us the results as they trickle in. Thank you. Just to allow you to understand what is happening here, there is total silence. And if our camera person can show you how the whole area is like, I just move away from the camera and you can see what is being projected right now are the Form 34A that have been uploaded from all the tallying centers across the country, the 46,229 polling stations. Right now, we are at 99.68%. These are the Form 34As, which are here with the IBC, the forms that have been uploaded by the returning officers all the way from the polling stations, and this is what we are seeing here. But if you can see across the whole of the Bomas of Kenya, there is no action, it is total silence, and what we're waiting for beginning this morning is what IBC will be telling us. Just to tell you is that around 20 minutes ago, we were informed that there were no Form 34As that had arrived. Remember, what we were told yesterday by IBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati is that they're going to receive the Form 34As, the physical forms, and they are going to look at them, they're going to verify them before they can announce to Kenyans about the result of the presidential election. Now, what we have to understand is that IEBC, according to 2017 ruling, they cannot announce the provisional results. And that is why we cannot see any result trickling from IEBC, their portals. Remember 2017, while we were here, we could see the provisional results. But now the Supreme Court ruled that they cannot announce the provisional results. And what IBC chairperson is going to do when they receive the physical forms, they're going to verify them with those that have been uploaded on their portal. And after they have verified, now they're going to tell us the results. From the 290 constituencies across the country, these are the results from Form 34A, Form 34B. If they're going to verify them, then they're going to tell us the results. And that is the process. Remember, Supreme Court talked about the process must be followed to the letter. And if the process is fraud, then the election is fraud. And that is why Wafula Chebukati informed us yesterday that they cannot give us any results until they have received the physical forms. And that is what we're waiting for. Yesterday, we waited the whole day. We couldn't see any form. And then at night, at around midnight, we were told that we'll be informed if the physical forms had arrived. None of those forms had arrived. And that is what we are waiting for this morning. And so we are waiting and hoping that they're going to trickle in from this morning around 7 a.m. That is our belief. We are going to see those physical forms, and then they are going to tally them. They're going to verify them. The verification is a very important process. That is where they'll be very keen to make sure that what is on their portal is marrying what is on the physical form. That is a long and a tedious process that we are waiting to see this morning. If it comes to if they bring those physical forms from the 290 constituencies, and then we are going then to have the results. So Wafula Chebukati, what he'll be doing, he'll be looking at the physical forms, announce them, and tell Kenyans from, from Bahati constituency, this is what has been brought to us, and it's marrying with what is on the portal, and then they can announce the result, Ben.
Thank you, Frederick Mutiri, live for us from the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. We shall be coming to you quite a number of times, I believe, today, as the country continues to be on tenterhooks, waiting for the election managers, the IEBC, to announce the results. And as you've said there very correctly, what the IEBC needs to do after the Forms 34A have been uploaded to the portal. The IEBC the commission needs to receive the physical forms, verify them before going ahead to now announce the results officially. We expect to get a number of statements and updates from the IEBC today. We shall be keeping an eye on Bomas of Kenya in the next few hours as the race to the biggest office continues. And on the newspapers this morning, well, let's take a look at what the big stories are. Of course, the big stories are the latest happenings, numbers, wins and losses over the last few hours in this election. On the Daily Nation, Decision 2022, the headline is simply cliffhanger, just trying to describe the state of the race so far. Too close to call. Raila Odinga and William Ruto were last evening neck and neck in various tallies for the presidential election. The Daily Nation reporting Raila Odinga's share of the counted votes by NMG by 10 p.m. last evening was stood at 49.21%, while that of William Ruto stood by last night at 50.12%. Remember, on the bottom end of your screen, you have the real-time updates. This has not changed much. That's why most of these newspapers are calling it too close to call. This is the correct state of affairs, isn't it, Dismas?
Yes. Yes, it's all the editors have said it's too close to call. And I guess it's simply because the numbers are coming in pole. So nobody wants to make a call, and then they end up getting embarrassed.
Right. Yeah. Prof, when do we expect, in your experience, today is the third day, second day after voting day.
I think tomorrow.
Do you expect it? When do we expect to pick up?
To pick in terms of
how the numbers are able to.
Too close to call.
No. When are we likely to get the full picture?
To get the full,
whether it's by the media houses or by IEBC.
I think tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow at worst by 2 o'clock, we should be able to get something from the media. I think we are even more sure of the media houses. My thinking is that the media houses might end up having these returns before IBC, which is I don't know. I don't know, because the media is free to, and that is what we were told. Anybody can go there, even in your own house, and the only thing you can't do, you can't announce them.
Yes.
But you will have been displaying them.
Yes, and they are official results anyway. So
actually, you can. I think you can
Yeah,
announce.
they're not
It's not that you can't
provisional.
I
declare.
like that. They're official. Yeah.
Yeah.
they've-
Yeah, the only thing you can't do is you can't declare.
He can't
Yes.
declare.
But
But
any other person can make your announcement. But declaration
So-
has to come from the ABC chair.
All right. So this number here, 49, what it is right now, it's
Yeah. what it was and what it
was
is
and
now
what
is still not a big
the same,
difference.
right? Is it likely to change much?
For me, it's not going to change beyond a 3 or a 4,
All
towards
right.
a 5, whichever, downward or upward.
As it stands right now, it's that Raila Odinga has 51.28% on the NMG tally, and Ruto has 48.05%. So it has been oscillating around that
Space, yeah.
that space there. So we will be keeping an eye on that to see how much that changes. Still, so you can check out those stories, our election coverage on our sister newspaper, the Daily Nation, on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 13. And of course, on page 5, there is an explainer on why the media tallies are different. We have been very keen to do this to make sure we don't leave that any blind spot for all sorts of stories on, especially online. So check out that explainer on the Daily Nation on page 5.
Why didn't you do this earlier?
Sorry?
This explainer, like yesterday or early today?
So for TV, we did it yesterday.
You explained it.
Yeah,
yesterday.
we explained it
Okay.
yesterday, but for the newspaper, they're doing it today. Still on the Daily Nation, on the front page, big name sent parking. We have visited, we have talked about some of this stuff, but close allies of the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, have been sent packing so far. Most of them Jubilee party leaders. The names are here. And Dismas was telling us how they are in black and white.
Yes, the
and even the title
and the pictures that they
even the title.
Yeah, the pictures are not very exciting. Like for instance, when you look at the picture of Mr. Kioni,
yes,
it's not a
they
very
picked
exciting.
the pictures that even Naomi,
which is probably a good idea because they're expressing the emotion.
We're communicating messaging. So this includes, of course, the outgoing National Assembly Majority Leader, the Kipipiri MP Amos Kimunya. I did concede defeat. The Jubilee Party Secretary General. Remember when the Jubilee Party was doing restructuring, when Raphael Tuju left, that position was taken by the Ndaragwa MP Jeremiah Kioni. He has been sent packing.
Why is Harvey here?
He used to be a president.
He's a big name also. He used to be the president of the LSK.
I
But he's
think
not
this
an
is
incumbent.
unfair.
He's not an incumbent.
This is unfair. He should not belong to this crop.
Naomi Shaban also fought Taveta MP. Moses Kuria was vying for the Kiambu gubernatorial seat. He also did concede. From our numbers from Melita Oletenges, who is in Kiambu, is that the UDA candidate, the Senator Kimani Omatangi, has a big lead. We will be going to him to just find out if they finalize that. The member of parliament for Nandi Hills 2 times, Alfred Keter, also sent packing by UDA newcomer Kanini Kega, Jubilee Director of Elections and Kieni MP, also lost his seats. The MP for Nyaribari Chache, Richard Tongi, also sent packing, as Nixon Korir generally did concede defeat, losing to comedian Jalas, Felix Odiwar. Renowned city criminal lawyer Cliff Umbeta wanted to become member of parliament Chari. He lost as well as and the former LSK chairperson Nelson Harvey, who was vying for the Westlands parliamentary seat, losing to Tim Wanyonyi.
Now,
Yes.
if I may make a comment about those fallen giants,
yes.
in as much as people are dancing on their graves, but we must commend them for remaining loyal to their party leader, remaining loyal to President Kenyatta, because they knew for a fact that if they switched positions and joined the UDA, they would actually retain their seats. But they decided to be loyal to the Hills And I think that is something which is very in Kenya, which we must commend. Because a gentleman called Kimani Wamatangi, when he realized that there's a wave, he quickly disappeared and joined the UDA, while President Kenyatta had entrusted him with a leadership position in the Senate. Yeah, so for me, I think Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Shaban, Kanini Kega are people worth of mention that they decided to support our cause, and they supported it to the hilt.
All right, Prof. These names are Jubilee names, like we've said before in our analysis, and they are allies of the president, allies of Azimio presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga. Would you say this is the end of Jubilee as we know it, in the same style that PNU, disappeared?
Well, they
Or it's
never,
too early
they
to call
never,
it?
they never disappear. They get reborn in some form. So I guess the Jubilee, whether it remains the leftover of Jubilee after UDA, it might, metamorphosize into another outfit. So I don't think they totally die. They kind of get. You can track people where they've been.
Yes.
Well, Ben, again, it's not appropriate to dance on people's graves. But if you look at Sospita Ojamong, having served for 2 terms as a governor, then he wants to go back to the National Assembly. One wonders what is the interest? Probably, I think the voters
should have tried to be a president.
Yeah,
The
and also
voters
the
did
same
their
applies
thing.
to same applies to Kivuda Kibwana. Having served for 2 terms as governor, why would you want to go back to the Senate again? So I think some voters in Kenya are very good in punishing people who think that they don't have a life outside elective politics.
Yes, and speaking of which, Prof, give us your thoughts about that. Kivuda Kibwana received plaudits for his work as governor, but then went and vied for the senatorial seat. He has been criticized for that, the same as the outgoing governor of Embu, Martin Mombora, as well as the governor of Narok, Samuel Tunai, also vying in the Senate, and Ojamong.
Yeah.
Some call it bad manners.
Even Mandago.
Mandago also in Uasin Gishu.
Not bad manners, wanting to keep being a politician, and where do I fit in all this? I think for me, really, first level, they should try to be president. Because you go up, you don't go down.
Go up, right?
Yeah. But they have had recent logic of Senate is where you sort out issues of what you are struggling with when you are governor.
Yes.
So I think that's their justification. Whether that is justified, we leave it for another day.
Right.
But that is their justification. And of course, you can also say that is the closest that can be to, if they want to still be in politics and nobody's going to nominate them or assign them a job, a political job. So the one that they have to vie for and get from the people, and more so this their concept of people want them and people like them, you know. But then the term has come to an end for a governorship. So you look for which other area where you can work with the people.
All right, we shall be keeping an eye on which other big names throw in the towel during the day as the final tallies from IBC continue to trickle in from across the county tallying centers and the constituency tallying centers. On page 2 and 3 of the Daily Nation, upsets in Rift Valley as newbies beat veterans. We've already covered that. Alfred Keter, William Chepkut, Cornelis Serem and Swarup Mishra. And also good showing for ODM in poll as its candidates clinched majority of seats. Dismas, like has been said, good showing by the 2 biggest political parties by numbers.
Yes.
Right.
And you see for Azimio, it seems to be getting those seats in the Raila strongholds. Well, the rare thing, something which makes for news is where Mr. Ruto is getting his majority of the members of National Assembly and Senate. And I think primary data indicates that Kenya Kwanza is going to control the Senate. I think they've got a head start by 2 seats. And we are waiting to see who is going to control the National Assembly. So at least that gives Kenya Kwanza a leg up.
Have we received all this now? Have we so far received all of them?
Yeah, from the Senate, I'm picking information from reliable sources.
All the senators are now in.
Yeah,
we know who is
24.
leading, if at all.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can know from the political party tallies.
Tallies,
because
24.
It's a very
24.
yes. So we shall be having we shall be seeing how the National Assembly forms and the Senate, whether it's yellow or blue.
We'll plead with yellow or blue, whoever it is, not to use that dominance. not to
badly.
squash other voices
All right.
badly. They
On
have
page
to,
on
yes.
page 4, speaking of those the maps, page 4 and 5 of the Daily Nation, unique mappers Azimio UDA paint Kenya blue and yellow. I'm not a fan of this map myself
It is
because
not
it is
a good
very
map.
it's very
It is
American.
not, you know, a map is meant to help you interpret, read,
Yes.
And
but
understand.
this doesn't help you to read and
Yes,
understand.
in the American election, once it turns a certain color, it
Yeah.
means that
Yeah,
party has won that.
as one. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how
ours
it's
is
used. Yeah.
The electoral college.
This is
the
a
electoral
hypothesis.
college,
This
yes.
is kind of a poor hypothesis map.
Yes, it is. But either way, since we have to
Yeah,
work with
it's
it,
a good working draft.
what do
It's
you
a
make?
good working draft.
Prof, what do you make of it?
So,
What do you
so
make
are you
of it?
suggesting that the journalist has given us a good working draft?
It is a working draft in terms of, you know, maps are meant to help you with physical, not reading. You just look at it and you say what you are getting. But this one, what are you getting if you were to see it and you had not read anything?
Yeah, so this story by Macharia Guy, they're just showing the yellow and the blue, the counties where, as they were going to press this, whether UDA or Kenya Kwanza were leading. This is where they are
dominance.
leading.
So it's
Yes.
more of a
So
dominance
if something
thing.
overtakes, then that color changes, and the numbers keep trickling. 65%, 65.4% is the voter turnout as announced by the IBC last evening, on Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
They're saying this could go higher. We talked about all that, so be sure to check out this story in more details. That race for the highest office continues here on the Daily Nation. On the page 5, there's explain a story on why media are displaying varying tallies of election results. Be sure to check it out in detail and understand what is going on. So you can check out your stories on the Daily Nation. There's a story here by in the Taifa Leo, and of course the headline again is similar to what is on the Daily Nation and the Standard and the Star. Majenerali wa Uhuru wazimwa. That is the headline. Then there's
you know, the Taifa Leo editor is very creative.
Very creative.
He knows how to come with nice headlines.
And very bold, eh?
Very bold.
Very bold.
Yes. So there's a story here on page 5 of Taifa Leo.
Yeah.
UDA and PAR to know their fate at the coast as the results continue to trickle in. We've seen this party, the PAR by Amason Kingi and Ruto's UDA, trying to make inroads in what has been a traditional Raila Odinga region.
Kilifi.
Just the entire coast region.
Yeah.
Kilifi, PAR in Kilifi, of course. ODM is very popular in Kilifi, in Mombasa, and also in Kwale. What do you think will happen there this month in as far as the three parties, ODM, UDA, and PAR, concerned?
First of all, if you look at Kilifi as a standalone county, in the last election, every single elective position was won by ODM, straight 100% ODM. So the fact that you've got candidates on other political parties, that alone is a sufficient date on ODM. The fact that Amason Kingi, who has been a key player in Raila's corner, right from the time they were in the National Assembly, Raila Odinga made him a cabinet secretary at a very tender age, and he became governor served 2 terms under ODM. The fact that he bolted points to the behavior of Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, that Raila Odinga should have found it necessary to keep them, because I said allow them, to keep them so that they don't go to another party. And you see now when the coast is in your matrix as a stronghold, but Ruto has managed to convert it into a battleground. That is not good for Mr. Raila Odinga. But again, one would understand why the dynamics and variables are changing this time around. It's because it's about the land issue. And for the longest time, Mr. Raila Odinga had the guts to speak about land issue in coast without any encumbrances at all. But right now, the people he has with in his partnership, there are so many things he cannot come out boldly because it could be seen as an act of self-sabotage. So he has to tiptoe around some issues. But when Ruto went to Mombasa, when he was doing his campaigns, he said, the first thing I'm going to do is the port is coming back to Mombasa. The people in this is your asset. You have to be given first opportunities. as far as these resources concerned. But well, Raila may want to say the same, but he has to say it in low tones, because if he speaks it at high decibels, he may offend President Kenyatta.
All right, so it's a bit of a Achilles heel for him.
Mm.
Also, we're keeping an eye on the county of Kwale, where Fatma Bogu was earlier in the night. There's a very interesting gubernatorial race there, where the deputy governor, Fatma Achani, is being supported by the incumbent governor, the outgoing governor, and of course there's Hamadi Boga of ODM, who is also a key contender. Very interesting to see how that traditionally ODM county is going to be voting, even in the presidential vote. There's a story here on the Daily Nation, page 10. Raila shines in 3 wards in Ruto's backyard. This is these were, I think, those were wards. These are they are civic wards. Is one called Huruma and Langas, that is in Tarbo constituency and Kapsaret constituencies respectively. Uasin Gishu, Eldoret to be specific. There's some areas which are a bit cosmopolitan.
Yes.
Prof, what do you read from this? I mean,
what I read is that those must be very popular candidates. They are not just popular, they've also worked on the ground to the extent that people don't attach anything to them. They could come as independent or attached with a party you don't like. They are voted as individuals. That's the most likely, because otherwise they could not stand a wave like the one we've seen in Central.
All right. Or even benefits from the cosmopolitan numbers. Yeah, because you know, for instance, there's a city in Meru where the locals, because of clan issues, are unhappy to have one of their own. They'd rather have an external person that they consider to be neutral to take that position. So it could be the case with those 3 wards in Uasin Gishu.
All right, there's a story about Kakamega here. Low turnout in Kakamega after the IBC suspended governor races. And we talked about this yesterday. The 2 suspended gubernatorial elections in Mombasa and Kakamega, and how that affected the turnout. Dismas, what is your take on how the IBC, acted about that?
You see, some people, they said when they were looking at those numbers, they were saying there were elections in 45 out of 47 counties, and saying that is a huge success. Of course, if you're looking plainly at statistics, you would say that's a success rate of 95%. But for the candidates for those positions in the 2 counties, for them right now, they are licking their wounds and wondering, are they going to manage all the way to 23rd? And there are people who would have come out to cast their ballots simply because of the influence of maybe Malala or Baraza or the other people, Hassan Omar or Abdul Somad in Mombasa. But because their names are not in the ballots, these people said it's business as usual. They don't need to show up. And this is something that you cannot forgive IBC, because they've had 5 years to plan. Even on the issue of the ballots, one wonders what they were doing in Greece if they were not able to engage in very solid quality control. But when they come back, they blame everybody else apart from themselves.
Prof, voter turnout vis-a-vis Kakamega and Mombasa. Is it likely to be affected even when those 2 and the other parliamentary units do eventually hold
there will
the
be
elections?
there will be some effect. I can't quantify, but there will be an effect to the negative.
All right.
And it will also depend on who becomes the president. Because say if Ruto becomes a president, probability of UDA governors or ANC or anybody within Kenya Kwanza winning in those 2 areas is extremely high, and the same works for Raila Odinga.
Right.
But I wonder, sometimes I almost think that you need quite some support, because it takes something to present yourself and to have this go on, which they'd planned, and now it's not their mistake. So I think they could be supported in some one way or the other. I don't know how, but definitely if there was some partial small compensation, because this is a cost which is going to be left to them, and it's not their fault,
is it?
Who would pay the compensation? IBC.
Well, that is IBC. They should even have told us by now how they intend. They've said they talk more of legal. That's why they are saying, they will gazette it, but you are not seeing the people who have actually suffered
So
and what it takes to get back again to the vote. These people, I don't even know whether they will be allowed to be in contact a bit with their constituencies, because that's another thing. You know how you mobilize and you are left only 3 days to go. Now this is a case where you've been given a gap of 2 weeks.
But when you say that IBC to pay,
I'm not saying paying.
no, no, I mean
Yeah,
the suggestion is
only
that
paying.
IBC should pay.
Mm.
That means is
Some
a
kind of compensation.
taxpayer.
Mm.
It's Mora and Wanjiru and Naliaka
Mm.
who are bearing responsibility for IBC's errors of
Yeah,
omission and commission.
Yeah.
Maybe it should be a personal penalty to those commissioners.
Okay,
Because
that's a good dimension.
Yeah, because you see,
That's a good one.
yeah, they'll continue
To
making
deter them-
mistakes.
to deter them from making such mistakes in the future.
Yeah,
They'll keep on making mistakes.
I agree with you wholly. Yeah.
All right, on page 13 of the Daily Nation, lobby calls for calm restraint as elections outcome awaited. Of course, this is a national peace and mediation team that is led by Chairman Jackson Olisapit. Talking of which, Prof, have you heard
these
the
guys
voice?
have been scaring
The voice of the church.
This
Yeah,
thing,
I agree with
it is
Professor.
good, but
Yeah.
it came out yesterday almost like.
It's as if
Why
Kenya is
now?
about to burn.
We
It's about to
were
explode.
waiting to hear about what had gone wrong the whole day with voting and the mishmashes of all those. Then that is not talked. What we hear then is this one.
Yeah.
It did come out. Maybe they needed to bring it out not together with maybe they needed just to come here to your media house
Yes.
and do it here in the
Actually,
media house and not combine it with you know.
You know, Ben, there's no evidence that Kenya is there's tension that can result
We are a
to
prayerful
violence.
nation.
Yeah, there would be maybe a few pockets, but not to warrant that group to come up. You know, sometimes you begin to wonder, are they doing this news conference because they want to tick a box to make people happy elsewhere? Yeah, because, you know, the way professors indicated, they would have been addressing those two counties, Mombasa, Kakamega, and other electoral
Well,
areas.
that's in a media house.
But not this one of trying to scare us that there's a fire somewhere.
They could
It's
even have gone
unacceptable.
to Nyayo Stadium or to Kasarani. Yeah, somewhere a bit neutral away
All right.
from those other ones.
As we wind up, just give me your final thoughts, Prof, as we go into the second day after voting, as Kenyans remain on the tenterhooks, waiting for those numbers from the IBC and from us in the fourth estate. What is your message?
I am still appreciating the Kenyans who have remained so calm in the midst of information is really not coming enough from IEBC, but Kenyans are calmly waiting. So I encourage ourselves, including me here, to calmly wait, and we hope the media that seems to be a front runner will soon give us the tallies, and then I guess IEBC can do the last job, which is called what?
Declaring the
Declaring
constitutional mandate.
The institutional mandate.
Yeah, thank you. This must be your final thoughts this morning.
For me, I think Kenyans need to go back to the business, not to wait for Chebukati to make a declaration, because it may come today, it could come on day 7.
You don't have to wait at home.
Yeah, I mean,
You wait wherever. Like, look at this team here. We
Yes.
have a team here which is doing a 24/7 working. Yeah, and they
yeah,
will
business as usual,
still.
yeah.
They've done their, you know.
But again, to give them credit, Raila Odinga and Ruto, they have de-ethnicized politics in
yeah,
Kenya,
completely.
which is a very good thing. And then we've seen some fallen giants because of loyalty. These are people that are partners are supposed to give them red roses because they remained loyal to the president. And in Kenya, you hardly come across loyal politicians. I think these are good things. So people shouldn't be dancing on their graves.
Good.
And let's wait for IBC to tell us who is the next president, because we need political stability and economic stability right from the word go. But President Kenyatta must ask himself whether it was a decision to support Raila Odinga or not.
All right. On that bombshell, that's where we leave it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us for the last 5 hours as we continue to keep vigilant, wait and crunch the numbers, make sense of the numbers, neck and neck affair, too close to call. The newspapers are calling it. That race to the highest office, that path to the magic number, 50% plus one for the 4 presidential candidates. All eyes on the UDA presidential candidate, William Ruto, and the Azimio flag bearer, Raila Odinga, the front runners. We are expecting to hear more from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC. Today, we expect several updates from them. And apart from that presidential tally, we're also keeping an eye on other elective seats, the gubernatorial races, the senatorial races, the parliamentary races, of course, across the counties and the constituencies. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Several key races we're keeping eyes on. We expect more big names to throw in the towel. We are here to give you all that. Thank you so much. Dismas Mokua, political risk analyst and research professor at International Development
Institute
for the University of Nairobi and governance expert, Professor Winnie Mitula. Thank you so much for giving us part of your time as we make sense of what's happening for Kenyans as they wait for the results. All right, and as we wind up, let me walk over to Winnie. And Winnie, it has been quite around. Yes.
And of course, we can say it's a good morning. You know, like we said, we will do whatever it takes just to make sure that you know, our audiences back at home
Graveyard shift and all.
right,
Shift and all.
right.
All right.
You know, get access to whatever is happening. And of course, as of now, as we wind up, the numbers again remain 5 million for Raila Odinga, and of course 4.7, if I'm not wrong, 4.7, 4.8, 4.7 for UDAs. That is William Ruto, and of course 44,000. You know, for Professor Wajakoya, and around over 22,000 for Waihiga Modern. Of course, we'll wait to see how then the numbers will turn out. We're hoping that we can get the numbers today. Of course, Opane was like, yeah, the media will actually give us the numbers, but we'll wait for the IEBC to just do like the final declaration.
And Tom Wolf
of the same.
was saying last night that if Wajakoya and Maure do not get between 1% and 2% between them, then we do not.
There's no need for us to go.
Presidential runoff.
So we'll wait to see. We'll
wait to finish this in round one.
Absolutely. And of course, the IEBC is supposed to give us an update at around 10 a.m. Over there. And of course, we have our team as well at the NAV Center just to make sure that you do not miss a thing. But for now, we have to say goodbye.
Yes, before we said goodbye, though, Winnie, maybe we can leave you with we'll leave you with the winners, of course, of the various political seats across the country, the gubernatorial and parliamentary seats that we are continuing to keep an eye on as some of the big shots fall by the wayside. Thank you so much for your company. Dennis Okari and Olive Barrows will be here to take you over the next 4 hours. I am Ben Kitila.
And my name is Winnie Lubembe. Have yourselves a lovely day ahead. Remember to stay safe, stay calm, and wait for the IEBC to give us their final declaration. So until then, again, be your brother's keeper and maintain peace. See you soon.
Cheers.
A very good morning to you. It's that hour when myself, Oliver Burrows, and
Dennis Okari.
tunachukua usukani on Decision 2022. Our guests are already in studio now that we're doing introductions. Might as well. Caroline Mose, Dr. Alfred Omenya, and Sam Mudhoka. Welcome again to Decision 2022 with myself and Dennis Okari. As you can see, where we stand at now, cliffhanger. Too close to call. Raila Odinga and William Ruto were last evening neck and neck in various tallies for the presidential election. Their impressive performance pointing to what is on course to become the tightest contest in recent history. Before I get into those details, let's just quickly take a look at the numbers. As of 5:15 a.m. when this was last updated, Raila Odinga was ahead at 5,151,729 votes that we've managed to tally so far at 51.54%. William Ruto of UDA, 4,776,944 votes. And George Wajakoya at 0.44%. That is at 44,390. And David Waihiga Mwaure at 0.23% at 22,868 votes. He was asked yesterday by Fred Mwichidiri, who will hear from in a moment, at the Bomas of Kenya, whether he's ready to concede, because there have been a number of concessions already from those contesting parliamentary seats at least. And he said he still believes in miracles. Let's see how these numbers pan out once they're all in.
He's a man of the clergy, and what do you expect? But yesterday we were also talking about George Wajakoya, and we were talking about tipping the scales, and the outlook to hit the 100,000 votes looks like it might get close to that point. So far, 44,390 votes, a 0.44%. But these two, you never know what is going to happen.
Yeah, they believe in miracles.
There are those who argue that they might end up forcing a runoff. We don't know.
One is a high priest and the other is a priest of higher. Okay, so but back to William Ruto and Raila Odinga. Yesterday, you will recall, William Ruto, according to our numbers, was leading for most of the day. Now the tables have turned. Raila Odinga has taken the lead. And a lot of questions, I've received a lot of questions on why our numbers are different from those of citizens.
We'll be explaining,
for instance.
We'll be explaining that in a moment, but it's very, very, very clear that there are different numbers that are coming in, and it's all because everyone is trying to access all these Forms 34A from the IEBC portal. But we'll get to the nitty-gritties of that.
Yes, so we're not accessing the same forms at the same time, so you cannot expect the same results at the same time from all of us. So whoever is doing the collating is doing it. They're doing it at different rates. They're doing it from different polling stations. So you cannot expect the numbers to be the same. But all the numbers are coming out of the IEBC portal where the Form 34As have been uploaded. Sorry, Dennis. But just...
but if you look at this number, Olive, if you just go back, if you look at this, so these numbers are aggregated from the polling stations that have reported so far. And this figure at that time you've just mentioned, we're looking at 31,568 or 46,229. The numbers have really moved fast because yesterday we were looking at a very lower number. Total votes cast at 9.995 million, close to that 10 million mark already.
So progress. So yesterday, Wafula Chebukati, who is the IEBC chairperson, did say the media are lagging behind them. We have pulled up our socks. We are now at risk of moving past them. But you mentioned those Form 34As, and at this point, they've uploaded 99.68%. And he did promise to respond to, remember there was a form that was doing the rounds?
Yes.
From Kondele Market. Kondele Market, was it 10th? Kondele 10th,
yes,
a polling station, one of the polling stations, I think it was Stream 1. And there were 380 votes cast, but 362 people as registered voters in that stream. So, and it's actually a form that has been uploaded on this portal. So it's not fake news. He did promise to address that and explain that because he said the results from the polling stations are final.
And that's the reason why we are also going to look at the processing, because there are those who argue, why is this taking too long? We already have 99.68% already done, which is 46,083 of the 46,229. I also got calls yesterday from friends in the diaspora asking, why is this taking too long? Again, the physical process of moving these forms to the IEBC, which is the National Tallying Center, just confirming all those. So you do expect human error. When these forms are uploaded into the system, these are the things they'll have to verify. So you're actually right, and Chebukati was also right. Now, they agree that it's their form, but these are some of the things now they have to look at. Do they reject this form? Do they go back to confirm what exactly could have happened? Because they're penning down these numbers, and because people are so fatigued, someone may end up putting the wrong numbers, but you're not using that as an excuse, though.
No, so I don't know exactly what happened in that situation. But as you said, he did say they need to confirm the actual form against what was actually transmitted on soft copy. All right, have we said enough?
I think
let's hear from our team in the field.
Oh, yes. And speaking of IEBC, we have somebody at the Bomas of Kenya, our reporter, who's been camping there, and there he is looking all sharp. And I feel for him. I covered Bomas the last election. They're cold in that place. There were long waiting hours for the next brief, and IEBC timing is different from our timing, obviously. But he's looking sharp there and ready to give us an update on what's happening.
Hi, Fred. We heard from Leila yesterday. Rather, she posted on Facebook that she's not tired, she's hallucinating.
It's the fatigue that's
are you at that point, Fred? And perhaps you can bring us up to speed on if anything is happening where you are and the latest from the IEBC as of last night.
Thank you so very much, Olive, and my very good friend. Thank you. Nikubali tu nizungumze kwa Kiswahili sababu ndio lugha yangu ya kwanza katika ukumbi huu. Nina mwenzangu Leila Mohamed ambaye atakuwa akiingia baadaye hapa. Wenzangu, ni kijibaridi ambacho kimetupiga kweli kweli usiku mzima. Mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukifuatilia matangazo haya kutoka siku ya kwanza ambapo tulipiga kambi hapa, na tumekuwa tukifuatilia kwa ukaribu sana zile form 34A zikiendelea kuingia, zikitiririka hapa kwenye ukumbi huu. Sisi tunazidi kutiririka nazo, na kufikia sasa mimi nikitazama kwa mtazamo wangu ni kwamba 99% za form 34A zishawekwa kwenye ile sajili ya dijitali yake IEBC. Kile ambacho kinasubiriwa hapa kwa hamu na gamu ni zile form 34A ambazo zinatoka kutoka maeneo bunge yote 290 kuletwa hapa moja kwa moja, ndiposa Wafula Chebukati na kikosi chake chote kizima, wale makamishna wakaweza kuzihesabu, wakiziangalia, kuoanisha na kudhibitisha kwamba zile fomu ambazo zimetoka kutoka vituo vyote vya kupigia kura karibia 1046 zote zinawanishwa na zile ambazo zimewekwa kwenye mtandao wa IEBC. Ni kibarua kizima na ni kizito, na karibia saa moja hivi leo, sasa hivi ikiwa ni saa 12:25 hivi, mwendo wa saa 10 hivi, tulielezwa na maafisa wa IEBC hakuna form 34A au form 34B ambazo zitatoka kwenye maeneo bunge yote 290 ambazo zilikuwa zimefika hapa kwenye kituo hiki cha kujumulisha kura cha IEBC ambacho kinaitwa kwa kimombo National Tallying Center. Kwa sasa kumenyamaza tuli, nasikiza tu mziki pole pole, mziki wa uzalendo. Ni kudhibitishia tu ni kwamba Wafula Chebukati na IEBC na kikosi hawawezi kueleza taarifa ambazo ziko kwenye mitandao kabla hawajaona ile form 34A na form 34B waione kwa macho yao ikiletwa kutoka mashinani na kufikishwa hapa kwenye ukumbi huu wa Bomas, ndiposa wakaweza kutueleza. Kumbuka mwelekeo ambao ulitolewa na mahakama ya kilele ile tunaita kwa kimombo Supreme Court mwaka 2017 ilisema kwamba Wafula Chebukati na kikosi cha IEBC hawawezi kutueleza, kwa kimombo tunasema provisional results, hawawezi kutueleza hadi wapate kwa ukamilifu ile ambayo wanaita final results, ndiposa wataweza kutueleza. Hiyo ni sheria ambayo ilipitishwa mwaka 2017 na mahakama ya kilele. Kwa hivyo Wafula Chebukati yeye ameketi kidete, aweze kuletewa kutoka kule mashinani, aweze kuoanisha, kuthibitisha, kusema kwamba zinaoana zile ambazo ziko kwenye mtandao na zile ambazo zimeletwa, ndiposa waweze kutupa ile taarifa kwa ukamilifu. Hakuna lolote linafanyika, tunasubiria mwendo wa saa 2 hivi, pengine kuna zile fomu zitakuwa zimewasili, kwa sasa hazijawasili, na wakati huo pengine wanaweza kutupa taarifa kutoka hapa makao makuu ya Bomas. Lakini kwa sasa sisi tunafuatilia na tumelala hapa kufuatilia kwa ukaribu sana na mwenzangu Leila Mohamed. Tutafuatilia na tutakuletea taarifa ya moja kwa moja wakishaanza kuoanisha na wakihesabu. Sisi hapa tutakuhesabia na kukueleza.
Na Muchiri, kabla hujaondoka, kuna wakati Chebukati alisema kuna dawati 5 ziko katika ukumbi huo wa Bomas, na Kiswahili sasa imegonga mawe. Let me switch to English. So Chebukati said that there are 5 desks that are at the Tallying Center, and there are officers who are going to be confirming these forms that are coming in. Is there any activity around those desks at the moment?
Mimi nashukuru sababu nimezungumza Kiswahili, umeshindwa na Kiswahili, umerejelea Kizungu, mimi nimeondokea Kizungu. Kwa sasa Okari ni kwamba hapa hakuna lolote ambalo linaendelea. Mpiga picha wangu wacha kuelekeze tu moja kwa moja kuoneshe zile dawati ambazo zimewekwa hapa ni nini ambacho kinaendelea. Wacha niondoke kwenye kamera kwa sasa akuonyeshe tu hapa kumetulia. Meza ambazo ni za IBC ambazo zimewekwa, meza 1 2 3 7 hivi, na pale juu ambapo Wafula Chebukati na maafisa wa IBC, makamishna wale wa IBC ambapo wanaketi hapa, hakuna lolote linafanyika. Tumekuwa hapa usiku mzima, waliondoka mwendo wa saa 6 hivi na kutuacha tu tukisubiria, lakini kwa sasa hakuna lolote linaendelea, kumetulia tuli hadi mwendo wa saa 2 hivi, ndiposa ikiwa kuna lolote ambalo litakuwa limeletwa kutoka kule mashinani kule kwenye maeneo bunge yote 290, kama kuna lolote litakuwa limefika hapa, ndiposa wataingia hapa, lakini kwa sasa kumetulia tuli.
Endelea kutulia, sikiza mziki ama kwaya ikikuja, nyimbo za uzalendo na mambo kama hayo. Shukran sana Mutiriri, doing his very, very best to give us the latest. And Leila will be joining him much later to also give us a brief on what happens. It's been camping there throughout the night, and it's the 3rd day. Everyone is so fatigued. IBC officials clearly are not at Bomas. They're also relaxing to come in later, freshened up.
Yes, and if it's okay, so did you notice how quiet I was? Because I didn't want Mike Swahili.
I learned something new from him. Just the comparison of the documents from the physical one to the one that has been dropped in their portal, transmitted to their portal. Ni kuoana.
Oh, okay.
So I've learned something new.
My question is this: if it's 34A, then shouldn't it be 34B?
Yes, later.
That joke. Auntie Zacchaeus Masame in Kakamega County. Zacchaeus, oh man, I can just see from your face that it's been a long night. I can see also, as was the situation in Bomas, the desks behind you are vacant, but you're holding vigil. What is the latest?
Well, good morning, Olive. We are at the Kakamega High School Tallying Center. This is the county tallying center for Kakamega County, where we expect all the results for the 12 constituencies, 60 wards and whatever to be here. And like Fred Mutredi said, that there's nothing much that is happening actually at the tallying centers, because one, the officers want to comb through everything and make sure that anything that comes here is something cannot be disputed anywhere, because they want to make sure that they have everything at its best. But before I talk about the results, we had some news, especially on social media at night, where it was reported that some candidates attacked IEBC officials at the Chavakali High School Tallying Center in Vihiga County. We have authoritatively established that that was fake news and it should be treated as such. And we also do understand, Olive, that this period we have, people are taking advantage to, tell Kenyans, and especially on social media, to share something that has not been substantiated. We have gone there and we have established that actually that did not happen, and it should not cause any cause of alarm to anyone. But again, in Vihiga, it is only in Vihiga constituency, out of the 5 constituencies there, that the official results have been announced, and the incumbent MP, that is Ernest Kagesi, has been declared the winner of that seat. We understand that the process is taking a bit of time, because like I rightfully mentioned earlier on, they want to make sure that everything they're feeding the public is substantiated and legitimate. I'll just go through quickly to mention, because those are official results, that the lawmaker got 13,000. That is Ernest Kagesi has been declared the winner of Vihiga constituency seat. That is going to serve the second consecutive time. He garnered 13,000 890 votes. His closest competitor of the Ernest Kagesi was vying on ANC ticket under Kenya Kwanza. And then his closest competitor of ODM, I'm talking about Ambassador Ken Vitisia of ODM party. He came second with 10,551 votes. Of course, there were other competitors which I will not mention, but those are the official results for Vihiga constituency. Vihiga County has 5 constituencies. We are waiting for the communication for the remaining 4 constituencies. In Kakamega, where we are, it was anticipated. Like yesterday, we talked to the returning officer for Lurambi. He had promised that actually after 2 hours of waiting, we should be able to get the results, but that did not happen. We have just left Kakamega Hill School and they are waiting for the final verification before the winner is announced. But from the look of the numbers there, the provisional results, the incoming MP, Bishop Titus Hamala, was leading with some substantive margin there. And Olive also keen to note that this county actually, the activities were not much because you remember the gubernatorial race was cancelled at the wee hours of those on 8th evening. It was cancelled by IEBC, and that has not been much. But what we have also been able to establish is that the former Kakamega Center, the bullfighter, that is Dr. Boni Khalwale, who is vying for the senatorial seat, is actually trying to recapture the seat on UDA ticket, is also leading with a good margin. Those are just provisional results. We are waiting for the official announcement of the results from the IEBC. Out of the 12 constituents in Kakamega County, Olive and Dennis, we have also established that at least 10 seats are having leaders from ODM party. That is the party that Raila Odinga leads. And Kakamega County, Olive and Dennis, you have to remember that the historical part of it, that ODM leader Raila Odinga has been enjoying a massive support from Kakamega County. Based on the previous way of voting, you'll have to look at those numbers and concur with me that he has been enjoying a massive support. Deputy President William Ruto was trying to make an inroad, which he tried to almost manage. And from the provisional results, you see that he's enjoying, Deputy President William Ruto could be enjoying at least above 25-30% of the support here. And therefore, we are waiting for the official, because I know every Kenyan is now keen to know who has made where, who has gotten what, and that is exactly what we are doing. It will take time. We have to wait for the official communication from IEBC, and that's why we are still patiently waiting for those legitimate results. From Kakamega County, my name is Zakis Masame, and now I take this time to return this mantle to you at the Twin Towers there, Nation Center.
Okay. Before you officially leave, I'm giving you back this mantle with these 2 quick questions. So one is because I was reading somewhere today in one of the dailies today that because of the cancellation or the suspension of the gubernatorial election, there was low voter turnout. That's the first question. So is that what you've observed during this entire process? Secondly, are they done with the tallying? Because looks like there's not much activity going on there. Are they on a break, coming back soon to continue and finish this whole tallying exercise?
Thank you so much, Dennis, for those questions. First, actually, like we rightfully mentioned yesterday, the cancellation of the gubernatorial race here might have, in one way or the other, affected the turnout in Kakamega County. we cannot mention that very, very seriously because I have not looked at the data seriously, because I have to look at exactly how was the turnout the previous year and vis-a-vis the turnout this year. That one I have to look at it and maybe give you in our later update, because I need also to be very accurate with information. But what I can tell you is that indeed, if you looked at the queues in most of the polling stations, from what people are saying, they were actually disappointed at the last time, and most of them were saying, "Hata kia Mungu mimi sitaenda kupiga kura." And I think basing on that, I have to say that indeed it really affected the turnout in some parts of Kakamega County. But notwithstanding, I was also comparing with the turnout in Vihiga County. The day that that's on 9th August, because we are traversing, we are going in different polling stations, both in Kakamega and Vihiga counties, and we found out that despite the fact that Vihiga County had all the participants on the ballot, in most of the polling stations, the numbers were slightly lower than that of Kakamega County. And that's why I say I have to take time and actually do comparison between 2017 and this year and actually establish if it's true that that affected the turnout. And maybe the other part that I have to also make the nation be aware of is that the issues to do with the election, which will be happening on 23rd, that's the gubernatorial race, which will be happening on 23rd. The candidates, the participants were complaining that this is going to disadvantage them, because look, some of the voters who had taken a short leave from their jobs, most of them maybe they work in Nairobi and they traveled here, they were saying that that is going to affect because they are going to go back, and on 23rd they might not get another chance to come back here to vote. There are others who also work away from this county. Like, for example, on that fateful day, I work in Kakamega and Vihiga, but I had to make sure that I was in Bungoma as early as possible to do that before I could quickly come back here. So it is actually disadvantaging, and the concerns from those gubernatorial candidates are something that also have to be taken seriously. But that was not planned by anybody. It happened like that, and we have to understand. So Olive and Dennis, if you may give me time, I'm going to do that thorough research, and I promised that in our next kind of update from the Western region of Kenya, we will be able to tell you candidly if indeed the cancellation of the gubernatorial race in Kakamega actually affected the turnout of voters in this region. Dennis and Olive.
Well, many thanks, Zacchaeus Mosame, being prudent to make sure that he confirms all the data. But the latest from the IEBC portal, Olive, Kakamega has 12 constituencies. So far, they've done the forms 34A that have been transmitted to the portal is 1,682 out. Obviously, these are from the different wards, accounting to 99.82%. So from the 12 constituencies, only one has not submitted 100%, and that is Huisero. I hope I've said it right, Huisero. So that's the only one at 97.39%. So it looks like in terms of relaying this to the portal is clearly done. Now it's just waiting for the announcements like what Mosame was saying and seeing across the day what's going to happen.
Okay. And Mosame, we appreciate you taking the time to confirm that information. I feel like Mosame should have, like on Twitter, there's that verified sticker. He should have that. Any information coming out of Kakamega, out of his mouth, has been verified.
He's debunked fake news as well.
Yes, he has. And he tells us that Ernest Kagesi has been declared MP-elect for Vihiga constituency. He tells us Bishop Titus Mahala. Did I get that right? We need to confirm that one. I wish Masami was still here, could confirm the pronunciation. But he does also say that Dr. Boni Halwale is leading in the Kakamega senatorial race. He did shelve his gubernatorial ambitions in favor of Cleophas Malala in a truce brokered by Deputy President William Ruto. All right. Something happened in Kwale, Matuga,
in Matuga, there's some form of delay in the tallying, and we just want to go to Matuga, that's Kwale, and just find out what exactly was happening. The pictures there of those delays. We'll later obviously try to confirm what led to those delays. A number of things. Yesterday I was looking at some of these tallying centers, and because of the fatigue, party agents were being advised by the returning officers and the presiding officers, to take some short breaks. But because people are scared of leaving ballot boxes in the tallying centers, the breaks are between 1 hour, 2 hours, sleep, then come back, continue counting. So let's just listen in.
It is possible. And you know, there's evidence for the calling. Now, you know, the thing is, this particular time, okay, notwithstanding. Good. Then, now, how does that affect the timing of this? You allow the investigating agencies to
kuhesabiwa kwa kura Matuga na hata kubali kwa uchaguzi mwingine kwangu. Kama nimesisitiza jana.
All right, Dennis, you can always count on Zacchaeus Masame. And on that pronunciation, he tells me it is Titus Hamala who is defending his Lurambi seat and appears to be in the lead so far. We wait for the final results.
And those pictures that you are watching there, some delays in Matuga. And this is something that we've observed through the night where, because of fatigue, people take breaks. There's some delays in transporting some of these ballot boxes to the constituency time centers. Seeing something from Martin Mwaura from Muranga saying that nothing much is happening at Kiharu constituency tallying center. They've decided to take a break and resume at 9 to announce the winner and then send that form 34B. So this is the sort of thing that we are seeing today. It's day 3. The counting is a long, tedious process, and we expect to see some of these breaks and people going back again now to, do the finishing and the final touches, making sure that they've clarified everything before making, those announcements. So we'll be seeing a lot of announcements during the day. Someone was arguing and saying, why are we not seeing, announcements of many of the MP seats or even the governor seat? But this is what we do expect to see during the day, Olive. All right. And now we head to Muranga. County, and we have Martin Mwaura, who is our sentinel there. Martin, I can see lots of ballot boxes behind you. How far along in the process of tallying are you?
Well, thank you so much, Olive. Today in Muranga, it's a cold Thursday morning here, and it's raining actually. And what I can tell you is today I'm at Kiharu Tallying Center, and the residents and the agents, together with the returning officer and other IBC officials, decided to take a break after 3 days. Actually, it's 3 days of working because they decided to take a break at around 2 in the morning today to go and freshen up and take a nap so that they can be able to come back. They have already done everything. The only remaining bit is just to come and conclude and do the final tallying, which will be done from 9. Then they'll be able to announce the winner. But being in Muranga, and
to work that out, and we'll hear back from Martin Mwaura in, I hope, not too long. And where are we headed next? I mean, from what he said, I earlier read his message at Kiharu constituency where he was. I mean, like I said, this is the sort of thing we'll see, sometime this morning where, officials will take a break, come back after they're freshened up to continue with the final touches of the tallying.
before announcing these winners. And
Where did he post that? Was that on WhatsApp?
Yes, he actually posted this on WhatsApp. And Martin Mora, we're told he is back. Okay. I mean, it's raining there, and obviously sometimes this affects the network coverage. So Martin, you were telling us that they've taken that break to come later at around 9 a.m. just for the final touches?
Yes. That is what is happening here in Kiharu constituency. And
must be on account of the rain. Perhaps we can hear from someone else?
Yes, but you can see a lot of the ballot boxes behind him. All, they all have notes and from the different wards and, the different polling stations. So it's just now waiting for the final confirmation on who's won after they've clarified everything and then sending the forms 34B, which Wafula Chebukati, the IBC chair, will be waiting for at the end of the day.
Okay. So let's hear now from Sydney Chazima in Bungoma. Sydney, lots has happened in Bungoma County, and perhaps most shocking was that shooting incident. First of all, perhaps you can bring us up to speed on the tallying process. At least where you are, I can see there is some activity, and also on the security situation. Any updates?
Well, Olive, good morning. Here at Bungoma High School, which is the constituency tallying center for Kandui, and we are just anticipating to hear the results of the MP in Kandui constituency. It had pitted, John Makali of Fort Kenya and DAPK, a party leader, Wafula Munyenye. So we are just anticipating to hear what the returning officer at this tallying center will be telling us with regards to the results that are here. As my camera person, Jen Gaturi, can just go and pan, we can see Moses Wetangula, who is the party leader of Fort Kenya, is also here in anticipation of the results. And the brigade of the Fort Kenya party are here just waiting to see and hear maybe from the returning officer what the results will be like. Maybe if I just go to the results in Trans Nzoia sub-county, the results that came in yesterday, we heard that in the Saboti constituency, the official IEBC results stated that Luyai Amisi Caleb of ODM got 25,479 votes. We had coming second was Bernard Wambua of UDA with 12,392 votes. And then we had Mbito of Jubilee, Mbito Michael of Jubilee with 8,050. We had Wafula Lazaro of DAPK with 5,452. We had Pepela Joseph of Fort Kenya with 2,151. The total votes cast there were 53,498, and registered voters were 87,384. Pardon me. Rejected votes were 578. And then that means that Caleb Amisi was declared the winner of that race. We also had that there were issues to do with the tallying in Kiminini and Cherangani, which is in Trans Nzoia County. The issues were basing on the alleged stuffing of ballots. But the process was halted for a minute, but it had to continue later on after the issues were resolved. So we are just waiting for the announcement to be made right now. And I'm hearing it's like the returning officer is ready to make the announcement. So maybe we can just continue having the information there. So maybe later on we'll be heading to the county tallying center, which is in Mabanga, where we'll get to hear about the results of the gubernatorial race, which had beaten Kenneth Lusaka of Fort Kenya against Wafula Wangamati of DAPK. Maybe we can just listen in. Well, Olive, there seems to be a little bit of a delay in the announcement, so we'll just keep on waiting. Maybe if I give it back to you, and then we come back to you later.
All right, thank you, Sydney. Interesting to see Ford Kenya Party leader Moses Wetangula seated there, because his political competitor previously of Ford Kenya, who actually was elected Kandui Member of Parliament on a Ford K ticket before the very vocal fallout between himself and Moses Wetangula, that is Wamunyinyi. So it's interesting that to see Moses Wetangula seated there, and based on the information we received from Sydney Chazima coming out of Bungoma, he says the Kandui MP Wafula Wamunyinyi, who's seeking to defend his seat, is up against, let me just confirm that information, here it is, the former Bungoma County Assembly Speaker John Makali, Nairobi businessman Wafula Wambanda, and politician Wafula Wakoli, and Bungoma-based businessman Mulunda Kaoya.
So it's high stakes for Wetangula, because this is Bungoma, remember? And going with what Sydney has said, we do expect the announcements to be made anytime now. We saw them already, the officials, giving some form of communication. And this is because if you look at the IBC portal of the Bungoma County, out of the 9 constituencies, at least for now, we can say it's 100%. So all the forms 34A are already in the system. So the only thing is just making those clerical checks here and there, and then making that announcement. So that's the sort of thing that I think we'll be coming back to him at some point to just get the announcement of who has actually won that seat.
And if I understood him correctly, he did say that Caleb Amisi has successfully defended his Saboti seat. So more updates are coming in as the day progresses.
Well, there's so much to cover. We've got our reporters all around the country. Some of them have taken short breaks to come back, because this has been a wall-to-wall coverage, a continuous coverage, and we can't sleep. So we have to keep watch on all these numbers. You see on your screens there that we have the numbers of Raila Odinga, William Ruto, George Wajackoyah, and we also have Waihiga Mwaure. Those are the figures there. And we've said these are only provisional results. So just looking at those people who, at least for now, we know have won, because later on we'll have this discussion with our panelists on the big losers and the big winners. We knew that there are going to be triumphs and there are going to be upsets, All
right, so let's take a look at some of those numbers before we get into the e-paper. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Before we delve into the newspapers this morning, Dennis Okari, I wonder, what do you eat when you celebrate? When you're celebrating a win?
What do I eat when I celebrate a win?
Yes.
Anything I can find my hands on. I'm such a foodie, so I'm not allergic to any foods that for human consumption. So anything I get my hands on, especially now that we are so fatigued, and I'm guessing my guests are also fatigued because this morning we're going to look at a number of things. And Oliver's, you go through the newspaper. I'll just introduce my panel, then you can take it up, and we'll start looking at what's in the dailies and our usual suspects. Next to me is Caroline Mose, who's a governance expert. And then next to her, of course, Professor Alfred Omenya, governance expert as well. And then we've got our numbers guy, Mr. Samuel Mudoka, Director Ipsos. So, ladies, gentlemen, mechoka.
We can be tired of our country. We are excellent. We are a very good shape.
Ofula Chebukati keeps saying Kenyans need to be patient. Every election cycle.
We know that's the time we'll get tired.
That's the time we'll get tired.
What is that counting?
People are just looking at these numbers and they're thinking, when will this thing be over?
Today is day 2.
Yes.
5 more days to go. So
day 2 of what? Of the counting?
Of the counting.
Oh, you're not counting
No.
The first day.
That's not part of the count.
Now, some of us are counting day 3.
And we can't.
Chebukati has been reminding us that he has 7 days.
Oh, yeah, Chebukati says he has a week to announce the results, so people should just be patient enough, Olive.
All right, let's get into the newspaper. Dennis, I saw a picture, a meme. Clearly, I'm also sleepy. I saw a meme of Kenyan dads just standing, watching the television, standing vigil, waiting for those results to finish coming in. And as the Daily Nation correctly describes it, cliffhanger, too close to call. Raila Odinga and William Ruto were last evening neck and neck in various tallies for the presidential election. Their impressive performance pointing to what is on course to become the tightest contest in recent history. And big names sent packing. Dennis Okari talked of big winners, big losers, and you saw those graphics we ran for you of the winners with that tick. So they're verified. Those ones have been declared elect, MP, elect. Now, speaking of big losers, let's just take a look at some of these pictures here. Amos Kimunya, National Assembly Majority Leader Kipipiri, conceded defeat yesterday on his social media handles. Jeremiah Kioni, Jubilee Party Secretary General and Ndaragwa Member of Parliament, also out. Naomi Shaban, out of the Taveta MPship. Moses Kuria, who had sought the Kiambu governor's race, also conceded defeat. And quote unquote, he said he's going back into the private sector happily. Alfred Keter, Member of Parliament Nandi Hills. Kakamega, who has been the Jubilee Director of Elections, has also been the chair of the National Assembly Budget and Appropriations Committee. He also has lost out. Richard Tongi, MP candidate Nyaribari Chache. Nixon Korir also conceded defeat on his social media handles. Former Langata Member of Parliament felled by comedian Jalango. Cliff Ombeta, renowned city criminal lawyer, and Bonchari Member of Parliament candidate, also out. He also conceded defeat. Nelson Harvey, former LSK chairperson and who had sought to become Westlands MP, also conceded a defeat. Now, out you go. Close allies of President Kenyatta, including National Assembly Majority Leader Amos Kimunya, Jubilee Director of Elections Kanini Kega, Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, and 4-term Taveta MP Naomi Shaban are among the politicians who conceded defeat as the voters purged in the Tuesday general election became apparent last evening. In Kirinyaga, Jubilee Governor candidate Charles Kibiru conceded defeat, while the Rift Valley 2-term Nandi Hills MP Alfred Keter was floored by UDA candidate Bernard Kitur. Dennis Okari, can your panelists provide insight into this? Was this a message Kenyans were sending to President Uhuru Kenyatta?
I think I'll throw it to them. Yesterday, we were looking at the upsets and the triumphs. We expected this sort of thing to happen, the rise of independence and people deciding they're looking at candidates and not parties. But speaking of big names sent packing, there is this whole painting a part of the country blue, and then there's another part that talks about the yellow fever. So it will just be interesting to see how this has been too close to call for the two top contenders. That's William Ruto and Raila Odinga. But looking at the names that Oliver's just, mentioned, the likes of Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Naomi Shaban, Moses Kuria, Alfred Keter, and all these names. I'll start with you, Caroline. When you're looking at this headline and these names and pictures, of course, we do expect we'll see more today and more announcements, so more upsets. What do you make of all this?
What I make of all this is the era of long-term kingpins, whether they were the kingpins in the constituencies or whatever. I think that era has come to a close. The era where people assumed because they had been voted for once, twice, and therefore, like for example, someone like Naomi Shaban, who is a 4-term Taveta MP, probably assuming because she is the incumbent and she has been there for a number of years, which would be about 20 years now. I think that era of the long-term MP, that entitlement to leadership is coming to an end, where if you don't deliver, if you don't connect with the people, the voters, and that also means that the voters are changing. Either we have new voters coming in, maybe the younger voters. So it means that the landscape, the political landscape is changing for the better.
Speaking of political landscape, Prof, looking at, from what Caroline is saying, the demographics appears to be changing in this election, and they're setting a different pace and a different trajectory of how this election will end up at the end of the day, with all these big names, the giants falling and whatnot. Is it a case of, someone like Naomi Shaban, like what Caroline is saying, 20 years you've served, there are those young people who can't identify with you because they don't know your history. They have no institutional memory. They are looking for fresh blood. They're looking for people that they can connect with and can identify with. Is this the case that we are seeing, across the different parts of the country?
Yes, I think it is actually quite interesting, especially when you look at the members of parliament across the country. There are very many new ones, and there are very many young ones. Where the older ones have been retained, those are areas where the parties are very, very strong and they happen to be in the correct party. But anything else out of that, they've actually been replaced. And it is not just the age of the voter. What I've actually been saying is that the Kenyan voter is more intelligent than we are willing to credit them for. And we're starting to see this, where even in places where there's dominant parties, you still find that people are making very unusual choices. Of course, starting with Nairobi here, for example, where the choices for Senate, the choices for governor, and so on are so mixed, and you're jumping from one party to another. People are making nuanced choices. They're able to look at the candidate presented to them, and then they say, "Fine." I mean, the big party thinks that we are fools, but we are going to make that decision. And where the usual names or the oldies have carried the day, the amount of work they've had to do has been really, really serious, an uphill task, to the extent that sometimes even the presidential candidates have had to go and campaign for them. And in a number of places, of course, we also know that people had to step down for particular candidates just to ensure that there are a clear path. Yeah, but of course, like we're saying, we're seeing a lot more independence. We're seeing a lot more young people. We are seeing a lot more mixes. Even in the so-called strongholds, across parties and so on, where people are rejecting this whole idea of six-piece voting. Yeah, so the Kenyan vote, I think, is getting to be a little bit more complex and more nuanced.
I think we'll get into more details on this six-piece, because for the first time, we actually, personally, when I was going to vote with all those names, it was very difficult to think of a six-piece, vote. And we look at those patterns in comparison to, the last election. But I'll come to you, Samuel, looking at these political greenhorns flooring incumbent MPs, and we can specifically look at, Deputy President William Ruto's North Rift backyard, where candidates from his UDA party carried the day in this year's election. Is it a question of party affiliation, or was it more of performance of some of these candidates who are being voted in and others voted out, especially in the strongholds of the two?
I think there's something that comes out in this particular election which is very, very strong. First, we had a deputy president who sold a plan to his constituents that seemed to work very, very well for them. And remember, we've seen the whole of Mount Kenya rioting against, common grain. So they believed in that particular plan, and they went for it. And anybody who presented that plan, because that was kind of a show of this is where the future lies. And that is why you see a lot of, heads falling off the way, and especially anybody who did not stand for the future. But again, this is also an election that is a kind of a generational change kind of an election. We will see a lot of new leaders coming on the floor, and leaders who have been very, veterans being floored down, because it's kind of just a generational change. But the bottom line, I think the Kenyan voter is the biggest winner in this, because the Kenyan voter is actually appreciating the value of democracy. Now the voter knows we can hire you, we can fire you. And especially where politicians come nowhere in that kind of an equation to influence choice. And I can hire you or fire you.
From the North Rift, let's just try climb this mountain.
Yes.
So Mount Kenya.
Yes,
Interestingly, the names of fallen giants we're seeing, the likes of Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Kanini Kega. Moses Kuri, of course, his affiliation to Deputy President William Ruto. But looking at these three, was this a case of a protest vote, Caroline? Because we know they were affiliated to Azimio. They're from the mountain. And during the campaign period, we saw what was going on. It was a tough call to sell the Azimio agenda in that part of the country. But looking at, the falling down of these big names, is it a surprise? Is it a case of this was a protest vote against them?
I think it's a little bit more complex than that. Yes, it was a protest vote in the sense of the feeling that the president was still trying to drive an agenda. And I think what has happened at the mountain is something we'll be discussing and analyzing over a period of time, because I think it's not just about a protest vote against the president. I think there's a little bit more, there are more issues going on in there. But at the same time, apart from it being a protest vote, I think it was also, I feel it was time for these people to leave. Someone like Amos Kimunya. If you go down to the ground and ask people, what has Amos Kimunya done for you in the last 5 years, in the last 10 years? You'll probably hear very few things, because these are politicians that had made a name for themselves on the national stage and had forgotten in many respects that at the end of the day, it is the voter down at the ward level. It's the voter down at the constituency that brought me to where I am.
You think it's about performance, or is it about party affiliation?
I think it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. There are some people, not even at the mountain, even down in Ruto's backyard, who were from Azimio and they were voted in. And I think it is on page 10 of The Nation. At some point, we'll come to that. So it's not necessarily just about, we cannot simplify it down and say it's just about the party. I think it was a complicated issue. There was the party, of course, and I think that might have been a major thing. There was the affiliation to Uhuru, and I think in many respects, people want to detach themselves from Uhuru, and there is need to detach ourselves from Uhuru because he was not on the ballot. And in many ways, he appeared to interfere with the ballot. And everybody said, we voted for you 3 times. We really should not you really should not be in the picture. So there was that. But I think there was also the issue of performance. If down on the ground, you're not connecting with the voter, I think that also became a factor. So I think it's a complicated bag of things. We shouldn't just simplify and say it's about party, because there are people who are from different parties and they got voted in.
Prof, the concessions that you have seen of these political bigwigs, who the Daily Nation calls, they had to bite the dust because the battle was so heated. And in comparison to the upsets that we are seeing in the strongholds of the two, that's Raila Odinga and Ruto, as the newbies were beating all these veterans. Is it a case of, who you're affiliated to and the party that you belong to, or was it really an issue of, your development agenda? What have you done in the past?
Yeah, I think It's a bit of both, but not necessarily in the strongholds, because in the stronghold we see a very interesting thing. And let's start by looking at the Mount Kenya region. The Mount Kenya region, basically UDA won. So one can argue that it was a party affiliation. But then UDA ended up winning by 55%. Sorry, yes, actually 55% turnout. In fact, the turnout was 55% against a national turnout of 64%. In fact, when we eventually analyze these results, Mount Kenya will actually be the least in terms of turnout. Why didn't these people turn out in the first instance? So we're seeing here a party that worked very hard with quite a number of new and old people who are doing a relatively good job. And then, of course, yeah, so you are able to shift the electorate. So the electorate had more or less given up, said that, look, UDA will take the day anyway. And then on the other hand, people are saying that, okay, fine. I mean, although you will take the day, we are not necessarily in full agreement with this party thing. So what do? They abstain. So this is actually one election that will be won by people who abstained, because we've been saying it for forever that if DP got 70% turnout in the Mount Kenya region, he was going to win this election. In fact, the only reason why we are still discussing this election is because of the abysmally low turnouts in Central. And for us, those were votes against the DP.
You want to weigh in on that?
No. I have a different opinion. I think generally in war,
right,
sometimes we have people who are fronted just in front as a sacrifice.
Right.
I think from day one, Mount Kenya was a yellow fever. From day one.
Right.
And Azimio knew that for a fact.
Correct.
So I don't think there's any Azimio candidate in Mount Kenya who had the hopes of winning from day one.
Correct.
So basically, these guys were fronted, like Kimunya, Kioni, these guys were fronted as a sacrifice. I would say that, just a sacrifice to be shot down for Baba to get the 20%.
Correct.
And I think it worked.
He got the 20%.
So they won at the end of the day.
They won at the end of the day.
They lost the election.
They lost the election, but that 20% was nowhere. I think the last time.
I think is an issue of losing the battle but winning the war.
Exactly. So I think that was very strategic. These guys were not standing to win. I'm not very sure any of them thought that they would win in Mount Kenya.
Interestingly, Chebukati was saying that this was yesterday, 14 million voters turned up for the polls, adding that the final turnout percentage might increase once the commission tallies the number of those who were identified manually.
Right.
So that's the other thing. So it will be interesting to see the numbers from Mount Kenya, the way you're saying, Prof.
Right.
How many people did indeed turn up, and what were the demographics? That will also be interesting to see, because a lot of the young people, the perception was they were doing away with these old folk, and they were saying they want new faces. But there was also the issue of, the party, like what Samuel you're saying about, UDA in Mount Kenya wiping out. Actually, the people are talking about the death of the Jubilee party in the mountain. So UDA with the yellow fever. Olive, looking at this big name sent parking and so many other talking points around this, we expect, of course, to see more names across the day, more announcements and more shockers. That's what we expect to see as more people continue to concede, which is something that is totally new that we are seeing in this election. Before any official announcement is made, they're already conceding.
Correct. And Chebukati alluded to it, and he was very proud when he was making that announcement that it could be because of the transparency of the process, the fact that anybody can actually go and download those things and tally for themselves. So if the whole world knows that you actually lost, why would you bother? You concede and move on. And we hope that continues in these next few days, even as the media stations generate the tallies, and those tallies will be from IBC. That will just make Chebukati listen to entertainment songs as they count those other things, merely as a ceremonial, formality.
Which is something we will come to, because there are those who are asking, why is the media displaying, varying tallies of election results? All these parties have the same access that we do. They're also obviously looking at all these forms that are coming
probably
in.
they've already tallied everything. They know. They know they're standing.
They know they're standing, but we have to wait officially to see Chebukati make these announcements.
All right. So speaking of Political party affiliation and yellow fever, upsets in Rift Valley as newbies beat veterans. By yesterday, MPs Alfred Keter, Swarup Mishra, William Chepkut, Corneli Serem, and James Murgo had either lost or were trailing. Good showing for ODM in poll as its candidates clinch majority of seats. Then we see here concessions galore as political bigwigs bite the dust in heated battle for seats in Kisii. One of the longest serving MPs, Kitutu Chache North's Jimmy Angwenyi, was staring at defeat at the hands of Japheth Nyakundi of UDA. Unique map as Azimio UDA paint Kenya blue and yellow. A key determinant, however, might turn out to be in the number of voters who stayed away. I think that point was raised in your discussion, Dennis Okari. Ryla's blue expanse represents a pincer movement, I beg your pardon, or complete encirclement of Ruto's populated yellow counties, and territorial dominance appears, however, dominance appearances, however, can be deceiving. And we see that map of the blue circling the yellow, as pointed out by Macharia Gaido. The percentage of registered voters who took part in the general election on Tuesday, 65%. As projected, DP Ruto retained his Rift Valley base, scooping over 90% of the vote in most counties, while Mr. Odinga did the same in his Nyanza bedrock. And a question that has come time and again on account of those results we're displaying on the bottom of your screen. Why media are displaying varying tallies of election results? And there's an explanation here provided by Patrick Langat. Let me just zoom in. Okay, I'll have to make do. Wondering why different media houses have different tallies for the presidential election results. Here, the Daily Nation breaks down why that might be, following the unprecedented move by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to allow media houses, political parties, civil society groups, and the general public to do their own tallies of the August 9th general election results. Different actors have mobilized resources to undertake the massive tallying at the heart of Kenya's democracy. Media houses have set up their own tallying centers to count the presidential election results. Although all are sourcing the data from the Electoral Commission, the figures are varying across the media houses depending on a number of factors. This include the speed of processing the data and manpower deployed. There is also the randomness with which the IEBC uploads the polling station results and how media houses then choose to download and tally it. Given the randomness of the uploading and therefore the downloading, the tallies by the media houses, even excluding the manpower deployed and the speed with which they key in the data for processing, there will be different tallies at any one time. There is, however, an assurance that all results are valid and final as declared at the polling station. So a lot of questions on that. The Daily Nation has provided an explanation on page 5. Kenyans on tenterhooks. Poll officials were yesterday busy delivering ballot boxes to the constituency tallying centers as national office expected arrival of returning officers from 290 constituencies before they start collating and announcing results. That is a pictorial through pages 6 and 7. We now have the final turnout, that is at 64%, says Chebukati. Some 14,146,561 out of the 22.1 million registered voters participated in the general election. Commission chairman says the final percentage of those who voted might increase once the agency tallies the numbers identified manually. Here is Chebukati, the man, giving that briefing yesterday. And yellow fever, as Dennis Okari has referenced, UDA wave sweeps Mount Kenya region. In a show of might and fruits of Ruto's frequent campaigns in the region, the party was last night in a commanding lead. But Raila shines in 3 wards in Ruto's backyard. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga has pulled a surprise in 3 wards in Deputy President William Ruto's turf of the North Rift. Mr. Odinga has trounced his main challenger in Huruma and Langas wards in Tarbo and Kapsaret constituencies, respectively. A 3rd ward where Mr. Odinga was beaten by around 1,500 votes is Kiplombe in Turbo, the home constituency of the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate. And how odd party alliances led to apathy in the polls. Political parties are created to act according to the interests of their dominant members, but I'll leave you to read that one. Low turnout, as Dennis Okari earlier spoke about with Zacchaeus Masame, low turnout in Kakamega after IEBC suspends governor races. Chaos mars vote tallying in Western. In Vihiga, a candidate stormed polling station and destroyed ballot boxes as counting was about to start. There's a quote here: "We seized 9 machetes, 5 clubs, and other crude weapons." That is a quote from Huisero Sub-County Police Commander Samuel Kogo. And Kimilili MP Didmus Barasa on the run from the law after being accused of shooting to death rivals' aide. And Dennis, before I go much further into the Daily Nation, perhaps your panelists can comment on this. We saw an unprecedented number of independents contest this general election. And yet, when we look at the Daily Nation and that map, the yellow and the blue, let me just bring it back up. There it is. We see clearly it is painted blue and yellow. People clearly voted in the strongholds along party lines. We've seen in Rift Valley, as Lois Wangwe correctly observed yesterday, we've seen independents such as Alfred Keter in Rift Valley, Mishra. All of these strong candidates lose out to what the Daily Nation has described as newbies on account of party affiliation. So what was all these about independence? What was all this clamor and noise around the independence? Do Kenyans at the end of the day fall back on the tried? I don't want to say tested and true because that is yet to be determined, but do they fall back on the old, let me call it a trope, of voting along party lines?
You know, Oliver, those who say the blue dagger, there's the blue dagger and the yellow dagger, helped push these numbers up. But I think Caroline, Prof, and Samuel, looking at what we're saying and with what Oliver is actually looking at the figures and, the independence, obviously, we're seeing the numbers rising. We're still used to, sticking to the traditional old parties, the strongholds of the political leaders. If you look at the numbers and what Macharia Gaidos actually penned down in the Daily Nation page 4, a very interesting outlook on how this was shaping up. And as projected through the opinion polls, which we'll discuss later, William Ruto retained his Rift Valley base. That was expected. Scooping over 90 of the vote in most counties, while Odinga also did the same thing in his Nyanza bedroom, or bedroom as he calls it. So the other twist is the deputy president ate into his Raila support base at the coast, and also the Western Kenya regions, which were previously dominated by the opposition, as you will call it, or Azimio rival in this case. But as we get into that, the independents, many of this who lost out in the party primaries, going back to the party primaries and looking at the number of this who fell out, those who left the parties aggrieved, complained, went to court, and decided they're going to stand on their own. Do you see this emerging trend in this election where people in defiance will say, even if our candidate is not going to get the party ticket, we'll still vote for him? Caroline.
I think when we think of independence, in my view, we have two kinds of independence. There are those who fell out at the party primaries. They tried and they failed, and they decided to go independent. And then we have the independents who, in my view, were the more genuine independents, because at the party primaries, they were not given a chance to fight for themselves. Some people within the party were given direct tickets. And so we need to look at independence from that point of view. So the independents who felt aggrieved and the voters agreed with them ended up coming back because the voters in many ways refused to toe the party line. But we also have to look at the levels. At the MCA level, the stakes were a little bit lower. So we have more independents at the MCA level and the MP level. As we start to go further up the rank into the senators and the governors, we see that the stakes changed. And that is likely because those ones who went with the parties, because they had paid some money to the party, and the parties were also supporting them, they were supporting them with the entire machinery, managed to also make a lot of inroads. So when we look at this blue and this yellow thing, to me, we also have to go back down to the level of, if we look at Azimio with its many parties, and then we look at Kenya Kwanza with its many parties, there were also a lot of things going on. So for example, in Azimio, you'd find a place where there's an ODM, there's an ODM candidate and there's a candidate from either NAC or NAC Kenya.
Or even Wiper.
Or even Wiper, for example. Yeah. Same thing with Kenya Kwanza. You go somewhere, there's a UDA, there's someone from UDA, there's someone in there from, I think, Ford Kenya. So all these things also means that even within these two coalitions themselves, things were not just peachy. There was a lot of infighting going on in there. So all these things have to come into, and I also want to reference what Sam said in terms of that, there are some of these people who decided to sacrifice themselves. I don't think the Kenyan politician is so kind as to fall on their own sword. I think in the politics of bringing these coalitions together, some of these politicians found themselves out of their footing. They didn't know which side to go.
But Caroline, could it be a case, not to say that I'm with Sam, but just playing the devil's advocate, could it also be a case where you might not win, but there's a promise from the party that in the event we win the election, we form the government, you'll get a position because you sacrificed.
That could be a possibility, it was. But these people who are so used to the trappings of power, these are party leaders, these are majority leaders with all the trappings that come with, that was taking a high risk. And I don't think these people at some point in the conversation knew, they had convinced themselves that I'm an institution, the kind of strength I come with, I'm actually going to win. So there were promises, yes, but I don't think these politicians, it was a risk because nobody knew which of the two coalitions was going to win. Like we've all been saying, too close to call. No one knows which side is going to win. So if you made that deal and then your side loses, that's a huge risk to take, to just to throw yourself upon your own sword.
Yeah, well, I think it was a risk worth taking, honestly, because if you look at some of the regions, it was very clear for these politicians. Let's look at Central specifically.
Yes.
It was very clear that UDA was going to win in Central. Really, generally, we knew that UDA was going to win. There are a few places where we're not very sure. So as a politician in Central, you are almost certain to lose if you are in Azimio.
Yes.
Almost certain to lose. But then there was the possibility that Azimio would win the presidential.
So it's taking a gamble.
Exactly.
A gamble.
So you take a calculated risk because you're saying, if I don't join Azimio, I'll still lose because I've done badly and my opponent is in UDA. But if I join Azimio, there's a possibility that I might be appointed ambassador to Liechtenstein, one of those posts. So I think it was actually
a calculated risk.
A calculated risk. Yeah, but I think eventually, even as I look at this thing, the map and so on, I think what is interesting really with this map, and I think that would be quite curious, that the voter turnout even in the Rift Valley, which is DP stronghold.
Yes.
The turnout is not that high. You're still just looking at
70%.
Prof, just hold on to that point as I come to Samuel. Just to close this whole point, is it also the structure of the parties in terms of as they go into party primaries? Most of these parties we knew were doing their own polls, and so they will know this candidate is favored. So somebody else will be sacrificed because of the opinions and the polls that they've done. So do you think this was also a scientific proof that this candidate needs to be on that ballot. If you want to be independent, it's all on you. But this is the person we are going for.
I think one of the things that we need to come to terms with is that despite the fact that political parties come out there as, organizations that don't believe in polls, they actually do them.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
They make decisions actually based on numbers.
Right.
And
Yeah.
whichever party chose to take that path, I think it did it very safely. And we can actually see the benefits. Because, for example, UDA was on the front saying that they did one of the largest nomination exercises in this country based or are devised by research, by numbers. And we can see actually the benefit of it. We've seen a lot of their candidates have actually swept clean. We've seen that in Mount Kenya, we've seen that in Rift Valley. But also look at the other side, where political party, things we've come of age, you can dictate and appoint a candidate and you don't have to do any kind of a sense check. And then we just give somebody a straight ticket. Some of those candidates have been flawed terribly.
Yes.
And some of them are right on the first page.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to mention names.
Yeah, they're already there.
Yeah, they're right on the first page. But they got direct tickets. And this is where I think political parties need to learn. And need to use numbers to make decisions. You cannot gamble at that point because our citizens are getting much more informed by the day.
Which is actually the point. Even when taking these calculated gambles, I think politicians did not take into consideration the wild card, who is the voter.
Exactly.
You take your gambles, you do your boardroom politics, but at the end of the day, the voter, when they get into the polling booth, make very interesting decisions. Not just even before, even at the point of voting. There are many people who go to the vote saying, I'm going to vote for so-and-so, and at the point of ticking that box, something made them tick the box for another candidate. So that is something I think, even when taking that calculated gamble and that risk, people did not take into consideration that the voter is the one that makes the final.
Been punished by the
Oh, yes.
So we continue the discussion here. Very interesting, looking at the independents and all these, the UDA, Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, ODM parties. But we want to cross over to Nyeri, where Margaret Kimathi is standing by with some update. And Nyeri is one of those counties where they've already reported all the Forms 34As into the IBC portal. So it's 100%. So what I think we expect are now results. Margaret, tell us what's happening where you are.
Tallying Center, and in here the vote counting process has completed and the IEBC are counter checking and are waiting to announce the results. And the way things are now, Geoffrey Wandeto of UDA is leading in the parliamentary seat in here, and we can see Teto constituency had attracted 9 candidates, and we can see out of those the UDA one is the one who is leading, and anytime from now we will be able to give you to show you pictures one-on-one from here as they announce and award the winner. And of course, Teto constituency is a peculiar constituency. Since 1998, they have never re-elected a member of parliament, even the late Wangari Maathai. And of course, yesterday we were at Othaya constituency when they were awarding the winner, who was who was Michael Wambogo Wainaina, is the one who won the Othaya parliamentary seat with 20,000 votes. And the one who took the second position was Gedhuke, who followed with 9,000 votes. And remember, it was one of the hotly contested seats in Othaya, as it had attracted 10 candidates, including 2 siblings from the late Mwai Kibaki family. And of course, in Othaya constituency, there were around 61,000 voters, and out of those, the one who voted 44,000 voters, and that's bringing the voter turnout to around 71%. And in Keni constituency, we've seen Wainaina Njoroge of UDA have won that seat. And of course, Kanini Kega, the former MP of Kieni, conceded defeat, and Mokoroine John Kagushia of UDA also won the seat. And in here we can see in Nyeri constituency, the tallying process is still ongoing, and anytime from now we'll be able to cross over to that area and we will give you information. And so far, Duncan Madenge is leading in Nyeri parliamentary seat. And of course, in Madera constituency, where the Kenya Kwanza presidential running mate Rigathi Gachagua hails from, we've seen Eric Wamombi of UDA is leading. And of course, we'll be able to go to other areas and we'll be able to inform you as things are unfolding. Back to you, Okari.
Well, many thanks, Margaret Kimathi. And I think she just confirms the discussion we've just been having here, talking about the mountain. And from what Margaret is saying, because they've already done, they've submitted the Forms 34A to the IBC portal. So the vote counting process is completed, and looks like Geoffrey Wandeto, who is a UDA candidate, is going to take that seat as well. And earlier on, we saw Kanini Kega conceding in Kieni, because this is Tetu we are speaking about. So Kieni, again, the seat was lost to a UDA candidate. And you know, looking at Kega, who defied all odds in 2017 polls, because he was the only legislator in the 6 constituencies in Nyeri to be re-elected, because the history of that area is
They
they
don't
only do
re-elect
one-term
one-term
one-term MPs, and that's it.
Correct.
But Kanini beat all the odds that time, but this time round, it didn't work out for him. So this is the yellow fever
The
that
yellow
we're
fever,
talking
yes.
about in the
Yeah.
mountain. So
Correct.
it's more of the
hang around
party,
with the president.
is the more of the party
Yes.
ticket than anything else.
Very, very true. Yeah, definitely. It's more the party ticket. But like we're saying, the UDA, actually, there's a one part of the country where they've been campaigning for the last 5 years. In fact, I sympathize with the UDA candidates, although they've won. I know a number of them, and a number of them are my friends, and they've won. But these guys, the amount of money they've spent in campaigns is ridiculous. They've been campaigning continuously for the last 5 years. and that is starting to bear fruits. But I think also the other dimension that we're not looking at here is that of the president himself. That as head of state, you're running government, you know, you are in this party Jubilee, you are in a coalition. There are some people who, again, I believe would be able to make a sacrifice on that basis to say, okay, fine, I mean, this might matter, despite the fact that we are being told by the deputy, we're being told by the party that this man is lame duck, you know, it'll be inconsequential to the future of the country and so on. Yeah, Dennis, put yourself in that shoes, that yes, the incumbent is telling you, please don't go to that party. You know, you stay with us, stay put, because the future of this country, you know, is likely to be in Azimio. So I think some of these people, we can also credit them for party loyalty amongst the different complex reasons for which
it could be party loyalty, but also looking at the bigger picture.
Correct.
In the event the election is won and they form the next government,
exactly,
they will obviously find a place.
One of the hypotheses that has been moved in the recent weeks, has been the unity of a community, and whether we should stay together, you know, in thick, in in sickness, in health, whether they should stay together or whether they should be divided. And I think Mount Kenya has stayed to the creed of staying united. And we have also seen the same in Lower Eastern, where the community has actually stayed together. And irrespective of the common grain, voted Wiper for Wiper candidates. So Mount Kenya has also kind of just stayed together.
But talking about staying together, there's an interesting comparison Mashari Gaido makes here in his article, talking about, this is on page 4, and this is where we still are looking at the map that Olive was talking about, the yellow and the blue zones, where, you know, in the 2013-2017 campaigns, we saw massive mobilization in Mount Kenya. First, there was the whole idea of trying to rescue their son because he was facing criminal charges at ICC. And it turned out that this time round, not even President Kenyatta's intervention could earn any affection for Raila Odinga, especially where he too appears to have been roundly rejected. But speaking of, that rejection, Raila struggled to get 20% in the Mount Kenya vote, which might have been fatal, but Mashari argues that for the fact that with no serious candidate of their own to rally around, the droves stayed away. A low 55% voter turnout really hurt Ruto badly in the mountain, even through his dominated presidential vote, scooped nearly all the legislative seats. So there is this question of, yes, Ruto was camping, and Kenya Kwanza Alliance was camping in Mount Kenya to try and rally as many people, to vote most of their candidates. But because they missed, Mount Kenya missed one of their own they could rally around, also ended up hurting Ruto's numbers.
Exactly. I think that is an accurate, an accurate analysis of what's going on here. For the first time in a long time, the person on the ballot that was the clear, the favorite for the mountain was not a member of the community. And I think that is something we cannot run away from. In the sense that, as he says here, in 2013 and 2017, they felt they were giving their man, their birthright. So it's the, and this goes back to the whole idea, the whole conversation around the I think they were calling it Udamaki in 2013 and 2017, where we are putting our son back on the throne. But this time Ruto, could not convince the people in Central that he was their son, that this was his birthright, to ascend into this seat. And remember, Ruto was also running on the platform of the hustler. So this is a common man. And I think there was a disconnect between the idea of this kingly individual that, that has been born to become king, and this hustler who is also not a hustler in that sense, because in many ways, this is a very wealthy individual. So there was a disconnect, I think, for the voter in Central. And another thing that we are missing is, I think, when we look at the mountain and the voters in Central, and we imagine there are this mass of voters that can just be mobilized to vote for whoever. I think that is also a problematic view. There are certain nuances, I think, that we are missing that require a little bit more research to understand exactly what happened here. But of course, we cannot deny the fact that the person whose name was on the ballot was not a member of the community.
Dennis, before you jump in, Sam, you still have the numbers, guy.
Yes.
Because we want to go to another location to just find out what's happening there as you answer this question. The issue of being strategic, fine. It's the first time we don't have one of their own on the ballot running as a presidential candidate. But this, again, didn't give according to what Macharia indicates, and looking at the numbers, it could be an indicator or a pointer that a lot of people didn't feel, the need to really push and go out to vote in large numbers, because it's, after all, not one of their own.
I want to look at two issues here. In our parliament, for example, when members are not necessarily of the opinion, but they do not want, to be seen to come out and just speak out, they abstain. So these are probably people of a different opinion, but they do not want to express it loudly.
So they abstain.
They abstain. But point number two, I am not certain of previous voter turnout numbers in Mount Kenya.
Again.
And that is a very big hypothesis. So Mount Kenya has come out very low. 55% is very low. But I'm also not convinced that they were at the 90s and 95s of the previous times. And probably, I know history will be fair to us and give us an answer to that.
I'll just cut you short. I think we have, the former Sportpesa CEO, Ronald Karori, speaking. Let's just listen in.
Your MP.
My MP.
There 179. Total valid votes cast 9,425. Rejected votes 940. So by the powers bestowed in me as the head of Kasarani constituency, I now declare someone says of the phone. I now declare Ronald
Well, those pictures you're seeing live on your screens are celebrations from Kasarani, where we now can say that we have MP-elect Kasarani, Ronald Karauri, and there he is smiling, taking pictures with his supporters behind him, showing the certificate that he's already received from the returning officer there, shaking hands with his supporters. It's been a long journey for him because the people that he's actually, because we've been talking about independence here with my panel, Masi Gakuya of Jubilee Party, John Joroge of UDA Party, and Ronald Karauri standing as an independent candidate, although supporting the Azimio One Kenya coalition. And let's just listen in to the official speaking there, and then we can continue with our discussion here.
I wish you
first of all, for the trust mediated there. I will not disappoint you. It's a new platform, but I know why I came to this week, and I know I'll perform. So I will assure you that I will all the conversations again. So this is our goal. When was the summer campaign of the Ansha? So this is the campaign but also the Chagua to some people all in for example, even now the MCAs we have in Kasarani, and I promise that we will work together. So very shukrani na maisha kama tungekuwa tutakaa hapa siku tatu pengine ningeongea lakini afadhali tuende tumereact like kidogo. All my supporters, thank you so much for being with me even now. Opponents, I was sasa nikasema hivi. I doubt what I can do. Look at records. First, we look at the just election parties blindly and the selected candidates to the local platform. So, again, we're getting to the celebration.
was fully elected parliament for Kasarani constituency, just flanked by his supporters in Kasarani constituency here.
Ronald Karauri there, flanked by his agents and supporters. SportPesa CEO Ronald Karauri announced as the Kasarani Member of Parliament race. Karauri was vying as an independent candidate after, interestingly, after Jubilee Party denied him the ticket in the party primaries in favor of Mercy Gakuya, who is the incumbent. Provisional results had indicated that Karauri was leading since yesterday, and looks like finally the long wait is over, and he's just received his certificate, signing it, and his agents and supporters flanking him in celebration. This is his first run, and as a candidate on an independent ticket. And Carol, you're reminding me that this is now your MP?
Yes, this is my MP.
Right.
But you must also realize that Kasarani and Kieni have the same, they have the same histories of one-term MPs, I think from the 1970s. So Mercy Gakuya had an uphill task. If she had won, she would have been the first MP from the 1970s to have a second term as the MP for Kasarani. And in that sense, it's not surprising that she did not win, because, and even John Njoroge was a former MP before Mercy Gakuya actually took the seat away from him, and he was also a one-term MP. But the other thing is that both of these, Mercy and John, were also non-performing MPs. Mercy Gakuya is on record in the press as having ranked among the worst performing MPs in 2019, 2020, and 2021. So it's not surprising that she actually lost.
So I think it's a case of like father, like son for
Yes.
Ronald Karauri,
Yes,
because
correct.
the SportPesa boss is a son to former Tigania East MP
Correct.
Matthew Adams Karauri. So I think the political ventures of the father are now with the son.
Correct.
And I would look at this from just one lesson to political parties, that do not just assume. I think for Jubilee to have just given Mercy a direct ticket was a terrible assumption.
Right? It was a mistake.
That has definitely flipped to the wrong side. If they can learn the lessons out of it, probably we would look at a better, future of political parties that listen to their members when they are making these decisions on who to put on the ballot.
Exactly.
I think there's some who argued it was a case of who you know. at the party top organs.
Well, I mean, you can argue that that was the reason. I mean, Azimio lost Nairobi County resoundingly at gubernatorial, and part of that is associated with the fact that the candidate,
official results.
Well, I mean, at least what is tripping in, But I think part of it was just that there was the assumption. I mean, the fact that people consider the guard that have been imposed as a candidate. Yeah,
that's true.
As we stay with that conversation, we want to cross to Migori, where Bernardo Juang also has an update as we look at the numbers and the forms that have been submitted to the IBC portal. So, Bernard, if you can hear me, what's the latest from where you are? Well, we'll get back to Bernard. We seem to be having a sound technical issue with him. We'll get back to Juan. But Caroline, Prof. Sam, just looking at, we said early in the morning that you're expecting, of course, to see a number of these announcements throughout the day. And there will be upsets. Would you consider Kasarani, Caroline, because now Karauri is your MP, Would you consider this as one of the upsets that we're going to expect among many?
Yes, it's one of the aspect of that. Yes, and I think there are also more complicated issues at play here, which we will see later. But yes, it's going to be one of those upsets that we will see as the day progresses and as the final results are tallied at the end of the day. Very many of the incumbents or the people that appear to have been imposed or given direct tickets are really, at the end of the day, not going to succeed. But even in the case of Karauri, we must also remember that this, I don't know if this is the current or former CEO of SportPesa. Right. So he was also not coming onto the table with nothing. You know, he's got a history, you know, of the, you know, he had the history of SportPesa behind him. We all know that the betting companies have been on this collision course with the government because of the high revenues they were generating, and the government felt the high revenues were not necessarily being channeled to it. And he also came with a big budget. I'm well aware on the ground that the money was, you know, the money was flowing.
He was sufficiently
he was sufficiently, and also because the incumbent also appeared to have an open wallet from the what you're calling the higher ups in the party, without mentioning who these higher ups are. You know, it's implicit that she also had a big budget, so there was a competition on who was flowering and watering the grounds of Kasarani in that sense.
Well, lessons for parties to learn around this, the independents and who to give the party tickets. But I think we now have Bernard in Migori. Bernard, I'm looking at the IBC portal and looks like everything has been submitted to the IBC portal, all the reported forms 34A. It's 100%, 1,017 of them. So I'm assuming we are in the process of the vote counting, Bernard.
Well, Dennis, just as I was telling you, everything, we are still waiting to hear from the county returning officer here at the county tallying center. Remember, they have not received everything from all the 8 sub-counties. I remember yesterday at midnight, we saw a group center demanding to know why the IBC official were taking too long to announce the winner. And of course, at around 1 a.m., they announced it forced the police officer to come in and save the situation, save the IBC officials and also journalists, or the youths were demanding not to come maybe take pictures of what was going on. And currently, what we are still waiting is we will be going to Migori County Turning Hall just to see or hear from the county returning officer. And of course, what I can tell you from Migori County, we've seen ODM party taking over. We saw in Rongo, we saw Paula Buor, it was announced, and also in Awendo, we saw Walter Wino announced, and also in Uriri constituency, Mark Nyamita defeated the independent candidate. And of course, we are still also waiting to hear from Kuria West, Kuria East. We saw Kitayama winning. And of course, we are waiting to hear what is remaining here is the gubernatorial seat, women rep seat, and also the Senate seat, of which we are made to understand ODM party is also leading. And of course, this is what we are waiting to hear. And in the next 2 hours, we will be giving you full information over this. Back to you.
Many thanks, Bernardo Juang from Rongo, reporting that the county returning officer, they're still waiting because there's the transportation of the ballot boxes from all the different polling stations to the county tallying center. And from that point on, they will start looking at the numbers and all the forms, collating all the data that they can get before making any official announcements on who has won and who has lost and that sort of thing. But on your screen, you can clearly already see that we have numbers there. And I'm looking at elections.nation.africa, which Olive was at some point looking at yesterday. And we wanted to go look at these numbers. They are varying, like what Olive Barrows was saying in the morning, and reading through the whole process of why the media is displaying the different tallies of election results. Olive, you have the numbers?
Yes, I do. In fact, I have more than the numbers. I have a depiction of the two leading candidates. If you're able to take a look at that on the screen. All right, so Denise, I'm told they're readying it, so you can go ahead with the conversation. But I do have a question before we get into those numbers.
Yes.
We spoke of independence, and on the Taifa Leo, same story that was on the Daily Nation, that I've seen on the Standard, that I've seen on the Star. That is these big wigs that have